In Konoha the opening game plays as Jikuni Yuanichi Chapter 101-125. Chapter 101. The thunder exploded. It was a lightning with sparks flying all the way. At this moment, in everyone's eyes widened. One strike. Just one strike. It cut the black-tailed beast ball in one go. It burned with a sizzling sound, revealing the chakra full of destructive fluctuations inside, and purple-black flames like hellfire fell from time to time. This scene. Such a horrifying picture. Yamato, Sai and others were stunned. This. The tailed beast ball was split open immediately. Just guessed in my mind just now, but I didn't expect it. Hitaki Kusuo's sword actually cut the tailed beast ball ejected from the nine tails so easily. This is too easy. Everyone felt a little unreal in a trance. You know. This is the nine tails that is stronger and more powerful than the one-tailed Shukaku. The powerful strength can be seen. Now. Hitaki Kusuo slashed with one sword. What a feat, shocking. In addition. Such a sharp sword energy. It has not stopped, but continued to move forward, unstoppable. Jung. The sword energy swept across. In the dilated pupils of the nine tails, it slashed fiercely. Puff. The thunder attribute slash, like the nine-day golden dragon, immediately split the nine tails body into two. Bang. The orange-yellow body collapsed suddenly until it smashed the entire mountain forest. The body weighing countless tons fell to the ground fiercely, surging with indescribable chakra. The deep red chakra, with a heavy and deep breath, was about to tightly wrap the nine tails separated body. Then. It transformed into a huge-tailed beast again. See here. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, temporarily putting aside the shock in her heart, and immediately shouted to the members of the sealing team behind her. What are you still standing there for? Everyone, hurry up and seal the nine tails. Here. Hearing the rebuke from the fifth Hokage. The group of people just reacted, and when they realized it, they hurriedly took action, and the sealing technique and wood release in their hands were slow to come. Due to this delay, the nine tails chakra was ready to go, and it would soon be gathered again and resurrected. This was a matter of life and death, and everyone in the sealing team was racing against time. Swoosh. A red figure flashed by. It was still the same sword, with the elegance and agility of a meteor. The sword in his hand flashed with lightning. Thunder-breathing form 1. Thunderbolt flash. Swoosh. A golden lightning flashed by. The crowd could not even see the movement of Kusuo Hitaki's body clearly. A vertical line of lightning pierced through the huge body of the nine tails again with a hiss. Roar. 1 second. Only 1 second left. One more second and he can recover his body shape. The nine tails glared angrily, and his unfinished body was filled with anger and roared for no reason. What a pity. It was all in vain. The heavy orange-red chakra was cut off. It turned into a fluid that kept surging in the sky, and it seemed to be merging. The sword was finished. Kusuo Hitaki stood quietly in the same place, but his expression changed slightly. Because. In his eyes. A golden spirit appeared. Or rather, a small part of the soul mixed with a lot of chakra. Long golden hair, red and white Hokage god robe. It was the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. It seemed that he saw that the sword in his hand had no malice, and he did not walk out of Naruto's body. It was also the first time that Kusuo Hitaki saw this rumored fastest man in the ninja world. He was known as the Yellow Flash. His powerful strength, the superb flying thunder god technique, and even the order that even if the ninja from other villages retreated after encountering it during the mission, they would not be punished. One person's power changed the rules. This is the deterrence of this man. Took a closer look. He really looks pretty arrogant. With a gentle smile on his face. He is worthy of being a man who can flirt with girls at a young age. He always takes girls with him, and his reputation is well deserved. At this time, in the outside world, this is the time. Take advantage of now. Yamato saw the opportunity, and he had a deeper understanding of Kusuo Hitaki's swordsmanship. At the same time, he shouted, and the members of the team immediately surrounded him. Seal. A huge wooden stake appeared immediately. The square wooden stake, although not as powerful as the first-generation Hokage's wood release, is the only magic weapon to seal and suppress the tailed beast. I have trapped it. Yamato actually used the huge wooden stake to artificially build a huge hut to surround the violent Nine-Tails chakra. Ninjutsu. Watching like a tiger. Sai followed suit. The brush in his hand quickly moved on the rice paper. Immediately, a ink tiger had jumped out of the scroll, baring its teeth and claws, biting the Nine-Tails' huge chakra and swallowing it hard. Sheathing the knife. Hitaki Kusuo watched the scene calmly. Yamato kept controlling his wood release and struggled hard, sweating. Watching all this, Hitaki Kusuo's mouth twitched a little. It's true. The first generation of wood release pacified the world. Yamato's wood release is greening. The power is totally incomparable. Even the first generation Senju Hashirama, whose personality was restricted and whose strength was only 1/10 of that of the impure world body, was far inferior to him. This might be a fake wood release. Gradually, the raging Nine-Tails chakra was successfully forced back into Naruto's body by a group of members of the sealing team. Naruto's body, who was sleeping, was also revealed. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately walked up, chakra surging in her hand, and slapped Naruto on the stomach. Sealing technique. 8 trigrams seal. A delicate shout. The 8 trigrams seal that was previously unlocked by Orochimaru was covered again, revealing a special rune mark around the center of the circle. I have arranged the seal, you send Naruto back to the village immediately. After performing the 8 trigrams seal, Tsunade instructed the group again. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yamato, Sai and others lowered their heads and responded in a deep voice. Then, they quickly returned to Konoha with Naruto's body. The scene. Only Tsunade and Kusuo Hitaki were left. She walked in front of Kusuo Hitaki and patted his shoulder with her white and tender hands. There was a look of admiration on her face. Well done, little brat, Jiraiya didn't misjudge you. Looking at the pleased and admiring look on Tsunade's face, Kusuo Hitaki smiled faintly. Today's battle was purely a coincidence. The original intention was to agree to Tsunade's request to kill Orochimaru, but he didn't expect to meet Kimimaro in reality, and then he met Naruto who turned into the Nine-Tails. The whole thing. It was really full of twists and turns. Nothing, just a waste of effort. He replied faintly. Kusuo Hitaki didn't intend to take credit at all. Eyelids drooped. He was just about to close his eyes and calm down the breathing rhythm caused by the breathing method he had used frequently just now. Suddenly, Suo Hitaki saw something. Tsunade felt that the boy's eyes suddenly became a little strange. So, she couldn't help but follow his gaze and look in front of her. Suddenly, quiet. The scene was awkward. Only the remaining strong wind from the battle blew in the sky. Tsunade found out with shame. Just now, when she patted Kusuo Hitaki's shoulder, part of her clothes in front of her were torn in the aftermath of the previous battle. Don't look. Tsunade's pretty face flushed. Then she threatened immediately. She blocked it with her hand, her eyebrows stood upside down, as if she would beat you if you dared to look again. Kusuo Hitaki retracted his gaze, but still couldn't help but exclaimed. Then suddenly said. It's not the first time. Shut up. Tsunade was completely ashamed and angry, and stretched out her hand to hit him. It's a pity. Kusuo Hitaki turned slightly. He dodged the punch. Coincidentally, he caught Tsunade's unstable body after she missed. Ahem. Hitaki Kusuo coughed. I didn't mean it, Tsunade-sama. I just helped you stabilize your body. After that, he walked into the forest without looking back. If he doesn't leave, Tsunade is really going to kill someone. The next day, the whole Konoha remained unchanged. Except for a very few people who knew that Hokage-sama had been out for a whole day. Others even thought that yesterday was just a quiet and peaceful day like usual. Little did they know. Without the help of a certain boy. The night of the Nine-Tails more than 10 years ago. It is about to happen again. After Naruto regained consciousness wake up. But his eyes are still a little empty, even confused. He knows. He knows why everyone calls him a demon fox. So, there is really a demon fox in his body. As for Naruto's mental health and future direction, Jiraiya and others have naturally corrected it. In the village. Under Tsunade's promotion, a high-level meeting was held this morning. It is planned to fully disclose Naruto's identity and the fact that the Nine Tails is sealed in his body. That night more than 10 years ago. How great are Naruto's parents? He is not a demon fox, but a hero, the child of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. At this moment, Hitaki Kusuo is quietly enjoying his leisure time at home. We fought all day yesterday. No matter how strong the breathing method is, the spirit will be exhausted. Hanabi looked eagerly at her sister massaging Hitaki Kusuo. She asked pitifully. Sister, can you come down and let me play for a while? Little Hanabi put her hands together and looked at Hinata beggingly, her pure white eyes revealing innocence. Hinata chuckled and covered her mouth with her hands. Sister, this is not playing, this is massaging Kusuo, his body needs to relax. Listening to Hinata's words, Hanabi pouted. She was in such a state, and she said she was not playing. Not enjoying it. I also want to massage my brother-in-law. So. She pretended to be ignorant and pitiful and begged. Sister Tilda, I also want to massage my brother-in-law. Let me help you massage for a while. Sister, can you take a rest? The coquettish voice of Ona-san melted Hinata's heart. Okay. I'll give it to you. Remember to massage Kusuo well. He's tired all day and needs to relax. Don't worry, sister. I can do it. When Hinata's hand finally came down from Kusuo Hitaki's head, little Hanabi couldn't bear it anymore. She threw herself on him. But at this time, knock. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Hinata stood up and asked. As soon as the door was opened, it was still Shizune who caught her eye. Kusuo Hitaki, who was squinting his eyes and enjoying Hanabi's massage, also saw Shizune's arrival. He gently patted Hanabi's little head with his hand, signaling her to stop. Hanabi let go of her hand in grievance and reluctance. Kusuo Hitaki stood up and asked. Miss Shizune, is there anything else Tsunade-sama wants? This word, again, is a good question. Shizune thought to herself after hearing it. She organized her words and said. Yes, Lord Kusuo, Lord Hokage invites you. Before, she called Hitaki Kusuo either by his full name or by Kusuo if they were closer. This time, she couldn't help but call him Lord Kusuo. Needless to say, he must have learned about the battle yesterday from Tsunade. He nodded faintly. Hitaki Kusuo said he would be there soon. Sent Shizune away. He picked up the sword from the house, adjusted his clothes and set off. After Hitaki Kusuo left, only Hanabi and Hinata were left in the house. See. Hanabi frowned her delicate eyebrows and gently walked to her sister and said. Sister, I suspect our Hokage has some thoughts about my brother-in-law. This sentence almost made Hinata, who was drinking water, spit it out. Gently tapped Hanabi's cute little head. What are you thinking at such a young age? But Hanabi looked serious, looking into Hinata's eyes and said. But sister, didn't you notice that Hokage-sama always looks for brother-in-law every other day? I think there is something going on. Besides, you know what brother-in-law likes. Tsunade-sama is so old, it's very dangerous. Hanabi said anxiously. Hinata suddenly fell silent. Looked down at herself. I remembered the scale she saw on the day when Tsunade-sama returned to the village. Could it be that? Chapter 102. Once again came to the newly built Hokage building. After Hitaki Kusuo entered the office, Shizune closed the door with Tuntun in her arms and left. Looking at Shizune who was leaving in confusion, Hitaki Kusuo looked a little surprised. What does it mean to close the door in an office? You're here. Tsunade was still busy dealing with the pile of documents on her desk. She heard the noise. She said calmly without raising her head. Yeah. She agreed, and seeing that Tsunade couldn't finish her work for a while, she didn't say anything more, but found a seat to sit down. It didn't look urgent anyway. About 10 minutes later, Tsunade finally finished the documents in her hands, and stretched her body. This immediately attracted the attention of Hitaki Kusuo. HMPH. You little brat, you're still looking. On the other side, Tsunade keenly felt Hitaki Kusuo's gaze, and her face suddenly turned red. Hitaki Kusuo didn't feel discovered, but looked calm, not caring about Tsunade's bluffing tone at all. Instead, she asked calmly, "Tell me, Lord Hokage, why did you call me here again this time? What's the matter?" Hitaki Kusuo meant, "Don't call him if it's not important. Good fellow." Every other day, he always interrupted the good time he had with Hinata and Hanabi. Is there no one else in the village? Is Jiraiya not okay? Now the relationship with Hinata and his sister-in-law is rising rapidly. Basically, the relationship is in place. What? Can't I ask you to come over and sit down if there's nothing wrong? I don't know why, Tsunade felt a little angry when she heard what Hitaki Kusuo said. Hey! Don't think I don't know. What can you do at home, you little brat? You're just flirting with the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Hitaki Kusuo's heart moved. I feel that you are not right. No matter how he listened, he felt that Tsunade's tone seemed a little sour. Ahem, let's talk about business. Without asking too much, and awkwardly coughing to cover up the somewhat weird atmosphere, Kusuo Hitaki suddenly sat up straight. Looking at the brat's appearance, Tsunade hummed a few times in her heart, and a flash of inspiration came to her mind, and she thought of a great idea, knowing how to deal with Kusuo Hitaki. Quickly said, "Of course it's an important matter, then listen carefully. Now in the name of the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure village, I officially appoint you Kusuo Hitaki as the Hokage's bodyguard. Immediately take office." Ah. Hokage's bodyguard. Immediately take office. Hearing this, Kusuo Hitaki raised his eyebrows. Very puzzled. Isn't this just being Tsunade's own personal bodyguard? Do you really think I have nothing to do? Sorry, I refuse. Without a word, without even thinking, Kusuo Hitaki directly and decisively refused. You must be kidding. I don't even want the position of Hokage or the position of captain of the Anbu. Why should I be a Hokage bodyguard? I don't want to do such a troublesome thing. However, Tsunade didn't seem surprised. She had already guessed that Kusuo Hitaki would refuse. So she didn't immediately ask why, but said in a faint tone, "My personal bodyguard is not something that everyone can do. You are the only candidate at the moment. If you don't agree, I will have no one to protect me." Yes. Hearing this, the corners of Kusuo Hitaki's mouth almost twitched. You Tsunade. You still need protection. One strange punch, too violent. Others are so scared that they don't even have time to hide from you. Who dares to provoke you with a donkey kick in the head? Aren't you afraid of death? At this time, Kusuo Hitaki glanced at the wall at the door with the corner of his eye, where there were still large spider web-like cracks that had not been repaired in time. The meaning is very clear. The enemy will die if you punch him, and there is no need for protection at all. You good brat, you are getting more and more excessive diaresis. Tsunade knew the meaning of his eyes and stood up. Then there was another shake. It was amazing. This time, after realizing Kusuo Hitaki's gaze, she didn't hide, nor was she angry, but deliberately posed forward. The tone was also much calmer. Your refusal is invalid. I have already informed the elders and members of the Anbu in the village. They have already accepted that you are my personal bodyguard. Whether you agree or not, this matter is set in stone. Also, I specially asked you to come here this time, not only to announce your appointment as my bodyguard, but also to carry out a more important task that needs you to perform. Hitaki Kusuo rubbed his eyebrows. He never expected that Tsunade would set a trap for him and kill him first and then report later. He had to be the personal bodyguard of this powerful female Hokage. It was not necessary at all. I don't know what Tsunade is up to. Of course. In fact, it's not that I can't accept it. I refused various positions in the village because I needed to practice swordsmanship and practice, and then I wanted to spend more time with Hinata. But now ordinary practice can no longer play any role in improving the template. Following Tsunade. Instead, it is easier to encounter people picking up heads. The most important thing is, Tsunade is much older than Hinata. Yeah. So, there must be a lot of eye candy every day. Rubbing his palms nostalgically, as if recalling the amazing touch before. Under Tsunade's puzzled eyes, Hitaki Kusuo finally spoke. Okay, I'll take this position. But I have a request, that is, don't interfere with my private affairs. Once I want to go home, no one can stop me. Such willful words, Tsunade immediately frowned and got angry. Ha! A slap on the table. The intact mahogany desk that had just been delivered was destroyed again. Tsunade was about to say that you think this is a child's play, come and go as you please. Suddenly. Swallowed it again. Finally, he had to say angrily. Okay, I'll promise you, you little brat. The matter of the Hokage's personal bodyguard was temporarily settled. In Tsunade's infinite concessions, Hitaki Kusuo, reluctantly, agreed. Okay, you sent me to the Sand Village for war reparations. Let's get down to business. Kusuo Hitaki also became more serious. Yes. Tsunade took out a document from the table and handed it to him. It contains the specific compensation clauses for Sand Village and Wind Country to us, and there are also captives from their village and so on. You don't need to care about these specific things, just do one thing. Suddenly. Tsunade's momentum changed completely, and she became murderous, just like a completely different person. Very serious. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Because of the previous incident, we Konoha asked for a lot, so the amount of war reparations this time is astonishingly large, but this is also the result of their recognition of signing. Ha! If they dare to make small moves, we don't need to be polite. I will send you the most elite Anbu team and Chunin Jonin team. Your mission is, once those sand ninjas show signs of making trouble, take action to deter them, and if necessary, return the favor in their own way. Boom. The terrifying breath burst on Tsunade's body. At this moment, the heroic female Hokage's aura was full and fully displayed. Moreover, what Tsunade said. It is also in line with Hitaki Kusuo's style. If those sand ninjas really can't hold back and make small moves without knowing the consequences, Hitaki Kusuo doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. Okay, I'll take this mission. If they dare not know what's good for them, I'll use this sword to reason with them. Hitaki Kusuo chuckled, and his thumb suddenly exerted force, and the white-bladed sword popped out instantly, bursting out with terrible murderous aura. After discussing the specific details, Hitaki Kusuo returned to his home. The mission was set for half a month later. This half-month was not prepared for Hitaki Kusuo. He didn't need it. It was prepared for other Chunin and Jonin teams in the village, detonating tags, shuriken, summoning scrolls. All the materials were ready. During this period, Tsunade also gave Kusuo Hitaki a holiday, and allowed him to temporarily not go to work to perform the guard duty. So, he is now bullying the girl in his arms. Hinata's pretty face is red. She has no strength. Kusuo-kun. Hanabi is watching. It's okay, anyway, we can call her when the time comes. Kusuo Hitaki said indifferently. Hinata was silent. After a long time, she hummed softly. It was as low as a mosquito, almost inaudible. However, great. A jumping little loli suddenly rushed out from behind the door. Then, she threw herself into Kusuo Hitaki's arms, and hugged his strong arms together with her sister Hinata. I love my sister the most, she said happily. Hanabi, have you been eavesdropping just now? Hinata was shocked. She didn't blush even when Kusuo Hitaki bullied her. After being questioned by her sister, Hanabi lowered her head with a red face. Then, she said in a voice as inaudible as a mosquito. No, I didn't. I just happened to pass by. She spoke in a broken voice, with a lack of breath. No one would believe it. At least, Kusuo Hitaki didn't believe it. But, so what? Looking at the two lovely girls, he said. Suddenly, he didn't want to go to Tsunade. Time passed quickly. The relationship between the two Hyuga sisters and Kusuo Hitaki, who had further warmed up, was getting along sweetly. It was the day of the mission. Hinata silently helped to pass on the dress of the envoy of the Land of Fire. Suo Hitaki specially chose the fiery red color. Hanabi asked, "Brother, when will you come back?" "Come back early, okay." After getting along for this period of time, she was no longer willing to call Kusuo Hitaki brother-in-law. Xiao Hanabi said that she had been calling him brother-in-law, as if he was already her sister's person. Gently stroking Xiao Hanabi's little head, Hitaki Kusuo smiled dotingly. "Don't worry, it won't be long. We will pass through many villages and towns in other countries on the way, and we will bring you gifts when we come back." With this assurance and comfort, the two sisters' reluctance to leave was relieved a lot, and there was a hint of expectation. After everything was ready, Hitaki Kusuo took up his sword and stepped out of the door. When they reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said to the two sisters, "Jiao Ma. When we get married in the future, we will wear this fiery red dress to hold the wedding, okay?" Hinata's heart jumped when she heard it, and she was very surprised. She thought that Hitaki Kusuo was referring to her and Kusuo. Xiao Hanabi was also very happy in her heart. Bang bang bang. The heart was beating excitedly. It was almost jumping out of it. "Brother Kusuo is talking about us. Are you planning to marry me?" Instantly, Hanabi's heart melted and she almost fainted with happiness. However, Hitaki Kusuo shrugged. "Who said we? Must it be the two of us? Why can't it be the three of us?" "Sir, the sedan is ready. Please take a seat." A chunin had been waiting at the door for a long time. Now, Hitaki Kusuoshi's identity is the Hokage's bodyguard. This position is usually held by the most trusted among the trusted, and only those with great strength can hold it. So it is right to call him, Sir. Otherwise, in the past, the people in the village only knew that Hitaki Kusuo was powerful, more powerful than the Hokage. But how to address him is a problem. After all, titles such as captain, teacher, and class leader have nothing to do with Hitaki Kusuo. He is too young to be called, Sir. Now he has the identity of the Hokage's bodyguard, and he is a personal bodyguard, the kind with only one person. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be to meet him on the street in the future. Embarrassment is a small matter. If you anger Hitaki Kusuo, you will be doomed. They will always remember. This is a super ruthless man who used a knife to chop the exploding tailed beast and destroyed the root organization alone. Research. Chapter 103. Because there are many captives, in order to prevent unexpected situations in the middle. A lot of people are needed in the sealing team. Therefore, many children of the Hyuga family also came. Along the way, because of the relationship with Miss Hinata, they treated Kusuo Hitaki with extra care. Respect. More than other ninjas of Konoha. After all, the most ruthless person in Konoha is the son-in-law of their Hyuga clan. Kusuo Hitaki was content to enjoy the extra care. Originally, his relationship with Hinata was special, and it had spread among the Hyuga clan, so there was nothing to be shy about. Besides, he did not plan to act with the team, but was going to leave and investigate alone. The secret mission given to him by Tsunade was to immediately toughen his attitude once the Sand Ninja showed a tendency to make a move. As long as he could find an opportunity to take action, then he would be merciless and teach them a lesson. Let the Sand Ninjas know what it means to give an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Therefore, when the team arrived at the post station to rest, Kusuo Hitaki left alone with a sword. When strolling along the way, I met many ninjas from the Rain Village. Hitaki Kusuo sometimes pays attention and follows behind to observe if there is anything he can find. But unfortunately, most of them are small fry and have no information worth noting. Keep going forward. It is the territory of the Wind Country. Looking around. The ground is full of yellow soil, and a large number of dry cracks are scattered all over the land. It looks depressed and barren. Unlike the Fire Country, which is basically forest grassland and rich in resources. Most of the land here is desert. The only arable land is all gathered in the oasis and occupied by large towns. This also leads to the fact that the resources of the entire Wind Country are very scarce. Whether it is war resources or living resources, they are at the bottom of the 5 major countries. If it were not for the history of the territory, they would even lag behind some small countries. That's why, in all the wars of the past dynasties, the shadow of the Wind Country was involved. No way. 2 words. Poor. If there is no war, there will be no resources, and it will be difficult to develop. In the long run, it will not be able to cultivate strong ninjas. Without a strong ninja, the Wind Country will be coveted by other countries. While fighting, it will also consume a lot of population and ninjas. In this causal cycle, every wind shadow of the past dynasties has basically worked hard and painstakingly, and until now, it has been barely maintaining a balanced state. So, the Sand Ninja can lose, but it is controlled within a certain range. According to the original work, the Konoha collapse plan planned by Orochimaru is actually a sure win for the Sand Ninja village. After all, with the Sound Ninja village charging in the front, they only need to pick up the fruits of victory in the back. Who would have thought? Hitaki Kusuo, an unexpected factor, appeared halfway. The combat power is comparable to the tailed beast. Not only did they destroy the Otonin, but they also slaughtered all the Genin-level ninjas of the Sand Ninja. Most of the Chunin were captured by Konoha. What's more terrible is that the 4th Kazekage, who was known as the strongest fighter in the village, died at the hands of Orochimaru. The Sand Ninja village is about to collapse. Faced with Konoha's sky-high compensation, they had to agree. But they definitely couldn't afford it. So Tsunade was sure that they would definitely go back on their word and even do something crazy. Looking at the desert and dry land, Hitaki Kusuo kept thinking about these things. Suddenly, his mind flashed. I understood why Tsunade had to come forward and beware of the Sand Ninja village's tricks. In the final analysis. Intrigue. It's all for resources. If the Sand Ninja really makes a move, Konoha will take the initiative. There is also a saying in name, so that others will not be talked about. This is to take advantage of your weakness and kill you. If possible, they might even directly remove the Wind Country from the entire ninja world. Then, the Fire Country will take over the fruits of victory. Sure enough. The heart of playing politics is black. Tsunade looks generous and magnanimous, but as the 5th Hokage, for the village and the people, she also has the vision of a politician. Hey, I didn't expect that I would become a thug this time. Thinking of this, Hitaki Kusunoki Shang laughed at himself, tightened his sword, and continued on his way. Politics or not, what does it have to do with him? Kusuo Hitaki's idea was to kill many powerful enemies and improve his acting skills. Everything is for what you need. Finally, after a long journey, he entered the first town in the Kingdom of Wind. He found a tavern at random, ordered a few local specialties, and ordered a pot of wine. Just peanuts, eat and drink. Anyway, the alcohol content here is generally low, so it doesn't matter even if you drink. There are a few big men at the next table, who are big and strong, and you can tell they are locals at a glance. The faces are full of vicissitudes and wrinkles. Poor workers. Have you heard? We have to pay a lot of money to the Land of Fire and Konoha this time. It's almost not enough even if we empty the entire treasury. Alas, everyone knows this. If you want to blame someone, blame that damn Orochimaru. The damn guy not only deceived us and caused such a huge loss, but also assassinated Lord Kazekage. Who said it wasn't? I really hope that the young boy Shira from Konoha can kill Orochimaru with one sword and avenge us. Yes. Kill that bastard, he hurt us so badly. These workers cursed Orochimaru together. The civilians who have not received much education and have read books are basically like this, swearing. Simple to the point of stupidity. They didn't think that if the sand village hadn't been greedy, there wouldn't be so many messes waiting to be cleaned up. The most important thing is, cooperating with Orochimaru is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Tsunade had explained the whole cause and effect of the last Nine Tails incident. At that time, she was still complaining that if she could keep an eye on Naruto, these things might not have happened. Or, if Hitaki Kusuo could arrive later, she could also stabilize Orochimaru and rescue Naruto in advance. Hitaki Kusuo just smiled when he heard Tsunade's words. Because of the third Hokage, the whole village doesn't like Naruto very much. If you want to protect him, you must have strong people like Kakashi or Jiraiya to watch over him day and night. Otherwise, it is extremely difficult to protect his safety. As for the timing of his arrival, with the character of Orochimaru, I am afraid that in the end, no matter whether Tsunade treats him or not, whether Hitaki Kusuo arrives early or late, the Nine Tails rampage is inevitable. Don't try to guess the thinking of a madman. This is a truth that Hitaki Kusuo has known for a long time. Not to mention the thinking of a scientific madman. Just thinking. There were whispers again. Do you know? There is a big problem in the land of demons. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Kusuo Hitaki. What do you mean? Oh, I only heard about this from my relatives. It seemed to be some words like monster, evil spirit, seal, etc. I don't understand it very well. But the situation seems to be very tense. I suspect you are hinting at our village, and I have evidence. I didn't, you are talking nonsense. I don't know anything. What a triple denial. The people here talk funny. Kusuo Hitaki was happy in his heart, and recalled things about the land of demons in his mind. If my memory is correct, there seems to be a witch who has been in charge of the entire country for generations. It seems that the witch seems to be very beautiful. Who cares? If there is a chance to go there, it is a must to meet the witch. Left the town overnight. Hitaki Kusuo not only needs to rush to Sand Village, but also needs to arrive there before the envoy team arrives. The reason is simple. Tsunade, the newly appointed Hokage, can think of this problem. The high-level officials of Sand Village, such as Kaharu Udatane and the elders of Mitomono, can't think of it. They must have made full preparations long ago, waiting for the envoys of Konoha to fall into the trap. Openly killing is impossible. He has not guessed the specific means at present. Therefore, they have to break in first to see if there is anything to gain. Walking. Hitaki Kusuo suddenly stopped and said coldly to the person behind him. Come out. As soon as the voice fell. Sure enough, two ninjas came out from the back, wearing the forehead protectors of the Wind Country. They looked at each other. They immediately recognized the Konoha forehead protector on Hitaki Kusuo's head. They started to make seals without saying a word. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. They cooperated with each other, blowing out extremely strong wind from their mouths, and suddenly blew Hitaki Kusuo. The latter flicked his finger lightly. Draw the sword and put it away. The action was done in one go. This ordinary sea-level ninjutsu was cut off by a sword. The sword energy continued to rush. Puff. Puff. The legs of the two Sand Village ninjas were cut off, and blood splattered. Such a pinnacle of swordsmanship. The two ninjas were stunned at once. Stunned. Unexpectedly hit a wall. Resisting the pain from their bodies, they opened their mouths in horror. You are the young Shura of Konoha. Hitaki Kusuo smiled lightly. You actually know me. Tell me, why are you following me and attacking me right away? He deliberately didn't cut off the necks of the two Sand Village ninjas, just to save their lives, hoping to get some information out of them. What a pity. Haha. Dream on. You Konoha bastards are trying to destroy our foundation, so just give up on taking advantage of us. Our elders have already arranged everything, just waiting for you to fall into their trap. One of them laughed wildly. The other one also laughed disdainfully. Hitaki Kusuo, who saw this scene, didn't waste any words, and waved his sword again to send them to see the third case cage. The situation seems to be a bit similar to what I guessed. Touching his chin. Hitaki Kusuo seemed to be thinking. The attitude of the two guys just now has already revealed everything. The sand village must have secretly made preparations long ago, just waiting for the people of Konoha to fall into their trap. Otherwise, the two of them would not have used ninjutsu to attack as soon as they saw me. They must have received an order to kill the Konoha spies on sight. One tail. Unlikely. That guy seemed to have been hurt by 5 or 6 of his own swords. Even if the tailed beasts had strong recovery and their souls had healed. But the pain and fear deep in his memory must exist. It's not like he's a perfect Jinchuriki, so the one tail can't help. Gaara. Even more nonsense. Shaked his head. Hitaki Kusuo really couldn't think of what the sand village had to do with Konoha. No matter whether it was high-end combat power or middle and lower-level ninjas, they were all not on the same level. The only thing they could show off was an uncontrolled tailed beast. It seems. Only after arriving in person can we know what the sand village's high-level officials are up to. Chapter 104. After killing 2 insignificant shunins, Hitaki Kusuo had no time to waste. Since it was confirmed that the sand village had set a trap and was secretly plotting, he needed to get there faster and clear the roadblocks in advance. Hitaki Kusuo took out a detailed map of the Wind Country from his arms. According to the precise landmarks, he could reach the sand village as long as he crossed a medium-sized desert. He put away his sword. Kusuo Hitaki prepared some water and food and set off immediately. In less than half a day, he had walked out of the town and came to the desert shown on the map. Whoosh! The wind was raging. The dust was everywhere. The closer to the interior of the Wind Country, the more desolate areas like this there would be. It was no wonder that there were so few ninjas in the sand village, and most of them pursued the elite route. It was because there were too few arable lands and insufficient food production. Without food, there would be no core driving force for population growth, and naturally there would be no more resources to cultivate ninjas. In addition, the resources of the Wind Country were limited. It was the greatest effort of the sand village to set up a ninja school like Konoha. The wind and sand were still blowing. It had a unique dry smell. If you were not prepared, once someone got lost here, the consequences would not be difficult to imagine. Occasionally, there would be small sandstorms passing by, but they were eventually flattened by Kusuo Hitaki's sword. Anyway, there are few people here. No one would see his sword energy at all. It would be great if there was such an open flat land near Konoha. In such an environment, I could practice the conversion of various breathing styles without restraint. Kusuo Hitaki thought to himself. The former Konoha training ground has been eliminated for him. After all, if he used his full strength, 2 or 3 swords could flatten it. There. He was restricted instead. Although there are many forests and grasslands in the Land of Fire, there are also many rivers, waterfalls, and rocks. Therefore, the Land of Wind is really a good place to test large-scale ninjutsu. Comparing the difference in terrain between the two countries. Kusuo Hitaki frowned, his eyes fixed on a place in the distance. Suddenly, he felt 2 powerful breathing sounds. The direction came from the southeast. In terms of intensity, it was the same direction as his route. In this place where no one lives, there are 2 powerful ninjas waiting. If they say they are just passing by, Kusuo Hitaki doesn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Suo Hitaki discovered these 2 breaths. Coincidentally, the owner of these 2 breaths also discovered him. Yoho tilde, I didn't expect to meet a living person in such a bad place, how interesting. The voice sounded with the arrogance of a young man and the arrogance of a madman. What nonsense, just kill him directly. Hey, we have been rushing for such a long time, and finally met a living person here, why are you shouting and killing, wouldn't it be better to catch him and taste my heart? You are so long-winded. Be careful or I will kill you. Come if you have the guts. You and I are talking. The 2 quarreling voices are getting closer and closer. Kusuo Hitaki holds the sword in his hand, ready to attack at any time. He has basically judged the identities of the 2. Deidara. Scorpion of the Red Sand. I didn't expect to run into the Akatsuki duo here. Very strange. Why did they come here? On the other side. The moment the two saw Hitaki Kusuo, they also noticed the Konoha forehead protector on his head. Immediately. Scorpion smiled. Great, didn't the mission say that we have to kill all the Konoha ninjas in the Kingdom of Wind? We are really lucky to run into one so soon. You or I. The faint words came out of his mouth. It seems disdainful. As if killing this person is just a casual thing. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm going to let this guy see what real art is. Deidara stood in front excitedly, and immediately stuffed some white clay from his pocket into his palm. There was a creepy mouth there, chewing it in big mouthfuls. Soon. He made more than a dozen spiders made of white clay. Hitaki Kusuo held the sword. He looked at the two people with interest. At this point, he now fully understood what the Sand Village's conspiracy was. It turned out that the bounty was spent and hooked up with the Akatsuki organization. This behavior is understandable. After all, the Akatsuki organization is now in the stage of making money for the whole ninja world to prepare for collecting tailed beasts. There is no hatred with the 5 major countries. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning have cooperated with it more times. This move is not to be said to be vicious. The members of the Akatsuki organization are basically all villains, powerful S-level rebels. Especially in pairs. With mutual understanding and strength cooperation, it is not it is comparable to 2 cage-level people. And the delegation sent by Konoha. At most, they are elite Jonin-level people. When the time comes, the ninjas of Sand Village will attack from both inside and outside, and it will not be difficult to wipe out all the people of Konoha. Good. Really good. What a good calculation. If I hadn't come, let alone compensate for the losses, the people of Konoha would have been finished. Hitaki Kusuo's eyes have already revealed a little murderous intent. Competition between major powers is commonplace. But the money for the Akatsuki organization is not small. Even if it is not as much as the compensation to Konoha, it is basically more than half. But these people would rather throw the money out and feed it to the notorious rebel ninja organization, rather than go through the formal channels to compensate Konoha in exchange for prisoners. Put the blame on someone else. The black heart has not changed. Deidara, with his blonde hair braided, has raised his right hand at this moment, and shouted cruelly and excitedly. Detonating clay. Spiders, explode. The next second. The dozen or so white clay spiders the size of a human head immediately crawled over from the desert. Jumped up. In the blink of an eye, they covered the body of Kusuo Hitaki, who was standing there motionless. Bang! A shocking explosion. The clay spider exploded instantly, with a terrible impact, and soared into the sky with bright yellow flames. A large pit appeared on the ground. The sand was blown black by the power of the explosion, showing the trend of silicon crystals. Haha. This lucky guy died after seeing real art, so lucky. Deidara looked at the black sand pit produced by the explosion on the ground and laughed. Tisk. Scorpion tisked disdainfully. From beginning to end, he never moved. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Turning around. The scorpion was about to leave. However. Swish. A shining sword light came towards him. The sword energy of dozens of meters was dazzling and bright, with a scorching high temperature, melting the sand along the way. There was a crackling sound. What? The scorpion, who was about to leave, had his pupils shrunken and was shocked by the terrifying sword energy. Fei Liuhu back tail sting. In a hurry, Scorpion hurriedly injected chakra from the giant scorpion tail behind him and attacked the sword energy that was coming towards him. But it was like winter snow meeting summer sun. The scorpion tail made of his body could not resist for even a second. One sword. It melted instantly under this sword. The sword energy whistled and slashed. The red sand scorpion widened his eyes and watched his body split into 2 and fell on the desert. Then. Tap 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 tilde tilde. A red-clothed figure holding a sword with an indifferent expression walked step by step from the dust. You are not dead. Deidara also reacted. The sword energy just now made him surprised and suspicious, and he felt a little familiar. Beside him, the yellow sand swelled up and gradually gathered into Scorpion's body. Scorpion also looked at the sword-holding boy with a serious face. Sand clone. The reaction is quite fast. Hitaki Kusuo's face remained indifferent, and he swung out a gorgeous sword flower with the sword in his hand. This time, he pointed directly at them. What a powerful swordsmanship, it reminds me of someone. Scorpion narrowed his eyes, and slowly spoke in a cold tone, his expression no longer so contemptuous. Deidara recovered. Art. Art. 0 Please give me flowers. Deidara seemed to have met an opponent who could fully appreciate the beauty of his explosive art, and his expression became more and more excited. Dancing like a child. Deidara's performance made Scorpion even more disgusted. Seeing this scene, Hitaki Kusuo sneered. There really is no normal person in the Akatsuki organization. Detonating clay. Soul manipulation technique. Deidara quickly took out a handful of white clay from his pocket, and then chewed it in his palm. A few seconds, 3 people the puppets were created. They have the flexibility of the human body, except that they have no intelligence, and their actions are no different. And under Deidara's control. Immediately found the position of Hitaki Kusuo. Once my soul-controlled technique causes a wound, it will immediately cause an explosion. Your sword is ineffective against this move, ha ha ha. Deidara, who seemed to have won, laughed crazily and explained it to Hitaki Kusuo. Hitaki Kusuo understood in his heart. So that's it. If his sword hits the puppet, the explosion of the puppet will kill him. He was therefore restricted and dared not swing his sword. The white clay puppet entangled with him can also be detonated under Deidara's control. In short, it is a restraining skill against physical ninjas. What a pity. Who told you that I must use the blade to cut the enemy? 0. Hitaki Kusuo holds the sword and draws it. Swish. It was extremely terrifying. The red sword energy slashed across the sky. With a casual touch, it cut through the clay dolls walking on the road. Boom. The 3 clay dolls were damaged and exploded, and a cloud of dust suddenly rose at the scene. Idiot. How can you tell the enemy the characteristics of your ninjutsu on the battlefield? The corners of the scorpion's eyes in the body of Fei Liuhu jumped, and Deidara's stupidity made him almost go berserk. You are the idiot. Only this can be considered true art. Deidara did not show any weakness and immediately retorted. But his hand was dissatisfied. A large amount of clay was stuffed into the palm of his hand again, and a huge white bird was spit out. He sat on it in one step. The bird flapped its wings and flew into the sky in the blink of an eye. Deidara laughed and continued to feed clay to the mouth of his palm. The next second, a terrifying scene appeared. The sky was filled with white little birds, and probably only thumbs laughed. Thousands and thousands. Flying in the air. Almost surrounding the entire desert world. Sitting in the air, Deidara looked at Kusuo Hitaki below with great confidence. Now your sword can't cut my clay, art is explosion. Explode for me. Boom. 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 A series of dense explosions. The earth-shaking explosion sounded. The white little flying birds all over the sky burst in an instant, and the whole sky was overturned by the bright yellow explosion wave. The powerful force strangled everything. The range and power of this move are impeccable, and there is no possibility of survival for people on the ground. The scorpion in the red amber sneered, thinking that this idiot finally got smart once. In this way, this boy with a sword is dead. However, a clear laugh sounded, accompanied by a clear voice. Thunder breathing sixth form. Lightning and thunder. Swish. A golden flash in an instant. Kusuo Hitaki stood still like a pin, looking at the clay birds exploding all over the sky. He kept swinging out the sword energy shining with golden lightning. 1,000 swords per second. With himself as the center, Kusuo Hitaki quickly released countless lightning-like slashes in all directions. Bang! 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 The thunder shook the earth. The bird bombs that were all over the sky just now were completely cleared out by the lightning. In the air, there was also a white trail of smoke that turned sharply downward and fell to the ground. When Deidara stood up from the ground, his long golden hair had been burned into an afro. He was in a mess. Scorpion's eyes suddenly became solemn, and he was shocked and shouted that it was impossible. Sword energy of this level. Can it really be swung by a human? She. Chapter 105. Sizzle. The lightning gradually dissipated. The sky was cleared by lightning. At this moment, the sky, which was filled with yellow sand all day long, was rare and clear. The sky was clear. As if a piece of pure land was artificially cleared. This kid, there is something strange. Scorpion stared at the figure of Hitaki Kusuo, and the guess in his heart became more certain. Ahem. Deidara's face was burnt by the electric current, and he couldn't see it clearly. He spit out the sand that accidentally entered his mouth and wiped his face in embarrassment. The burnt black stains were wiped clean, revealing a striped face, which was very funny. Only his eyes were bright and energetic. He was not affected by the failure just now. Is it the guy who slashed the sword last time? Deidara was like Scorpion. He was not stupid. He guessed the identity of Hitaki Kusuo at the same time. Although after that day, Afe and Uchiha Itachi kept silent about the description of that person. But the identity of Konoha ninja was set in stone. We both belong to Konoha. We both belong to the sword-wielding boy. Another exaggerated sword attack. Hey! They would never believe that Konoha could produce a second swordsmanship monster like this. You killed that trash Kisame, didn't you? Thinking of this, Scorpion's eyes gradually turned cold, and he asked unkindly. In response, Hitaki Kusuo smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to be so rude to your companions. 740. Yes, I killed him, but I think that guy Hoshigaki Kisame the strength is not weak, at least it can withstand a lot of my swords. And you? Hitaki Kusuo smiled. Pointed the sword at Deidara and Scorpion. How many swords can you block? Hitaki Kusuo's arrogant words immediately made Scorpion's pupils shrink, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. You are too arrogant. Bang! 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 3 white smokes lit up slowly, and 3 puppets suddenly appeared in front of Scorpion. Crow. Black ant. Salamander. Mainly attack, capture and defend respectively. At this time, Scorpion of the Red Sand was completely enraged by Hitaki Kusuo's words. Swoosh. The thin line of chakra in his hand flashed. The 2 puppets, Crow, and Black Ant, in front of him moved, and instantly killed in front of Hitaki Kusuo. Swish. People the puppet's own short knife slashed through, and the sharp movement brought a white light. Powerful and cold. It was glowing with a dark purple light, obviously containing a deadly poison. Hitaki Kusuo knew that when fighting with this kind of puppet, he must not be cut by it. Otherwise, the poison will immediately attack your heart. You will die in a very short time. After, Crow swung the knife. The capture device of Black Ant was also immediately activated. A vice-like claw was half the size of a meter. It grabbed towards Hitaki Kusuo's head. Fast. Fast enough that the puppet left an afterimage. Accurate. Accurate enough that he didn't miss any chance, and the timing of attack and capture was perfect. He is indeed a master of puppets. A puppet manipulator at the level of Cage. The only person in the entire ninja world who can be compared with Scorpion's puppet control technique is Granny Chio of the Sand Ninja. And the latter's chakra and methods are not even as good as the one in front of him. However, facing this combination of attacks that came in the blink of an eye, Hitaki Kusuo was not panicked at all. Indeed, Scorpion's insight is very sharp. This knife and claw did not leave him any room to swing the knife. But can't cut doesn't mean can't chop. The heavy breathing suddenly changed. The aura of Hitaki Kusuo changed, and this heavy pressure made the sand and dust under his feet ripple in a circle. Rock breathing one form. Serpentine. Bipolar. The blade and scabbard were swung out at the same time. It smashed into the bodies of the 2 puppets like a meteor hammer. Bang. The powerful force. Suddenly, the chakra line connected to the hands of the Red Sand Scorpion suddenly felt the power of 10,000 kilograms, and his hands began to tremble slightly. He was about to lose control of the puppet's movements. However, even if he could control it, it would be useless. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Crow and Black Ant were directly chopped into pieces by Kusuo Hitaki, who jumped up and chopped them down with a sword and a scabbard. A hole more than 10 meters in size was hammered out. Steel, screws, chakra lines and other puppet parts flew all over the sky and fell to the ground. What kind of method is this? Scorpion couldn't understand why the enemy who had just swung two amazing swords actually used such a violent attack. That kind of momentum and strength. It didn't look like the work of a sharp swordsman at all. It was more like the work of a giant 2 or 3 meters tall. Scorpion looked at the completely shattered puppet fragments on the ground with distressed eyes. That was his hard work. Bang! Another white smoke flashed. Another powerful puppet appeared. Its summons made the air condense. Hitaki Kusuo was calm and unconcerned, reaching out to pull out the blade and scabbard that were deep underground. Looking at the puppet that Scorpion summoned again. It was no one else. It was the puppet made by the third cage who had mastered the change of magnet properties. Walla! The chakra of the cage level roared to the sky, rolling up gusts of air. The wind and sand moved under Scorpion's feet. Next to him, Deidara, who had quickly tidied up his image, pouted his lips and muttered in dissatisfaction. You actually got all this out. Well, I can't beat you. The moment he saw the third cage puppet, Deidara gave up the idea of competing with Scorpion for the head. Ignoring Deidara, who was a fool in Scorpion's eyes, Scorpion in the body of Hirahoku began to inject chakra into the third cage frantically. For a moment, the third cage puppet, which had originally drooped its head, began to sweep up the surrounding airflow. Buzz. Powerful momentum. The yellow sand swirled around him. The earth began to shake slightly, as if something was about to come out from the ground. The same was true for the sky. The sky, which had just been thundered by the lightning and thunder of Hitaki Kusuo's Thunder Call 6 type, was once again surging with yellow sand and covered with a dim color. The third cage. He is strong in that he can not only control the yellow sand, but also extract magnets from the yellow sand. Magnetic escape. Sand iron attack. Buzz. The earth and the sky suddenly drilled out tiny fragments like black bugs, all of them were made of hard iron sand. The air only buzzed for a moment, and immediately swarmed towards Hitaki Kusuo's body. Like flying ants passing through, covering the sky and the sun. It's not hard to imagine. If these tiny magnets were shot into a person's body, they would definitely make thousands of tiny blood holes. Such a range of ninjutsu. It's really not simple. Hitaki Kusuo stared at the sweeping the magnets that came from all over the sky. He turned around with a magnificent sword energy. Swish. Slash. The sword energy whistled out with a flash of lightning. The lightning met the conductive magnets, interrupting the control of the magnets by the third cage puppet. After a brief struggle, they all fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, although Scorpion's expression changed slightly, he still had the calmness of winning. Nice lightning attribute sword energy. But when my chakra is condensed to the extreme, the magnets are no longer tiny grains of sand, but indestructible steel. Scorpion shouted. Magnetic escape. Sand iron rain. Buzz. Buzz. The earth was shaking. The magnets that were just cut down by Kusuo Hitaki suddenly rose into the air and gathered together. Then, the sky and the earth rushed in like crazy as if they had found a gap, and black ant-sized magnets kept shooting out of the yellow sand. And finally gathered together. A magnet block that is more than 10 meters in size lies across the sky, and the black mass gives people a strong sense of oppression. Swish. As fast as the wind. As fierce as a tiger. After the magnet blocks are gathered. Suddenly, countless marble-shaped sand irons are shot down. The speed of these sand irons is amazing, and the power is as unstoppable as a large-scale shotgun. In the air where they are fired, they actually turn into needle-shaped rain spikes, glowing purple-black light. Also highly poisonous. What a pity. Facing the super-strong range ninjutsu attack that is enough to make any Jonin or even a shadow-level master numb. Hitaki Kusuo didn't even move his feet. He didn't change his face. Calmly raised the sword in his hand. Swish. 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 Sword light dancing. The extremely fast sword energy blocked in front of him. Like an elliptical light curtain. Standing in front of Hitaki Kusuo indestructibly. Thousands of times per second. Each time the sword is swung, it will bring about the afterimage of the sword, and the sword light will flash in an instant. The sword flashes like lightning. Even the wind and sand around Kusuo Hitaki turned into powder under the high-speed rotation of the sword energy. The seemingly invincible sand iron rain melted away. No progress. How is it possible? Scorpion's hands suddenly clenched, and the chakra line controlling the third-generation wind shadow puppet also trembled. An incredible look flashed in his eyes. The sword energy barrier of Kusuo Hitaki broke through his cognition. When did the ninja world rely solely on swinging the sword to block all attacks? Moreover, it is a high-intensity, high-density shotgun-like attack like sand iron rain. If there is, why has he never heard of this method? Deep shock appeared on Scorpion's face. On the other side, Kusuo Hitaki slashed out with the last sword, completely crushing all the oncoming attacks. He smiled and stepped forward. The sword shone with golden light. You've been fighting for so long, it's time for me to take action, right? Just as the voice fell. Buzz. A strong buzzing sound rang out. But this time, it was no longer the sound of magnets gathering in the sky. It was the sword in Kusuo Hitaki's hand, buzzing excitedly. There were lightning streaks wrapped around the golden sword, crackling in a ball. It was as sharp as the screams of thousands of birds. Thunder breathing form 1. Thunderbolt flash. Swish. A sword. Lightning flashed. There was only a thick golden lightning in the sky. Boom. The sand under Kusuo Hitaki's feet was suddenly pressed down by the huge impact force. It was like a tearing thunder. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared at the other end of the field of vision. The head of the puppet made by the third cage was raised high. It fell to the ground with a thump. Scorpion's face was filled with shock, and his heart was like a raging storm. He looked at the headless third cage puppet in the sky with horror. There were still sparks on it, and its internal structure had been completely destroyed. He did not see the movement of the sword at all. There was no afterimage. Everything happened so suddenly. It was as if time was stopped and cut off for a second. 1 second later, Hitaki Kusuo cut off his strongest puppet. This. Deidara, who was originally standing aside to watch the battle, was stunned. In his opinion, since Scorpion had already sacrificed the third cage puppet, the entire battlefield had nothing to do with him. But that sword. It reminded him of the first time he met Itachi. That pair of Sharingan also shocked him deeply. No. Itachi's eyes. It was definitely not as shocking as the style of this sword. Art. This is art. But my art is more perfect. More powerful. Deidara felt his body trembling slightly, and laughed wildly. Because, art is explosion. Chapter 106. Scorpion was shocked by the speed and sharpness of Hitaki Kusuo's swordsmanship. The sword energy was beyond imagination. It was like a blow from a god, so terrifying. Since joining the Akatsuki organization, what strange blood limit and ninjutsu abilities have not been seen in the entire ninja world when carrying out missions? Even as strong as a village, the shadow of the third cage. The third cage could only die at his hands with hatred. He finally understood why Uchiha Itachi and Afe remained silent that day. Anyone who encounters such a monster will doubt their lives. Once, Scorpion disdained the fact that Hoshigaki Kisame died in a child much younger than him. He took it for granted that it was just that Hoshigaki Kisame was too weak and unworthy of being with them. Now that I think about it, I was too arbitrary. I don't know that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. These days. Never underestimate anyone. Deidara, this guy is very strong, you must be careful when dealing with him. Scorpion reminded Deidara behind him in a low voice. Such a powerful opponent is worth the two of them fighting together. However. C2. Dragon. An excited shout. Deidara has already taken out a huge lump of detonating clay from his pocket. The big mouth in the palm chewed, and a white ferocious clay dragon was born. The C2 dragon bomb surrounded Deidara and flew in the direction of his finger. Huh. It was extremely fast. It brought up whistling sand. Once the clay dragon bomb, which was more than 10 meters long, exploded, it would definitely make a lot of noise. Scorpion was standing very close to him at the moment, and it was conceivable that he would be affected once it exploded. Sure enough, he is a bastard. With a curse, he didn't care about the attack process of the clay dragon bomb, and the red sand scorpion retreated. At the same time, a mixed sound of mechanical and chakra fluctuations sounded, and then it drilled out of the body of the Amur. Various prosthetic limbs and spider-like tentacles grew from the back of the body. These tentacles helped him stand in the air and look down at the battlefield on the ground. Hitaki Kusuo was not in a hurry. He had seen it. Deidara's explosion art will have a very good effect on some ninjas with weak attack range. It can completely limit those ninjas who are pure physical skills or only know ninjutsu such as fireball. The means are too monotonous. He only needs to stand behind and keep throwing bombs made of detonating clay, and he can wear down the opponent. The most important thing is that Deidara can even fly in the air. Drop bombs from the sky to kill you. How can ordinary people play with him? There is no way to fight. What a pity. You met me. You were really unlucky. Hitaki Kusuo chuckled and swung the blade in his hand twice. The cross-shaped sword energy was cut out in an instant. Attached with golden lightning, the sword energy was like lightning. Swish. Two knife-cutting sounds were heard. The dragon more than 10 meters long was directly cut into 3 pieces. Boom. The dragon whose main body was damaged exploded. All of a sudden, the dust and sand at the scene were blown up. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. The terrible sound of the explosion swept across the earth, turning up waves of sand. The sand was rolling like waves, rolling up layer after layer. It didn't stop until it reached the feet of Hitaki Kusuo. Idiot. Scorpion mocked Deidara's rash behavior in a low voice, and was very dissatisfied with his rash attack just now. If he hadn't reacted in time, it is very likely that he would have suffered an unexpected disaster. If there was not a powerful enemy on the battlefield that needed to be dealt with together, Scorpion of the Red Sand would have recovered the situation long ago. He raised his hands high. There were countless fine chakra lines on them. Blue chakra waves surged out, and the violent power of the shadow-level strongman instantly pulled out a full 100 puppets. Red secret technique. 100 machines operation. Deidara, I'll make a feint, you fly to the sky to assist me. Scorpion shouted at Deidara, his hands flipping like flowers. Immediately, hundreds of puppets rushed towards Hitaki Kusuo. Each puppet held a blade, or fired a sharp shuriken, or spit out high-temperature flames. In short, all kinds of strange and various abilities. This is Scorpion's most powerful skill. Once used, the power is earth-shattering. The sky and the ground are full of enemy puppets. There is also a golden-haired Deidara sitting on a huge white bird flying in the sky behind him. Hitaki Kusuo's eyes became serious. There are too many enemies. And they are either in the sky, underground, or on the ground from all directions. Ordinary sword skills can't kill the enemy effectively. Even if you use breathing skills, it won't work. The only means. It is the 6th type of thunder breathing, thunder and lightning. The puppets are crushed one by one through high-speed lightning sword energy. But Deidara will not be able to take care of it. In the eyes of Kusuo Hitaki, Deidara is even more dangerous than Scorpion of the Red Sand. As his ultimate art, there is no possibility of escape once he explodes. In short, the 5 basic breathing schools cannot defend against the attack of these two people. Then, we can only try the derivative breathing method that has never been used. After quickly analyzing the situation on the scene, Kusuo Hitaki's mind was clear and his eyes became sharp. The breathing in his body suddenly changed, and his body became more agile and elegant than the water breathing. The sword body, the gold color, also quietly changed to pure white. There was not a single flaw. The 5th form of the haze breathing. The sea of haze clouds. A mist suddenly filled the scene. The appearance of the mist hid the entire body of Hitaki Kusuo. Scorpion, who was controlling the 100 machines, suddenly found that he could not find the other party. He cast his horrified eyes at Deidara in the sky, wanting him to provide visual protection in the sky. However, what shocked him was that Deidara seemed to be looking for the other party as well. Suddenly, a red figure flashed in the pure white mist, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Scorpion's eyes fixed. There. Then, all the puppets of the Red Secret Technique 100 machines were instantly chopped with swords and axes, and electricity, fire and water came together. Directly flattened the white mist for a short time, revealing the original yellow desert. No one. No corpse. An unprecedented sense of horror climbed into Scorpion's mind. Even his body, which had long been transformed into a puppet, felt cold sweat and his hair stood up. Swish. A flash of white light. A straight sword energy suddenly attacked. Thick clouds and fog rolled along the way, turning into a smooth line. Swish. All the puppets on this straight line were cut open, and the parts fell to the ground. Then, the red figure disappeared again. It was so elusive that it was impossible to deal with it. Tricky. Extremely tricky. Scorpion had never seen such a difficult enemy. The boy who could only change the sword energy with 4 attributes described by a Fae. After they met him, he actually used the 5th attribute change. Even. There was also this mysterious and strange white fog attribute. Who on earth was this sacred person? How did Konoha cultivate such a perverted talent? A chill slowly climbed up his heart from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, another straight line flashed in the thick fog. With white light and a red dress. Scorpion lost more than a dozen puppets again. Faced with this situation, Scorpion of the Red Sand could no longer keep calm and shouted to the sky. Deidara, use your C-type explosives to blow up this white fog. Don't worry about me. Deidara, who was on the white bird far away in the sky, heard it. At first he was stunned. The Red Secret Technique 100 machines operation is Scorpion's treasure. How could he let himself bomb at will? He was in the sky and didn't know the fear in Scorpion's heart on the ground. If that person could assassinate his puppet in the thick fog, he could assassinate his body. If he didn't crack this trick, the consequences would be unimaginable. Haha. Scorpion, you said that. C3, Arta's explosion. Number 18. A huge white puppet-shaped clay bomb fell from the sky. It gradually grew bigger in the process. Deidara's happy and crazy voice sounded. Scorpion's eyes twitched when he heard it. This bastard. Let him drop a bomb to clear the white fog. He actually used something like number 18. This thing. But it can easily blow up a village. At that time, not only will the other party die, but he will definitely not survive. He felt that he still underestimated the bastard level of this idiot. He didn't care about the hundreds of puppets in his hand. Scorpion. Run away. Hitaki Kusuo frowned and looked at the puppet bomb number 18 falling from the sky. This move. He was so impressed. In the original plot, Deidara used this move to almost flatten the entire sand village. If it weren't for Gaara using all his strength to create a wall of sand to resist, the entire sand village would be destroyed. However, fortunately, the speed is not fast. During the landing, it will absorb chakra and gradually expand. The first form of the breath of the sky. The sky is far away. A straight white sword marked past. The still expanding puppet bomb number 18 was shattered. Boom. It exploded directly in midair. Even because it was too close to Deidara. The shock wave of the explosion made the white bird under him fluctuate up and down, and almost fell from it. After solving this fatal threat, Hitaki Kusuo turned around and looked at the madly fleeing red sand scorpion. Without the puppet, he was even worse than some elite jonin. There was no way he would let red sand scorpion go. He increased his grip. Buzz. A slight tremor. The pure white sword suddenly turned into a deep crimson. Red blade, open. Kasumi breathing fourth form. Horizontal slash. Hitaki Kusuo aimed at Scorpion's back and whispered, and the red blade in his hand cut out a white mist-like sliding line. His body was still hidden in the mist that appeared around him. Instantly. Dash and slash. A fear of death suddenly surged into Scorpion's heart. Before he could react. Puff. Scorpion of the red sand found that his body seemed to be getting farther and farther away from his head, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Until the end. He focused his eyes on Hitaki Kusuo who was about to disappear in the white mist. Finally, he murmured. How many kinds of swordsmanship does this monster know? How many attributes of sword energy slashes has he mastered? Eyelids were heavy. Until now, Scorpion has not been able to get it clear. Only the image in my mind freezes the moment when the red-clothed boy swings his sword. I still can't stop it. Ellipsis. This is Scorpion's last thought. Chapter 107. Scorpion is dead. Both ends of the body. Lost helplessly on the ground. The wind and sand blew, and waves of sand and dust soon submerged his body. In the sky. Deidara got into position and managed to stabilize his body that was almost overturned by the blast. If he was blown down by his own bomb, he would be the first person in the world. Send it back to the Akatsuki organization. He would definitely be laughed at by other companions. Deidara quickly turned his head and looked down to see if Scorpion saw him in such an embarrassing scene. The next second. His face was stunned. The white fog had disappeared. On the desert that was constantly blowing up the wind and sand, there were only parts of the 100 machines operation that were chopped into countless pieces. The red secret technique 100 machines operation was chopped into pieces. This. Deidara temporarily suppressed the shock in his heart. He moved his sight and continued to look for Scorpion. Soon. He saw it. A thin, red-haired head of a familiar figure stuck in the yellow sand. There was also a body that was about to be buried in the yellow sand. Seeing this. Deidara's pupils suddenly shrank. Finally, he murmured. Scorpion, just left me to die. Deidara was a little dumbfounded, and cast an unbelievable look at another figure. Hitaki Kusuo stood with a sword. The strong wind blew his clothes, and his red clothes fluttered and rustled. Like the most elegant swordsman in the ninja world. Dancing with the sword. So. This guy just now. Killed his teammate with one sword. After a brief loss of consciousness. Deidara reacted immediately. A trace of discomfort flashed across his face. Although they had a bad relationship and often quarreled, the death of Scorpion still caused a certain impact on Deidara's heart, and he was not very comfortable. He shouted in the direction of Scorpion's corpse. Hey, you bastard, I wanted to let you see my ultimate secret, but I didn't expect that this time, you actually walked ahead of me. Then he turned his head and pointed at Hitaki Kusuo. There is no way, it seems that only you are the luckiest person. C4. Garuda. Deidara swallowed a lot of clay from his mouth, and his stomach expanded to 3 or 4 times the normal size. Then. He vomited out a puppet comparable to the size of the tailed beast. The puppet looked exactly like Deidara, and his movements were a little slow. But due to the difference in size. Every step taken by the giant Garuda puppet was comparable to the distance that Hitaki Kusuo teleported every time. Boom. 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 The heavy footsteps shook the ground. Every step seemed to be on the heart, shaking the heart and making it restless. Hitaki Kusuo was solemn. It seems. Deidara is the most difficult person to deal with. He can cut off all the small bombs with his sword at will. But once it comes to the C-series bombs at the ultimate level, each one is very difficult to deal with. This huge bomb that is as big as the tailed beast, what kind of fluctuation will it cause once it explodes? I'm afraid. The desert under my feet will be burned to ashes. It has to be feared. Haha. This is my art. Enjoy it. Deidara laughed wildly. Looking at his masterpiece, his eyes were full of madness. C4 Bomb Garuda. The interior is filled with small detonating spiders made of white detonating clay. A thorough chain reaction will occur at the moment of detonation. Finally. A large number of white detonating spiders will climb all over the enemy's body and explode together under the explosion of Garuda. This move, originally prepared to deal with Itachi's Sharingan, it is definitely worth using it on the person who defeated Uchiha Itachi. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Deidara seems to be about to see the greatest art in the world. The giant puppet is gradually approaching Hitaki Kusuo. Every step he takes shakes the world and greatly shortens the distance between it and Hitaki Kusuo. It's really stressful diaresis. He said that, but Hitaki Kusuo's mouth slightly raised, not so nervous. Actually, the answer to dealing with Deidara has long been explained in the original book. That is lightning release. During the Fourth Ninja World War, Deidara was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. It was because the paralysis effect of Omoi's lightning release offset the effect of the detonating clay. Therefore, Deidara's explosion was prevented. His battle with Sasuke. The same is true. After using the Chidori sharp lance, Sasuke beat Deidara and made him flee with his head in his hands. It was only after finding out the maximum range of Sasuke's Chidori sharp lance was 70 meters that he found a way to deal with it. However, my sword energy has no limit to the distance. A confident smile appeared on the corner of Hitaki Kusuo's mouth. Clang! A sound of sword. The pure white sword body turned into golden light again. Hu tilde. A wisp of hot white air came out from between his teeth. Hitaki Kusuo bent down slightly. His whole body was rippling with shocking thunder flowers, jumping wildly. In his eyes, flashing through the golden pupils like lava. Thunder breathing form 5. Heat realm thunder. Swish. Black thunder riots. Golden light flashes. Sword energy is like a rainbow, golden and black heat thunders entwine and surge. Like the distant rice soul, it splits into 3 intertwined thunder lines and bursts out. Boom. A black hole with a diameter of 1 meter suddenly appeared on the body of the giant clay doll bomb Garuda. There are also golden thunder and black heat thunder flashing out of the black hole. With crackling sounds, it rushed onto Garuda's entire body. Bang bang bang. A dense low explosion sounded. Like a misfired artillery shell. These detonating spiders scattered throughout Garuda's body deflated one after another. Lightning. Completely suppress the characteristics of the detonating clay. Lake soil. Damn it. Deidara in the sky looked angry, and his artwork that he had high expectations for was actually misfired. At this moment, there was a raging rage burning in his chest. He even forgot the death of his companion Scorpion, and just wanted to prove his art thoroughly. No matter. He made up his mind. Deidara took out all the remaining detonating clay. Continuously fed it into his mouth and palms. One after another, detonating spiders and detonating centipedes fell from the sky. Deidara threw them down desperately. The sky was full of white clay, blocking the scorching sun above. Feeling the coolness above, Hitaki Kusuo had doubts in his eyes. Isn't it a waste of time? Deidara, did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Even Garuda was completely defeated by his own lightning breathing. What's the use of these small bombs? Could it be that Deidara is anxious? After figuring this out, Kusuo Hitaki said to the troubled boy above him with a smile. It has come to this, are you getting anxious? Deidara was stunned. I am anxious. How could I be anxious? Immediately. Deidara remained silent, and threw the little spiders and centipedes down more diligently. Kusuo Hitaki on the ground was speechless. This guy is really a child with a problem in his brain. You are anxious. Art is explosion. Watch it, explosion. Deidara shouted in the sky. Boom. Immediately, the toys made of explosive clay in the air exploded. Boom. The terrifying air wave. Ripples were formed in circles. The entire sand layer on the ground was directly overturned, revealing the darker sand inside. However, the distance was too far. Only the air wave came. So Kusuo Hitaki gently waved the sword. The sword energy flashing like lightning easily blocked the shock wave of the explosion. What the hell is Deidara doing? He didn't even swing the sword to cut off these detonating clay toys, and he detonated them in advance. Could it be that he just wanted to set off a firework for himself? Suddenly, a trace of throbbing flashed through Kusuo Hataki's heart. It seemed that he suddenly lost a sense in his mind. That was the disappearing breathing of Deidara. According to his temperament, this problematic boy would never run away. Sure enough, Kusuo Hataki looked up. Deidara actually took advantage of the huge amount of sand and dust raised by the blast wave and flew over on a clay-white bird. There were already dense black lines on his body. They were all C4 detonating wires. This lunatic. Kusuo Hataki was surprised. He didn't know spiritualism. It is impossible to summon thousands of snakes to help block the wall like Sasuke did. So, buzz, lightning and thunder surged. The black stripes on Kusuo Hataki's forehead began to move after a long time. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a hot and noble red. Stripes, open. Kusuo Hataki's momentum suddenly increased again, and the lightning arcs on his body became more dense and dazzling. Zzz. Surrounded by a bull-thick lightning column, his pupils completely turned into dazzling pure gold. Bending down, Kusuo Hataki poured almost all his strength into his feet. Thunder breathing type 1. Thunder. Thunder. 1. Flash. The last word was spoken. Kusuo Hataki's body had disappeared. In an instant, only lightning and sparks were left on the ground. In the air, Deidara smiled grimly, intending to let the enemy witness the explosion of his ultimate art. The smile suddenly froze. The dense black C4 detonating wires in his body suddenly stopped firing. No matter how much chakra he injected, there was no response. The frozen face suddenly felt a lightning strike above his head. A figure like a god appeared above him at some point. The red clothes fluttered, wrapped in lightning like a lightning column. Violence. Excitement. Like a god descending to earth. Zhao Mahao, at that moment. Deidara found that his head and body were getting farther and farther away, and he watched the black-lined body fall to the ground helplessly. A clear voice sounded from above. See, this is the ultimate art. Its name is not explosion, but focus. Reach the pinnacle. Snap. Deidara's head also fell on the desert, and his eyes were open. His eyes were not straight. There was a daze in his eyes. Because the godlike man told him. His explosion was not art. The real art is called focus. Reach the pinnacle. It was the thunderbolt that shot up into the sky. Who? After landing on the ground, Hataki Kusuo took a deep breath. The sword just now was almost the fastest sword he had used all his strength. He destroyed the C4 line in Deidara's body before he got close. Sheathed the sword. Finished these tasks neatly. Hataki Kusuo ignored Deidara's body behind him. Instead, he came to the place where Scorpion died just now. He used the scabbard to flip up the dust covering it, and then picked up Scorpion's body. After searching his body, a scroll appeared in his hand. Opened it. The content inside was the cooperation between Sand Village and Akatsuki organization. He had known it in his mind. Kusuo Hataki guessed the result and was not surprised. He continued to look down. A square seal came into his sight. That was the seal of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind. Good. Chapter 108. After Kusuo Hataki dealt with the Akatsuki duo and crossed the desert, he immediately saw the sand village standing on the ground. The buildings here. All are made of sand and some special soil. Like a bunch of upside-down carrots, stuck in the ground. Due to his own size and the fact that Konoha lost a lot of manpower in the battle. Kusuo Hataki didn't even sense any breathing while walking on the road. There was not even a guard. It was too easy. He just broke in so easily. It seems that the Sand Village either lost a large number of ninjas in that operation, and their talents are really declining, or they are all lying in ambush waiting for the Konoha ninjas to fall into the trap. Hataki Kusuo hesitated, touched his chin and thought to himself, looked at the arc-shaped sand ninja wall, and jumped in. It is completely different from the bustling streets of Konoha. Walking on the streets of the sand village, there are not only no vendors shouting on both sides. There are not even a few shops. There are also very few pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, a few villagers are seen, and they are in a hurry, as if they have something urgent. It's really a depressing atmosphere. What policies do the high-level officials of the Sand Ninja pursue? The purpose of Hitaki Kusuo's trip is quite clear. According to the list on the mission book sent by the Wind Country to the Akatsuki organization, kill one if there is one. First, the Sand Ninjas Anbu and many high-level officials. Finally, go straight to the daimyo of the capital of the Wind Country. Since they dared to go back on their word and even joined forces with the rebel ninja organization to strangle the ninjas of Konoha. Then, naturally, they will have to bear the painful price of mission failure. With a flick of his thumb, the blade in Kusuo Hitaki's hand was instantly unsheathed. Buzz. The sword body trembled slightly. It made a buzzing sound. The scattered villagers on the road only then noticed that there was a young man in red standing with a sword. After a careful look, they were all shocked. The forehead of the young man in red holding a sword was a Konoha forehead protector. This is. The Konoha ninja is coming. Looking at the pedestrians who looked like they were facing a great enemy, Kusuo Hitaki just glanced at them slightly. He didn't even think of moving his sword. 743. They were just some ordinary people, and there was no reward for killing them. Kusuo Hitaki broke in openly and didn't think about hiding his identity. One glance. Glanced at them lightly. Boom. Without reservation. The aura that was condensed in the sea of blood and corpses pierced the hearts of the Sand Ninja villagers like a sword. At that moment, everyone seemed to be stared at by the god of death. The powerful aura frightened them so much that their livers and gallbladders were broken, their legs trembled, and they were afraid as if they were falling into an ice cellar. After 3 or 2 breaths, the whole body softened. Many people could not bear it and fainted directly. Only one girl. It seemed that she was still barely holding on. Hitaki Kusuo walked in front of the girl and lifted her chin. With a sword, the girl had a good figure, even comparable to Tsunade. What's your name? Facing the huge and cold aura that Hitaki Kusuo deliberately exuded, the girl's teeth trembled. My name is Yuno. Yuno. After saying that, Hitaki Kusuo had some impression of him. It seemed that he was an insignificant sand ninja medical ninja in the Fourth War. Well, but, since he was a genin, there is no need to kill. Hitaki Kusuo's target is not these civilians and genin. Soon. Continue to walk forward. Yuno's face turned slightly pale, and her lips lost their color. She even thought her life was coming to an end. These days, the village has been constantly exaggerating how terrible and hateful the Konoha ninjas are. They came to Sand Ninja this time just to kill. The top leaders and the Anbu encouraged everyone to take up arms, and all the ninjas who saw Konoha should attack bravely. Defend their homes. Therefore, Yuno's first reaction to seeing Hitaki Kusuo was that this boy was so handsome. The second reaction was that he was actually a Konoha ninja. Third, that was the last thought. His strength is too strong. Instant kill. He will be killed instantly. He is not a match at all. However, until the end, the boy did not use his sword to hurt anyone on the street. Instead, he left without looking back. The destination seems to be the location of the Sand Ninja Anbu. The Sand Ninja village's Anbu is very different from Konoha. It is not built underground, but built on the ground like a building. The sand here is too soft and it is difficult to support the excavation of underground caves. Looking at the tall gray building in front of him, Hitaki Kusuo smiled faintly. Just walked in with a sword. In the Sand Ninja Anbu building. There are almost half of the elite ninjas in the Sand Ninja village here. The perception ninjas responsible for garrisoning and defending almost popped their eyes out at this moment. What did they sense? Someone actually broke into the Sand Ninja Anbu building alone. What a joke. It's still a boy. After seeing the identity of the Konoha forehead protector on the visitor's forehead, they immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They all took out their weapons and sounded the alarm. Instantly. The alarm sounded loudly. Countless members of the Anbu rushed out. As a result, they found that the enemy was just one person. They were stunned. This amazing discovery almost made them dumbfounded. This is the Anbu of the Sand Village. The Anbu of the hidden village under the 5 major countries was actually invaded by someone in broad daylight today. This is the first time since the history of the Sand Ninja has been recorded. No one has ever been so arrogant and bold. Anbu ninjas are much stronger than ordinary ninjas, and they have some strange abilities. There are also various barriers. Even the cage-level ninjas dare not invade alone. Is this red-clothed boy from Konoha arrogant or ignorant? The next second, they got the answer. Kusuo Hitaki held the sword quietly, and saw that the people coming were basically almost there. Buzz. Swept out with a sword. Puff. With a golden and red-hot sword energy. It broke through all the facilities on the first floor in an instant. Fast. Too fast. Everything happened in a short time. These Anbu ninjas only felt their bodies getting hot, and their abdomens felt as if there was a burning pain. Then they found that their legs and heads were getting farther and farther away, and finally fell to the ground. Blood splattered. Flowed all over the ground. Everyone was cut in half. One sword. Killed all the defending ninjas in seconds. This guy. It's the sword-wielding Shira from Konoha. Damn, Konoha actually sent that monster here. Before they died, they saw the power of that sword and finally realized the true identity of Kusuo Hitaki. But no matter how shocked and surprised everyone was, they were powerless to speak. Calmly sheathed the sword. Kusuo Hitaki stepped over their bodies expressionlessly and walked calmly deeper. They were all Chunin-level Anbu. No one could withstand the power of Kusuo Hitaki's sword. Due to the sand, the entire Anbu building could not be dug deep to build a basement. It was also impossible to build a high building upwards, which would easily collapse. Overall, it was a huge, long building with one floor. The deeper you go, the darker the light and the higher the level of confidentiality. This means that the strength of the ninja is also higher. At this time, a captain of the Anbu in the middle was looking at the intelligence scroll in doubt. The message of someone invading that was automatically displayed on it had not been updated for a long time. You know, he sent all the Chunin teams out. Even if it was a Jonin-level strongman. It is impossible to fight 1 against 100. Even if it was a shadow, it would be impossible to be silent. What's going on? The captain had an ominous guess in his heart, but he was not sure. Intel. He sat on his desk. I saw Kusuo Hitaki's sword stained with blood. How did you get in? The captain of the Sand Ninjas Anbu was horrified, looking at Kusuo Hitaki's face as if he had seen a ghost. He was completely shocked. Someone actually broke into the Sand Ninjas Anbu alone and even got in. If this gets out, he will be laughed at by all the ninja villages and countries. He immediately took out his shuriken and held it in his backhand. He stared at Kusuo Hitaki cautiously. What a pity. Swish. A sword energy came. Quick. The captain was shocked, the speed of this sword was so fast that it was hard to resist. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. A gust of wind blew out of his mouth. With the blessing of the chakra of the Jonin level, the power range of sea-level ninjutsu is greatly increased. However, the gust of wind shattered the moment it hit the sword energy, and it couldn't even block it for a moment. Puff. A sound of a sword. The sound of a cut through a human body was heard. The head of the dark ninja of the Sand Ninja fell to the ground, his eyes widened with reluctance. He also realized it. The rumored sword-wielding boy Shira from Konoha. The monster comparable to the tailed beast. Here he comes. Are you the only one here? I thought I could kill a few more Jonin-level characters. Hitaki Kusuo shook his head in disappointment. If others heard this, they would probably vomit blood and die. Fighting against a Jonin-level strongman in the Anbu, is it not enough? At this time. Current role-playing degree, %. Same as a few years ago. The situation where swinging a sword can increase the role-playing degree no longer exists. Now I can hardly increase the role-playing degree by killing Genin and Chunin. Even the progress bar can't jump. The template broke through 70% because of killing Kimimaro. But it jumped more than 2% directly. This shows. The system defaults to Kimimaro's identity as a shadow-level strongman. As long as you have this strength, no matter what state you are in, whether you are seriously ill or dying, only increase the role-playing degree according to your strength. Because this, Hitaki Kusuo only hopes to meet more Jonin-level characters. On the other hand, the news that he broke into the Sand Ninja Anbu alone has spread throughout the Sand Ninja village. The outside is already surrounded by villagers and genin and chunin holding weapons. More powerful ninjas are rushing here continuously. Among them, there are perceptive ninjas reporting the situation inside the building. Tamari and Kankuro stood aside, shouting and asking what was going on inside. He killed everyone on the first 2 floors and is now going to the innermost. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. What exactly does this Shura of Konoha want to do? Is he going to kill the entire Sand Ninja village by himself, back and forth? This idea is absurd and ridiculous. But no one present could laugh. Because Hitaki Kusuo has already accomplished the feat of killing through the Sand Ninja Anbu. Next, of course, it's the others. Everyone. All ninjas above Chunin, assemble. Rush in and block his retreat. No matter what the cost, we can't let him get in and get out intact. This is a provocation to the Sand Village. Dare to do this, it's an insult to the Wind Country. The glory of the Sand Ninja cannot be tarnished. After receiving the news, a squad leader of the Anbu immediately brought his team to carry out the mission. After learning the specific situation, he was furious. On-site command. Tamari, Kankuro, go call Gaara. Tamari and Kankuro were shocked when they heard it, and hurriedly said, Gaara can't. Do as I say. The squad leader's face sank. The momentum of the elite Jonin burst out instantly. Tamari and Kankuro looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness and worry. Finally. I had to agree. Yes. On the way. What should we do? How can we call Gaara? Kankuro frowned. Temari's face was not much better. There is no way. Apart from Captain Maki and Granny Chio, only Shukaku's power can resist that man's sword. The two of them recalled the scene of that day and are still deeply shocked. If the captain who was responsible for monitoring the one tail in Gaara's body had not ordered a retreat in time to avoid being affected by the battle, I'm afraid they would have been killed by a sword. No ability to resist. It's ironic. Except for them who were deserters, no ninjas in the entire Sand Village survived. Either killed or captured. Chapter 109. In the dark, inside the Sand Ninja's Anbu base. At this moment, still in chaos, there are many elite Chunin and Jonin stationed among them. There is even an elite Jonin-level captain. However, through the transmission of information with the outside world, they know that the person coming is not someone else. It is the ruthless man who killed most of the Sand Ninjas with one sword some time ago and chopped off the one-tailed Shukaku. The young Shura of Konoha. A monster more terrifying than the tailed beast. Everyone, this matter concerns the glory of our Sand Ninja village and the reputation of our Wind Country. Even if we risk our lives, we must not let that bastard kill us in and out. This is not taking a Sand Ninja seriously at all. The elite Jonin-level captain looked around and said in a deep voice. Yes. All the Sand Village ninjas said in unison, and they were all solemn. Everyone had a determination to face death. Since they became ninjas, they had already known the day of life and death. The land of wind, Sand Village. No insults allowed. Bang. Strong airflow. A violent explosion sounded. They looked back and were shocked to find that the wall was actually cut open by a knife. Countless gravel and special sand and soil fell down. The whole Anbu building. It shook violently under the power of this sword. Not good. The staircase building is damaged and may collapse. An Anbu ninja was quick-witted and put his hands together to make a seal. A large amount of chakra flowed out of his body, and then strands of yellow sand began to fill the wall, gradually stabilizing and no longer shaking. Just to be on the safe side. Even the holes in the ceiling were filled. At the same time, a young man in red walked out of the hole in the wall that was cut by a sword. He held a sword. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. Forehead. There are mysterious and noble patterns everywhere. It seems. Combined with the dark environment here. A look of keeping strangers away. Hitaki Kusuo looked straight at him. The aura of people also rushed over. Gurgle gurgle. With a breath, and then the swallowing sounds came one after another. Everyone felt that this was not a teenager. It was clearly a messenger from hell. The courage that just rose up under the encouragement of the captain disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not a bad trick. Hitaki Kusuo just came in and saw the movements of the Anbu ninja's hands. When he broke in, he just swung his sword and didn't enter through the gate. After the Anbu building was thoroughly reinforced. It should be. It can withstand a few more swords from me, right? Hitaki Kusuo didn't care about the collapse of the building at all. Swish. Sword energy like a rainbow. A sword blade like a cold sword that crossed the entire space past a long meteor. Brilliant. Dazzling. Under the beauty, there was murderous intent and coldness. As the Anbu ninjas looked terrified, the sword locked onto them and slashed at everyone's body. Captain, Many people wanted to turn around and ask for help from the elite Jonin captain, but found themselves with their heads cut off. What made them most desperate was in the dying eyes. In such a scene, they clearly saw that even the elite Jonin captain could hardly block that sword. They and others. They couldn't even talk to the young Shura from Konoha. They were killed instantly by a sword. Dead. All dead. So far. The entire Anbu building was completely wiped out. From beginning to end. Hitaki Kusuo only used 5 swords. Crushing. Crushing all the way. One man and one sword, slashed through the Anbu building of the Sand Ninja. Outside. At this time, the crowd was bustling. Everyone was indignant, shouting to rush in and kill the intruder. However, the face of the Anbu ninja who was responsible for sensing and detecting suddenly became dull at this time. Stupid. He was scared. As if his heart was dead, his face turned pale. Seeing this, the other Anbu captain outside felt his heart sink, and immediately asked in a deep voice. What happened inside, tell me. Under the strong questioning of the Anbu captain, the pale-faced sensing ninja recovered and finally said with trembling lips. Our people, all dead. As soon as the words came out. Hiss. Shocked. The whole audience was silent. Everyone's eyes widened, as if they had heard something incredible. For a long time. It was boiling. The whole audience was in an uproar. The crowd was in an uproar. No. This is impossible. That's the Anbu. The most powerful village organization in our sand village. Most of the strong men are here. How could it be wiped out by a Konoha ninja alone and completely killed? Fake. This is fake. It must be a wrong perception. Yes. It must be like this. The civilians in the sand village were the first to be unable to accept it. The Anbu is the core strength of a village. It brings together almost all the talented ninjas. Now, you tell me that it was wiped out by one person. How is it possible? However, the Chunin and above ninjas who knew the inside story were silent. They didn't speak all the time. Including the Anbu captain who was very imposing just now. Captain, what he said just now is not true, right? Some Chunin still looked at him in disbelief, hoping to get a different answer from it. However, still silent. Most of the powerful ninjas didn't speak. Those noisy villagers and the newly graduated genin also felt vaguely uneasy. Could it be? This is all true. One person went into the Anbu alone and killed them all. What a shame. What are you yelling about? Suddenly, 5 people came out from the back. They were the acting Kazekage Maki who was pushed to the front after the death of the 4th Kazekage, and Chio who supported him behind the scenes. The other 3 people. They were the high-level officials of the Sand Village. When they were young, they had the strength that was infinitely close to the cage level or even reached the cage level. When these 5 people appeared, everyone seemed to have found the backbone and looked at them eagerly. Along the way, they gave up their positions one after another. Master Maki. Granny Chio. Great. The elders are here. Master Maki and Granny Chio will definitely kill that arrogant Konoha ninja on the spot. Let him know how powerful our sand village is. They looked at each other and seemed to see hope. However, Maki, Chio and others quickly walked to the side of the captain of the Anbu, and several people exchanged glances. Everything happened in a flash. The shock in the captain's eyes was passed on to them. Bang! A bursting sound sounded in the distance. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that it was the entrance of the Anbu building that was chopped into a hole. Then, a young man in red clothes walked out, holding a sword. Looking at them, he even smiled and nodded. Is it fake? How could it be a boy? It turned out that such a young boy broke into our sand ninja Anbu building. Such a scene. The worldview of Genin and Chunin is about to collapse. If there is really such a powerful and brutal ninja who would single-handedly wipe out the Anbu of a village. 0 Please send flowers. They would subconsciously think that it was a ninja as powerful as Uchiha Madara in the past. Tall, cold, and unsmiling. The most important thing is that he is an adult. But reality gave them a big slap in the face. It turns out that the person who wiped out their Anbu was a young man with elegant clothes. In order to avoid panic. Not all villagers and ninjas know that there is a young monster in Konoha who once chopped off a shukaku with a single sword. Even if there are rumors in the market. Everyone sneered and thought it was a rumor. These are all false news. After all, only people of Jinchuriki's level, such as Gaara, can barely reach the level of rumors. Hello. Kusuo Hitaki was a little surprised. He didn't expect so many people to welcome him. He could recognize Maki and Chio at a glance. The remaining few people with different temperaments from others must be the senior elders of Sand Village and another captain. To be the captain of the Anbu of a village, he must have strength. For example, the captain of Konoha. He can summon a pillar big enough to imprison Pain's summon beast and roast it with cement and sky fire. The strength of the 5 major villages is uneven, but it must not be much different. In short, the people in front of him are all the high-end forces of the Sand Village in the Wind Country. Who are you, and why did you attack our Anbu without reason? Chio is indeed an old man. As soon as he came up, he put a big hat on Kusuo Hitaki's head. However, Kusuo Hitaki was not restricted by this big hat at all, but sneered. Who am I? You should have studied countless intelligence thoroughly long ago, why bother asking? As for why I attacked your Anbu. Isn't it just a sand village where you can come and go as you please? I destroyed your Anbu, and I have to inform you. Kusuo Hitaki's face was calm, and his light tone stabbed everyone. Especially Maki and the 3 elders. They are the representatives of the sand village in public. They looked gloomy and said in a deep voice. What you mean is that our sand village is a place where you can come and go as you please. Humph. What a joke. The violent chakra soared into the sky and lingered on these elders. Boom. The ground was cracked by the chakra fluctuations. The crowd standing behind them was also staggered by the impact and almost fell to the ground. But there was no resentment on his face. The stronger the elders are, the more confident they are. Hitaki Kusuo narrowed his eyes and looked at the chakra fluctuations of the 3 elders. They are roughly hovering at the level of Kage. They are just able to touch the threshold, but not yet senior. If they were young, they would undoubtedly be Kage-level strongmen. What a pity. They are old now. The strength has long been weakened. If I kill them, will the degree of acting be improved according to the standards of Kage? Hitaki Kusuo murmured in a low voice. This whisper was heard by the 3 elders, and their faces immediately became furious. This boy actually. He said he would kill them in front of them. Although I didn't understand the meaning of the latter sentence. But the first sentence clearly regarded them as people who could be killed at will. HMPH. One of the elders of Sand Village hammered the scepter in his hand and snorted. Young man, don't be too arrogant. This is Sand Village. Our territory. Chapter 110, your territory. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, Hitaki Kusuo laughed disdainfully. He took a step forward and looked around. The so-called your territory, Do you mean secretly colluding with the rebel ninjas and setting traps to wait for our Konoha delegation? You didn't even think about compensating for the losses. Hitaki Kusuo asked back, and Maki and the elders, angry expressions turned pale in an instant. Stupefied. They were stunned. This. How is it possible? Our conspiracy. How did this kid get the news? Damn it. Could it be that the Akatsuki organization has been bought off by Konoha's people? Rebel ninjas or rebel ninjas. In the face of interests, there is no such thing as integrity. However, they would never know that the artistic duo sent by Akatsuki had been killed by Kusuo Hitaki on the way here. Nonsense. I don't understand what you are talking about. The elder with the cane had an unpleasant look on his face, and said to Kusuo Hitaki in a gloomy and uncertain tone. Although it was very unpleasant to have the conspiracy exposed in front of him, but no matter what. The fact that the Wind Country is colluding with the rebel ninja organization cannot be known to the villagers. Whether it is the Tugakure village or the Kumogakure village. Everyone knows that they have cooperated with the rebel ninja organization like Akatsuki. Even so, the civilians don't know. They still regard a country and a village as an umbrella to protect their own lives and work. The notorious rebel ninjas have zero tolerance for these evil forces. Therefore, the Sand Village must not admit it. He secretly winked at the people around him. The trusted ninjas in the back immediately organized people to disperse and take refuge to many villagers who were watching the show. First, in order to prevent the fishing reels from being affected, their Sand Village is still the victim. Second, the person in front of him is a cage-level strongman. If they fight, the scene must be very noisy, and it is very likely to hurt innocent people. After all, it is their own village. They can't afford such a loss. Hitaki Kusuo was not in a hurry. As if he had everything under control. He was not in the mood to play a game of who was right and who was wrong. Hitaki Kusuo came to raise the Sand Village this time, not just for Tsunade and Konoha. From beginning to end, he had only one goal. To improve the role of Sugokuni Yoshichi. As for the subsequent diplomacy and a series of other political issues, just leave them to Tsunade. He did not do it. This made the three elders and Maki feel relieved. But just in case, he still decided to use words to stabilize the young man in front of him. Your Excellency's actions today are a bit too arrogant. You broke into my Sand Ninja Anbu and insulted our reputation. Don't you know that the talents cultivated by Konoha are all villains of such character? At this point, he still wanted to get back his face with words. However, Hitaki Kusuo was not moved by it, and he looked at the man calmly without even raising his eyelids, without even a single extra expression. Oh no! The elders and Chio all cried out in their hearts. I didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. He was not moved at all. It seemed that it was almost impossible to provoke Kusuo Hitaki with words. The most fatal thing was the indifference on his body. Holding the sword in his arms, he seemed to be able to easily wipe out everything with it. The calmness of Kusuo Hitaki. It made their hearts beat uneasy. Finally, a ninja from the back quietly came forward and whispered a few words in the ears of the elders. Then, their breath became violent. Chakra was surging, holding weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Boom. The sound of the wind. The momentum fluctuations of several elite Jonin and even shadow-level strongmen made the earth tremble slightly. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. The fluctuations were transmitted to the crowd of genin and chunin watching the battle in the distance within a few breaths. Great. We have so many strong men going out together, this kid is dead. Right. That's right. I have never seen such an arrogant person, it's time to teach him a lesson. We must let the world know the majesty and strength of our Sand Village. Konoha is nothing. Kill him. To avenge our people. The excited voice nearby reached the front of the Anbu building. Hitaki Kusuo seemed impatient and glanced over there. Just a glance. The whole audience was silent. They were stared at by this gaze, as if they fell into an ice cave on a winter night, and their whole bodies were cold. The fear from the soul immediately made everyone silent. One look suddenly suppressed the whole audience. HMPH. Boy, it seems that you are not going to give us an explanation. Well, let me see if the sword in your hand is as sharp as the rumors say. An elder saw that the situation was not good, and immediately stepped forward to interrupt the pressure that Kusuo Hatake brought to other ninjas in the village. Cross his hands. A quick gesture. Make a seal and put your hands together. Wind escape. Vacuum jade. Kai. Kai. At that moment, dozens of chess piece-sized phoenix jades spewed out of his mouth, whistling with a whirlwind. Power. It was comparable to the one Danzo had used before. Unbreakable. Kusuo Hatake didn't even look at it, and casually raised the sword in his hand and swung it forward. Swish. Slashed and shot. The red sword energy turned into a long rainbow and cut off everything. In full view of the crowd, the wind jade that was enough to penetrate stone and break gold was cut off. Wind style. Wind-killing formation. Another elder stepped out, and the seals in his hands became more complicated. Countless chakras were injected into the airflow, and a fierce wind blew on the spot. The wind howled. A killing formation full of murderous intent was formed. Each tiny wind blade would roll up the sand and gravel on the ground. Accompanied by the tornado-like airflow, it rushed towards Hatake Kusuo. At the same time, Chiyo also summoned his own Chikamatsu Jujinwei. Maki and several other elders and the captain of the Anbu used powerful A-level ninjutsu together. Wind style. Tornado hurricane. Wind style. Wind blade. The wind blade in Maki's hand and Asuma's endless similarly. What is wrapped around the shuriken is a sharp airflow, not wind attribute cutting chakra. But one thing can be confirmed. This is also a powerful A-level ninjutsu. Too strong. It's chilling to watch from a distance. Such a scene is rare to see in this life. Several elders and the powerful Anbu captain and Lord Maki, as well as Lord Chiyo, so many people attack together. This kid can be treated like this, it's worth dying. HMPH. This kid will definitely die. So many high-level ninjutsu, blocking the positions in all directions, he can't even run away. Come to our sand village and be arrogant, you don't know how high the sky is, you deserve to die. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other and was shocked by the scene of their own strong men attacking together. Many people took a breath of cold air. This kind of earth-shaking battle scene, ask the entire ninja world who can do it. Even if it is the second or third war. Such treatment, the Sand Ninja has never had such a luxurious lineup. Because the strong ones need to stay in various fortresses and guard strategic points, how can they have the opportunity to attack together? So, when so many strong ones perform ninjutsu together, the power is so terrifying that it is difficult for this kid not to die. Boy, you can be treated like this by our sand village. Even if you die, you will not die unjustly. The elder with a cane said to Kusuo Hatake with a sneer while maintaining the technique. He was responded with a sneer. Even Kusuo Hatake was too lazy to pay attention. This group of people seems to have a strong lineup, but in fact there is not a truly powerful cage-level strongman. Looks good but is useless. A mob gathered together. No matter how strong they are still a mob. Nothing more. The world of ninjas does not say that three cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Hatake Kusuo's aura suddenly changed. He held the hilt of the knife with his right hand and chanted softly. Wind-breathing seventh form. Strong wind. Tengu wind. Swish. A sword was slashed out. Several tornado-like spiral blades were quickly formed under this sword. To the horror of Mashio and others. Hatake Kusuo's wind blades slashed with his sword crushed their wind escape ninjutsu like a broken bamboo. Along the way, wind jade, puppets, wind blades, vacuum-killing formations, etc., were all chopped to pieces. As a wind attribute ninja born and raised in the land of wind, he was crushed by a boy from Konoha in wind escape. Shocked. Deep shock was written on their faces. And they were horrified to find that the wind blade slashed out by the opponent not only had a huge range, covering all of them, but was also extremely sharp. It can be said that the cutting changes of wind attributes were displayed to the fullest. Puff, puff. The sound of several wind blades cutting human bodies rang out. Several former cage-level warriors, now elderly elders, were unable to dodge and were directly cut in half. The scarlet blood splashed from the limbs and spilled all over the ground, and the scene was filled with a disgusting bloody smell. The genin who were watching the battle from a distance had completely stood there, their brains crashed. Their hearts were like raging waves. Many people opened their mouths and wanted to shout, but they were terrified for a long time and couldn't say anything. The high-level officials of the Sand Village, their pillars. They were killed instantly in the first encounter of the battle. It was too fast. Is this a dream? How is it? My wind-attributed sword energy is not bad, right? The voice of the young man came at this time. Looking at the harmless smile on his face, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Absolutely killing people and destroying their hearts. He not only wants to kill us, but also humiliate us with his swordsmanship. Maki and the captain of the Anbu realized this at the same time. Their faces were extremely ugly. Their strength was not much stronger than that of the elders. They were able to avoid the cut of the sword just now. It simply proved an old saying. You don't need to run faster than a tiger, you just need to run faster than the last person. The elders' reaction speed lagged behind them. The result was a tragic death. So, what about the next sword? They have sufficient intelligence. This Shira of Konoha can swing the sword energy that cuts into the sky at will. Finally, the captain of the Anbu who arranged the plan at the beginning shouted in a distant direction. Go and call Gaara for me. This roar was made with all his strength. The captain's neck turned red. The current Sand Village. Only the one tail in Gaara's body can match it. Last time Shukaku was hacked to pieces by this guy, it was because there were no one to help him. Now, with so many elite Jonin-level strongmen helping him, we can definitely defeat this kid. Gaara, who was unconscious, was put into a magic weapon, which was a sacred weapon used by the Sand Village to restrain the tailed beasts. At this time, Kankuro carried Gaara on his back. He and Tamari were shocked when they heard the sad roar. The faces were full of fear. There. What happened? Aren't there so many Jonin and elders here? They gritted their teeth without caring about the worry on their faces. Guan. Run as hard as you can. Finally, the two arrived at the scene. However, what they saw was a bloody mess. The bodies of several elders were cut in half and fell to the ground tragically. The other captains, deputy captains and acting Hokage Maki-sama also looked at the boy opposite with a nervous look. They had seen the boy they knew. Konoha's swordsmanship monster, a man who was stronger than the tailed beasts. Hitaki Kusuo. Bring it here. The captain of the Anbu shouted urgently and pulled the jar containing Gaara over. Hands quickly formed seals. A deep light suddenly shot up into the sky. The seal in the jar was lifted. At the same time, a sharp raccoon cat sounded. Ahohohoho. I can finally come out again. Chapter 111. Boom. The sky-high light was like a pillar of light from the sun. It was just flashing with deep black and terrifying power. The extremely huge evil spirit and violent chakra directly overturned the entire sky. Dark clouds rolled. Brought up one thundercloud after another. Changed the weather. The next second, the huge body of the one-tail Shukaku emerged from Gaara's body and appeared in the Sand Village. The one tail was released. Even if the enemy is strong, there is no need to release that guy in the village. It's a tailed beast. Stupid. The genin were scared. Looking at this scene. The terrifying scene of the one tail being born. No one could figure out why the Anbu captain would release such an evil-tailed beast. Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. You know. Humans can be defeated, but the tailed beasts are invincible. At this moment, all the people in the Sand Village who didn't know about the achievements of Kusuo Hitaki, looked at the arrogant one-tail, and all of them were filled with despair. Release the tailed beast inside the village. Everyone knows how destructive the tailed beast is. Don't let them die at the hands of the invaders, but be killed by their own family. On the other side, Maki and Chio watched all this happen with half worry and half helplessness. They didn't stop it. Releasing Shukaku in front of the villagers was absolutely very bold and crazy. But now, because they know that only Shukaku can resist the sword of this Shura of Konoha. Others, as strong as they are not the enemy of his sword at all. Roar, 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 roar. Shukaku's yellow body with black stripes laughed wildly as soon as he came out. The joy of being released from being imprisoned for many days made it excited to spit out a few training bullets to destroy everything immediately. Destroy the village where he had been imprisoned for who knows how many years. Then, its small black eyes subconsciously swept towards the ground. Wanted to see where to start. Wait, 06. Who is that? In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly stopped. Silence. Silence. Falling into a deathly silence. Shukaku's movements and voices all froze at this moment. As if the whole world was frozen. Because it saw a familiar figure. The red-clothed boy, who was so familiar that his soul was terrified, was holding a sword and staring at him with a smile. Shukaku was stunned. Fuck. How could this monster appear here, in the sand village? Run. Run. Otherwise, I will be chopped to death by this guy. A deep fear emerged in Shukaku's heart. Almost in the blink of an eye. It instinctively wanted to escape to the desert underground. But, I thought about it. Now he doesn't have Gaara's body to cover him. That kid is in a coma and locked in a jar. If I run outside, I will be too conspicuous and will be chased and chopped. One cut after another. Until his soul is shattered and turned into a ball of chakra without any consciousness. That scene. Shukaku was so scared. I was trembling inside. What's going on? What's wrong with Shukaku? Why did he suddenly stop moving? I don't know. Maybe he's thinking about how to deal with the enemy. The ninjas of the sand village looked at Shukaku standing there, and they were all dumbfounded and confused. Strange. So strange. Why is this happening? In history, Shukaku, who had caused chaos many times, was as if he was standing still and motionless. Now it's like he was being immobilized. The captain of the Anbu was also confused. He shouted at Shukaku regardless of his life. One tail, aren't you usually very capable? Why are you silent? Kill him. Kill this kid, and the rest of the conditions will be easy to negotiate. As the captain of the Anbu, he has completely abandoned his position as a member of the sand village. The main thing is that Shukaku can help kill this kid. Even if it makes excessive demands, the sand ninjas can agree. The most important thing is, they are not afraid. After all, Shukaku and the others have plenty of ways to seal him. But this Shura of Konoha is as strong as a monster, and they are no match for him at all. Roar. Kill your sister. Do you want to kill me? If he doesn't run away now, when will he run? Shukaku roared sharply, roaring at the captain of the Sunagakur Anbu. The black little eyes rolled in a humane way. Then, in full view of everyone, it shrank back into the jar. All of a sudden, the world returned to peace again. The dark clouds dissipated. The wind and sand subsided. The mad and terrifying chakra-like column also gradually faded and calmed down in the sealing jar. It seemed everything just now was just an illusion. Nothing happened at all. Hiss. Is it fake? What did I see? Shukaku actually ran away. That's it. He didn't even fight, and he just ran away. Is what we saw a fake-tailed beast? Waste. What a waste. This is really embarrassing for the tailed beasts. The shock that the one-tailed Shukaku escaped brought to them was huge. It was even much greater than the scene where Hitaki Kusuo killed 3 elders with one sword. After all, the elders are old and weak, and their strength has declined. Everyone knows this. But the tailed beasts are different. Such a terrifying existence was actually scared away by humans. Is that guy the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, or the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara? Haha, I didn't expect this guy to have a long memory. He knows he's scared of being beaten. At this time, a young man's chuckle came. I saw. Hitaki Kusuo walked calmly to the jar that sealed Gaara. There was also a one-tailed shukaku sealed inside. He poked it gently with his sword. As if he sensed something. Strange chakra fluctuations were emitted from the jar. And he seemed to understand that the chakra fluctuations were begging for mercy. Shukaku was begging for mercy. The shock in their hearts could not explain the shock they had received. Maki and Chiyo thought bitterly. Konoha. It really seemed that another person like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had appeared. Looking at the red figure of Hitaki Kusuo. Although he was an enemy. They had to admit it at this moment. He had the demeanor and charm of a ninja god. It seems that you don't have any other means. Then, let me take you there. Hitaki Kusuo said a faint word. Immediately, everyone's heart was lifted, and a strong fear of death descended on their hearts. But Hitaki Kusuo didn't give them time to react at all. The breathing in the body started working immediately, and suddenly became as elegant and sharp as the wind. Wind breathing form 9. Y2O Tiantai wind. From top to bottom. Swish. A shocking slash. A flash of sword light that cut through the clouds. Brought up a gust of wind like a giant tornado. There were wind blades and lightning. Blue lightning and green wind blades intertwined, thundering. Hitaki Kusuo just swung a sword. A tornado was created out of thin air. This. Gurgle. Are we going to die? Why can he slash out a sword of this scale? Is he still a human? Everyone looked at the giant black tornado that was 100 meters high and more than 10 meters wide in a daze, feeling that life was getting gloomy. Snap. Snap. Countless weapons fell to the ground. Faced with this great power of nature, they even gave up resistance. Just like the performance of Uchiha Madara when he summoned the Tenkai Shock Star in the original work. Their levels. They are not on the same line at all. Maki, Chiyo, the captain of the Anbu, and countless Jonin, Chunin, and Genin who stayed behind were all caught up in it. Wind blades and sword energy cut their bodies. The blood was stirred into a ball in the tornado, dyeing the sand inside red. Where the tornado went, buildings, defenses, sand, etc. disappeared. It was a tragic and messy scene. Except for a very small number of children and all the civilians hiding in the refuge base, Hitaki Kusuo was too lazy to take care of them. The entire sand village. It was flattened by him alone. When everything was settled, Hitaki Kusuo was surprised to find that the jar that sealed Gaara and the one tail was gone. It seemed that Tamari and Konkuro, the two siblings, had seen that the situation was not right and ran away with the jar in advance. Forget it. Shaked his head. These things have nothing to do with him. Current role-playing degree, 76.25%. The role-playing degree has increased by about 5%. According to the current progress. It has reduced his hard training by about 3 years. Sure enough. Killing monsters can gain much more experience than swinging a sword. The next target is the daimyo of Wind Country. He whispered and took out the mission scroll given to Akatsuki by Wind Country from his arms. This thing will be handed over to Tsunade in the future, and then used for political annihilation. As for the daimyo of Wind Country, there should be many powerful guards there. Put the sword back into the sheath. He took a look at the location of the capital of Wind Country on the map, and then got up and set off. In the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. In the town of the capital. This is one of the few large oases in the entire territory, and it is used as the capital of a country. Walking on the street, you can clearly feel that many places are almost the same as the village of Konoha. People come and go, and it is very lively. Many vendors are shouting on the street, calling on the people coming and going to buy their goods. Hitaki Kusuo held his sword and hurried on his way silently. At the front of this road is the location of the daimyo's mansion. Who is it? Stop. Under the tall door lintel. 2 samurai with swords blocked his way. Looking up, Hitaki Kusuo found that they were just 2 ordinary people. Hitaki Kusuo was too lazy to talk nonsense. He cut off their necks with a backhand knife. The 2 gatekeepers never thought that someone would dare to break into the daimyo's mansion. They didn't expect that this person's swordsmanship was so powerful. They were stabbed in the throat before they could even see the movement. Puff. Blood spurted from the neck. This scene frightened the people on the street. Screaming and trampling were in chaos. But Kusuo Hitaki didn't care and walked into the daimyo's mansion. Here, there are pavilions and towers, and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants are also available. In the garden, the daimyo of the Wind Country, with a face full of bitterness and hatred, was blindfolded at this moment, chasing the girls in the yard and playing. Most of them were girls aged 13 or 14 to 17 or 18, full of extravagance. Suddenly, the daimyo hugged a figure. Immediately, he smiled obscenely and said, "Haha, I caught you." However, the person who was caught didn't seem to react. The daimyo of the Wind Country took off the cloth covering his eyes in confusion, and found that it was actually a handsome boy. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Hitaki Kusuo looked at him coldly without saying a word. He kicked him to the ground with a huge force that even broke the ribs of the old daimyo. Woo! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Swoosh! Instantly, countless shurikens and hidden weapons attacked. "Are you finally here? It seems that thousands of years of safety have made you not vigilant at all." A sword flashed casually. All the flying shurikens and hidden weapons were cut in half. Swish! 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 3 figures with strong auras appeared in the backyard in an instant. I felt their breathing slightly. They were probably between the level of Jonin and Elite Jonin. Hitaki Kusuo lowered his eyelids, as if a little disappointed. "Okay, it's better than nothing." Puff, puff, puff. A sword slashed out. Bang! The golden sword energy traversed the entire daimyo prefecture. The magnificent buildings and various exotic flowers and plants were destroyed in an instant. The 3 Jonin only blocked for less than half a second. They were cut in 2 in horror. The body was cut into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. "No. Don't kill me. I give you money. I give you power. I give you whatever you want. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you everything." The daimyo of Wind Country was scared. Climbing backwards on the ground, his face was full of fear and begging. What responded to him? It was a white and dazzling sword light. The sword energy crossed the neck of the daimyo of Wind Country. Hitaki Kusuo. He didn't even look at him. Wipe the sword in his hand, turn around and leave here. Chapter 112. In the territory of Wind Country. A small oasis. Here gathered a town of medium size. Near here, Konoha's delegation is stationed here. Hitaki Kusuo's departure seemed to have not caused any accidents. After all, Tsunade did not assign him a specific position in the delegation. At this moment, Kakashi and some other captains of the Anbu. They are deducing some things that may happen in the future on the sand table. The number of prisoners we handed over this time and the compensation of the Sand Village are far beyond the normal level. It is difficult to guarantee that the Wind Country and the Sand Village will obey obediently. I guess they will definitely make trouble. If there is a conflict at that time, it will be difficult to deal with these Chunin prisoners. He rubbed his eyebrows. He has been worried about this matter for a long time. Killing is impossible. Other Anbu captains are also very worried. This is almost an unsolvable situation. After all, anyone who sees the compensation figure signed by the 2 countries will tremble in their hearts. Once the 2 sides have a conflict, the prisoners in their hands will become a hindrance. They may even turn against them. Report. Hokage has ordered that Jiraiya will be here soon and take command. A Chunin in charge of communication ran in and reported to them. Jiraiya is here. Hearing the news, Kakashi and the Anbu captains all showed joy on their faces. Hitaki Kusuo's departure. It seems that there is no impact on the lower-level personnel. But they know. Conflict is almost inevitable. Now that Hokage has sent Jiraiya to help, the situation will be much better. Surprise and surprise appeared on their faces. Haha, Suna is still worried about you, but I begged you for a long time before I agreed. Where is Kusuo? I haven't seen him for a long time. Outside the tent, a carefree and generous voice sounded. The voice arrived before the person arrived. When Jiraiya's burly figure stepped in, Kakashi and others immediately greeted him. Jiraiya-sama, it's great that you can come. Kusuo-sama has acted alone not long ago, and we don't know any signs of him. Huh. Acting alone. A trace of doubt flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Before leaving, Suna specifically told him that Hitaki Kusuo had a special mission. That is, if the negotiations between the two sides broke down, Thunder would take action to suppress the One Tail. After all, according to the current situation of the Wind Country, the only thing that can be obtained is this One Tail. I know. Jiraiya responded in a deep voice, and then they looked at the map of Sand Village on the sand table together. We are at a disadvantage in both military strength and environment in this far-earth battle. The only advantage is our high-end combat power, but we need to be careful about the One Tail on the opposite side. If the opponent is desperate and releases the seal of the One Tail at all costs, even if we are prepared, it will cause considerable losses when we attack together. Kakashi specifically told Jiraiya about the current situation of both sides. Jiraiya nodded. He knew what Kakashi said. The most urgent task is to find a way to solve the damage to the lower-level ninjas when the high-end combat power fights. The power of the tailed beasts is earth-shaking. Anyone who has experienced the riot of the tailed beasts a few days ago must be in fear. Suddenly, a red-clothed figure came in instantly, holding a sword and a scroll in his hand. After seeing his face clearly, everyone was immediately surprised. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Did you predict that I would arrive at the mission today, so you came back to see me?" Jokingly, Jiraiya stepped forward and patted Kusuo Hitaki on the shoulder with a smile. In his heart, there was always a thought of the child of destiny flashing. The Toad Sage predicted that his disciple would be the child of destiny who would change the entire ninja world. For so many years, Jiraiya has been searching hard. At first, Nagato had the eyes of the legendary Six-Path Sage, and was most likely the child of prophecy predicted by the Toad Sage. Later, the Akatsuki organization encountered an accident, fell apart, and was rebuilt, and turned into a notorious rebel organization in the entire ninja world, which made him give up this idea. Later, he met Naruto and Kusuo Hitaki. Naruto, who currently shows no signs of being the child of prophecy, was the first to be ruled out by Jiraiya. But Kusuo Hitaki, no matter from which aspect, he can be said to be a brilliant genius. He cut off the One Tail with his sword, defeated the three ninjas Orochimaru, destroyed Danzo and the Root organization alone, and even suppressed the runaway Nine Tail. Such an amazing record. His strength is catching up with the former god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju. Jiraiya witnessed with his own eyes how Kusuo Hitaki fought against two cage-level masters, cut off Susanoo with one sword, and cut off Hoshigaki Kisame with one sword. Kusuo Hitaki has done too many things. A cage in his teens, with a combat power comparable to that of the tailed beasts, and was born in this peaceful era. If it gets out, it will definitely shock the entire ninja world. The only shortcoming is, he is not his disciple. When he thought of this, Jiraiya was annoyed and puzzled. Such a good boy. Why can't he worship me as his master? Look at how enthusiastic Naruto is. He worships me as his master, and his tail is so happy that it's up to the sky. The members of the Anbu in the tent didn't know what Jiraiya was thinking. They were more concerned about the return of Hitaki Kusuo. Great, it will be much easier for us to make the next arrangements after you come back, Kusuo. Everyone present had a lot of friendship with him on the day of dealing with Danzo. Hitaki Kusuo was not an unreasonable person. Most members of the Anbu might have been brainwashed by the will of fire, but it was still okay to simply make friends. It's just that I have never had formal contact with them. Hitaki Kusuo looked at their happy faces and understood. It's probably because there was an extra top combat force, which had a very positive effect on the possible battle. Cousin Kakashi also nodded. It's good that you're back. He didn't ask too much about what Hitaki Kusuo was doing. It seemed that this cousin of his had always been very confident in him. Report. Outside the tent. Suddenly, news of the perception-type ninja came. Come in, Jiraiya said in a low voice. Since he was here, he naturally took over the command. As soon as he entered the door, the perception-type ninja showed joy on his face. Immediately, he saw that Hitaki Kusuo was also behind him, and his face showed surprise, as if he saw a god, with unconcealable worship and awe in his eyes. Reporting to Master Jiraiya, Captain, we received news that the Sand Village has just sent out messengers to ask for help from us, and promised to surrender unconditionally. We hope that we can show some leniency, leave them a way out, and keep the village supervisor. They promised that they would become vassals of Konoha from now on, and Konoha would stick to its word. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What did you say? Say what you just said again. The captain of the Anbu still had disbelief on his face, and immediately pulled the ninja over and asked. After the perception ninja repeated it again, he, Kakashi and Jiraiya were all stunned. Wait, is there a trick? The first thing they thought of was this question. Otherwise, why did the Sand Village suddenly make such a humiliating decision? Besides, the two sides were not in a state of war, so how could there be unconditional surrender? Could it be that a Konoha ninja had already killed the Sand Village? Yes, sirs, not long ago, Lord Kusuo broke into the Sand Village's Anbu organization alone, destroyed it, and killed all the high-ranking officials of the Sand Village. Now, the daimyo of the Wind Country has also been assassinated. And the entire Wind Country is in chaos. The strength of the Sand Village is only 1/10 of what it is. Hiss. They took a deep breath after hearing this. Is this a story? Everyone cast their curious eyes on Kusuo Hitaki. The latter just smiled slightly and did not react too much. Together, Hitaki Kusuo disappeared for so many days, and he actually destroyed a village single-handedly. Or is it a hidden village with a structure like the 5 great nations? The Sand Village. Tell me, what happened and why did you do this? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately. This matter can be described as horrifying and shocking. Although the record is brilliant, if there is no reasonable explanation, the other 3 major countries will definitely attack. At that time, Konoha was isolated and helpless, and would definitely fall into danger. Especially if it was not enough to destroy the Sand Village, this kid actually killed the daimyo. This matter is serious. Hitaki Kusuo did not react too much. He took out the letter of authorization from the daimyo of the Wind Country to the Akatsuki organization from his pocket. It clearly records their various conspiracies. The seal of the people of the Wind Country signed is ironclad evidence. How dare you do this? It is really ambitious. I didn't expect the people of the Wind Country to be so vicious. The captain of the Anbu was shocked. It's understandable. If it weren't for Kusuo Hitaki's early discovery and preparedness, I'm afraid all the members of their delegation would have died in the Sand Village. A scorpion. The S-rank rebel who killed the 3rd Kazekage alone. A Deidara. The student of Tsuchikage Onoki, Jiao Ma Jiao. His clay bomb is really a pervert that can destroy a village. Add to that the high-end combat power of the entire Sand Village, and even the one-tailed Shukaku. It's hard for the Konoha delegation to avoid being wiped out. Soon as worries were indeed correct, the Sand Village did prepare a backup plan. Jiraiya's mind flashed, and he understood why Tsunade insisted on asking him to come here to join him. Immediately, he looked at Kusuo Hitaki. Kusuo, where did you get this scroll? Have you fought against the duo of Akatsuki organization? Kakashi and the captain of the Anbu also looked over curiously. Yes. Such an important piece of information. It is impossible that it was found by killing the daimyo, right? Hitaki Kusuo shrugged. No, my original intention was to investigate the movements of Sunagakure alone. I was lucky to meet the Akatsuki organization at the beginning, so I killed them. Ah. Kakashi's left eye twitched. The captain of the Anbu said he didn't want to talk now. Jiraiya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had lived to such an old age, and for the first time he wanted to hit someone. What do you mean by luck to meet someone from the Akatsuki organization and kill them? Can this be called luck? A normal person would be scared to death and worried about it and couldn't sleep at night, right? No. Hitaki Kusuo is not a normal person. Thinking of his previous horrific record. Suddenly thought so. Supplement. They also felt that this matter didn't seem so difficult to accept. Chapter 113. Jiraiya's eyes were slightly emotional. When I first saw you, Kusuo, I felt that you were different from others, but I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would leave us far behind. The waves behind push the waves ahead. The future of Konoha still depends on you young people. Hitaki Kusuo is undoubtedly the leader of the younger generation of Konoha, and his popularity even overshadows the older generation of strong men. Jiraiya's sighing tone made many people in the tent feel dazed. Yes. A teenager. He suddenly became powerful in just 1 year. Like a bird that broke free from its shackles, it flew into the vast sky. Your Hitaki clan is still lucky. The captain of the Anbu patted Kakashi's shoulder heavily. They are the most familiar with each other. They both served as squad leaders of the Anbu when they were teenagers. Hitaki Kusuo did not expect that just a few words could make everyone present so emotional. He basically had no feelings about this in his heart. However, what the captain of the Anbu said was indeed there is some truth. In a sense. Among the wealthy and prestigious families in Konoha today, if the total population is not counted, the Hitaki clan is indeed full of talents. From Hitaki Tsukumo to Kahate Kakashi. To today's Hitaki Kusuo. Each generation. They are all geniuses who are the best in their time. Especially Hitaki Kusuo, being the best among his peers is far from enough to describe his talent. Monster. A complete monster. His strength even far exceeds the 3 famous Konoha ninjas who have been famous for many years. This is why Jiraiya is so sad. One by one. Whether it is the former overlord level Uchiha and Senju, or the later Sarutobi, Ino Shikacho, and Hyuga. It is almost impossible to have geniuses like outstanding people in 2 or 3 generations. Soon. The news of the destruction of the Sand Village spread throughout the ninja world at lightning speed. In the land of Earth, Tsuchikage Onoki is still teaching his granddaughter. That is. The future, leg shadow, Kuretsuchi. I didn't expect that in just a few months, Konoha has already used such thundering means to suppress the Sand Village and mess up the Wind Country. At the beginning, I wanted to contact the reckless Raikage to check and balance that little monster, but I was rejected. Hey, so soon, he brought us such a big surprise. Kuretsuchi, who has begun to show the potential of leg shadow, curiously asked his grandfather Onoki. Grandpa, who are you talking about just now? Is he very powerful? Yes. A very powerful kid. The third Tsuchikage Onoki then handed the information in his hand to his granddaughter to read. After browsing, suddenly, a deep shock and disbelief flashed in Kuretsuchi's big eyes. This. How could there be such a strong person? This is what it says. A Konoha ninja named Kusuo Hitaki went into the Sand Village alone and destroyed it. Afterwards, he even assassinated the daimyo of the Wind Country. Now the entire Wind Country has fallen into chaos and has surrendered to the Fire Country. Just 2 simple sentences. But it brought great shock to people. The news, can't it be false? Swallowing her saliva, Kuretsuchi was really scared. She was about the same age as Hitaki Kusuo, and she didn't believe that anyone of her age could do this. Destroy one of the 5 major ninja villages alone. Even her grandfather couldn't do this feat, right? The third Tsuchikage flew in the air, looking far away in the direction of Konoha, without saying a word. But this silence seemed to tell Kuretsuchi everything. It was all true. The Hidden Mist village was shocked by the news from the outside world. But they didn't express it too much. The Hidden Cloud village. The 4th Raikage didn't look so good. Yo, I said, the third Tsuchikage, that old guy, had already sent us a request to contact him. And brother, you didn't agree. Do you regret it now? Ah tilde. Vi said a lame rap, dancing in front of Raikage Eye, making the latter's eyelids twitch. I thought it was just the Sand Village's whitewashing of its defeat. Who would have thought that the boy would grow up to this point without knowing it? When Hitaki Kusuo chopped off the one tail, the shadows of all the major ninja villages received the news. The third Tsuchikage saw at a glance that this person would definitely be the top powerhouse of the entire ninja world in the future and the pillar of Konoha. Invite the Raikage to cooperate. Launch an assault on the empty Konoha. But the proud 4th Raikage didn't care at all. Cut off the one tail. Scare the tailed beast back into the body of the Jinchuriki. Absolutely impossible. You know. Even if it was his own father, The third, who was known as the strongest Raikage, it can only suppress the tailed beasts and fight to a draw. The tailed beasts you want to fight are afraid. How is it possible? The tailed beasts are immortal and feel no pain. Therefore, I regarded this news as an excuse for the Sand Village to find for its failure and ignored the invitation of the third Tsuchikage. Who would have thought? In just a few months. This kid has grown to this point. Bang! He suddenly slammed the table and ordered the people outside the door. Send an envoy, I want to invite the people of the Tsuchikage village and the Mist village to negotiate together. In the territory of the Rain Country. In the base of the Akatsuki organization. The huge outer path demon statue has a ferocious and solemn head. At this moment. 2 members standing below are missing again. Pain's face is a little ugly. A body made of corpses will have such an expression on its face. You can imagine. Nagato's current inner anger. Hidan, Engel, Itachi and others saw it, and their minds flickered slightly. We have lost 2 more members. Pain looked around, and his words without emotion sounded. It was as if announcing death. The atmosphere in the whole venue was a little depressing. The low pressure enveloped all the members, and no one spoke. The murderer is still the ninja of Konoha, Hitaki Kusuo. So far, we have 3 people who have died in his hands. Itachi and Afe were seriously injured, and the strength of the organization was greatly reduced. This is very unfavorable to our future plans. If you have any good ideas, please put them forward. Pain summarized the recent gains and losses. When he mentioned the name of Hitaki Kusuo, everyone's eyes jumped. Cruel. Too cruel. If the sword that Afe brought back at the beginning only gave them a perceptual shock. They knew how sharp the sword of that boy was. Then now. The death of companions one after another. It completely sounded the alarm for them. This boy has the strength to fight 2 against 1, and even kill them. Itachi, you used to be a ninja of Konoha. I heard that you know this person. Tell me what you think. Seeing that no one spoke, Pain directly named Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's body still looked weak. It was unknown whether it was due to excessive use of the eye technique that made him fall seriously ill early or for other reasons. In short, he looked not very energetic. Hearing Pain's words. He just had a blank expression on his face. I don't really know him. I have had a few brief encounters. After saying this, Uchiha Itachi kept silent. The words that Hitaki Kusuo once told him sounded in his mind again. Life is a one-way train. What you have passed and what you have missed will never come back. Unconsciously, a smile that was not easy to be different appeared at the corner of Itachi's mouth. The boy at the time has grown to this point now. Everyone could clearly feel Itachi's evasion. But no one said anything. Itachi's strength is one of the best here, and as the leader, Pain never cares about the attitude of his subordinates. As long as the task is completed well, there are no other constraints. The scene was once again he fell into silence. The black Zetsu who was hiding in the darkness looked even uglier. Hitaki Kusuo. He kept repeating this name. He, who had lived for thousands of years, suddenly felt a little irritated. After planning for thousands of years, he finally gathered all the chess pieces. Everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, a kid who rose at the speed of light appeared halfway. He was only 13 or 14 years old, but he already had such strength. If he was given a few more years, he might be another figure like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Deep fear. Written all over the black face of this boy who lost his mother's love since childhood. I do have a suggestion. Suddenly. Possessing the body of White Zetsu, the half-black and half-white man spoke. Seeing someone finally speak. At that moment. Everyone's eyes turned to him. The strong rise of the boy from Konoha is indeed noteworthy, but we must remember that he not only destroyed the Sand Village, but most importantly, he also killed the daimyo of the Wind Country. No matter how right Konoha is in the future, the daimyo of other major countries will be wary of this. Including the daimyo of the Fire Country, he broke the rules of the ninja world for thousands of years. We only need to add fuel to the fire a little bit, and we can promote a super strong ninja world coalition to deal with Konoha together. He said these words sinisterly. There was a teasing smile on the corner of Black Zetsu's mouth. The situation. An unsolvable situation. It was easily solved like this. Phaeton and others suddenly realized, and Engel's face, which had been expressionless for thousands of years, nodded. Everyone looked at the leader Pain in the front at the same time. For a long time. Okay. The faint words came out of his mouth. This time, the Akatsuki organization organized a large-scale operation that mobilized all members for the first time. And it is very likely to be related to the direction of the entire ninja world. A trace of solemnity flashed across Itachi's face hidden in the Akatsuki robe. The Fourth War. It will start in advance. And the target is directly aimed at Konoha. He couldn't think of. What reasons do other villages have to refuse? The three hidden villages plus the super combat power of most of the existing Akatsuki organization will definitely be able to divide the entire land of fire. Whether it is the daimyo who is worried about his own safety or the shadow who is looking at the interests, they will gladly refuse. What should you do? Hitaki Kusuo. When the Konoha delegation arrived at the sand village, slow construction work had already begun there. What is surprising is, when the high-end combat power of the entire village was dead, Tamari was sent out as a representative to contact the people of Konoha. Kankuro is alive and well. Hitaki Kusuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These little strong men who could survive to the end in the original work are really tenacious. He just glanced and didn't care. The female ninja Ameno who was comparable to Tsunade when he first entered the village was also alive. Without exception. They looked at Hitaki Kusuo with fear and avoidance. That day. The memory brought to them by this man who slashed a tornado with one sword will be remembered for a lifetime. Chapter 114. At the moment. No matter how turbulent the situation outside is, the current sand village has surrendered and completely turned to Konoha. But who could have imagined? A few months ago, Sand Village, which once dominated the ninja world and ranked among the top 5 ninja villages, would suddenly fall apart in such a short time, which really shocked many people. It was too shocking. Because of Hitaki Kusuo's actions, the Sand Village has completely become history this time. This is an unprecedented event, which has never happened in other villages. Perhaps. There is still hope for Sand Village to become strong again in the future. But at least before Gaara grows up, Sand Village is in a state of transition. Currently, no one can take up the banner. And the source of all this. It turned out to be just a teenager. After the matter of the Wind Country was resolved, Hitaki Kusuo did not stay here for too long. After all, the climate here in the Wind Country is too dry and hot, and it is easy to get dehydrated and tanned over time. Hitaki Kusuo is not very adapted to the environment here. It took half a month. After selecting various gifts in the major towns along the way, he just set off. Back to Konoha, which he had not seen for a long time. Since he entered Konoha quietly without notifying anyone in advance, no one in the village knew that the great hero Hitaki Kusuo was back. This was also what Kusuo Hitaki did on purpose. No matter what he had done before was a bit too shocking. He returned to the village in a high profile. Needless to say, there must be a huge crowd of people. A large group of villagers and ninjas were waiting for his arrival at the entrance of the village. It was better for Kusuo Hitaki not to join in such a bustle. He came to the Hokage building. There is a small perception field comparable to Konoha's outer defense barrier. Unless it is a cage-level strongman. Ordinary people can't sneak in at all. And coincidentally, no one noticed Kusuo Hitaki sneaking in. In the office, the 5th Hokage Tsunade was still busy dealing with the piles of documents on the desk. When she bowed her head, the table was pressed in front of her, and the astonishing scale made people unable to take their eyes away. Tsunade suddenly felt that someone was staring at her, and subconsciously raised her head to look at it in confusion. Immediately, the handsome face of Kusuo Hitaki came into her eyes. You scared me. You little brat, when did you come back? Tsunade's face lit up, but she quickly covered it up. Coughed twice. Pretending to be serious. It's been a while. Hitaki Kusuo calmly found a seat and sat down. Why didn't you say hello to the village when you came back? I can arrange someone to pick you up. Forget it, there's no need. I don't like that kind of excitement. Hitaki Kusuo waved his hand. He deliberately kept a low profile because he was afraid of trouble. Okay. Tsunade knew Hitaki Kusuo's personality and didn't ask much. However, what you did this time was a bit of a big deal. Now all countries are looking at you. Looking at the boy's calm eyes, Tsunade still couldn't believe it. This little brat. He always does things beyond your imagination. But this time, she's not sure whether it's a surprise or a shock. Now. The surrender of the Sand Village. The death of the daimyo of Wind Country. Undercurrents have begun to surge among the turbulent 5 major countries. Spies from the outside world frequently report that the other major countries have secretly contacted each other. This kind of news comes one after another, which always makes people feel uneasy. Maybe. This is a sign before the war. Nothing, just take what we need. It doesn't matter if other hidden villages pay more attention to it. Hitaki Kusuo shrugged his shoulders, looking calm, not caring about the opinions of the outside world at all. He just smiled faintly at Tsunade's question. A mission to Wind Country. It saved Hitaki Kusuo from 2 or 3 years of hard training, and his strength improved a lot. If he were to make a choice again, Hitaki Kusuo would still do it. He estimated that after a few more large-scale missions like this, he would be able to unlock 80% of the template. At that time, what powerful abilities will the system bring to him? 60% is to completely strengthen the power of breathing combat skills, so that each of his sword energy is enough to rival the power of the cage level. 70% makes his talent soar, reaching a level that is almost invincible. So while mastering the breathing method, he can also switch back and forth smoothly in battle. Then, what about 80%? It is estimated that it will completely improve the strength of the Changjong breathing method. At that time, Hitaki Kusuo will be even more terrifying. Just relying on the strength of his physical body, he can be comparable to Kai, who has opened 6 gates, or even 7 gates. By then, if the stripes are opened again, what peak can he push his body to? Thinking of this, Hitaki Kusuo's heart has been looking forward to it. Tsunade didn't understand what Hitaki Kusuo meant by, each taking what he needs. Instead, she said to him a little seriously. Anyway, you were too reckless in killing the daimyo of Wind Country this time. You didn't hide your identity. Many people saw it. I'm worried. Don't worry about it. It's nothing more than fighting back when the enemy comes and covering up when the water comes. Hitaki Kusuo interrupted Tsunade's next words. Afraid? No. Hitaki Kusuo doesn't have the word fear in his dictionary. In the village, we have you and teacher Jiraiya, as well as so many promising juniors. In terms of strength, we are definitely not inferior to those big villages. Kusuo Hitaki said confidently. Of course. If these people really dare to unite to act against Konoha, Kusuo Hitaki doesn't mind massacring a few more villages. However, he didn't say what was in his heart. Some things are meaningless if they are said out loud. He needs the heads of strong people to improve his role, and the joint action of several large villages. It just happened to suit his wishes. At most, he would chop them down with a knife. After meeting Tsunade, the Hokage, and reporting the situation, Kusuo Hitaki planned to go home. After being away for so long, Hinata Hanabi must miss him very much. Oh, by the way, I brought you a gift this time. I put it on the table. You can see it yourself when the time comes. Before leaving, Kusuo Hitaki suddenly turned around and said to Tsunade. Then, left here. This brat. I'm already this old, and he's still giving me gifts. Tsunade was very stubborn and full of disdain, but she was still very happy in her heart. She hurried to the huge window. After watching Hitaki Kusuo disappear completely, she turned around and immediately found the box he left in the office. The box was tied with a beautiful flower knot with a fiery red ribbon. I don't know where the technique was, but it was tied very beautifully. After calming down her excitement with her hands, Tsunade took a deep breath and opened the box. Inside, a pair of earrings lay quietly. Made entirely of silver, inlaid with fiery red gems. Bright as fire. Bright as a passionate rose. There was also a letter below. Tsunade-sama, when I passed by a small town in the Kingdom of Wind, I unexpectedly met a couple in distress. They were forced to separate because of their parents' opposition, so they chose to elope together. But due to the need to make a living, the girl had no money, so she pawned her ancestral earrings. After thinking it over, only Tsunade-sama's enthusiasm can shoulder the inheritance of Konoha's will of fire, so I bought it and gave it to Tsunade-sama. The signature was Hitaki Kusuo. Not bad. Tsunade read the contents of the letter over and over again, and her pretty face blushed. Why not give an earring? Really? Brother. Kusuo-kun. As soon as Hitaki Kusuo returned home, the two sisters who had been looking forward to it for a long time rushed over and embraced him. He took one of them in each hand and led them into the house. Suddenly, Hinata's face flushed. Kusuo-kun. You bullied me again. Please give me flowers. Looking at her sister's appearance, Hanabi was a little unhappy and unwilling. Looked at herself. Sighed slightly. Backhand, hugged Kusuo Hitaki's little arm harder, and couldn't shake it off. Back to the house. Hinata and Hanabi helped Kusuo Hitaki change his slippers. Kusuo-kun, you've been out for so long, it must be very hard, right? Hinata asked softly while gently helping Kusuo Hitaki change his clothes. It's okay, I've gotten used to it. Kusuo Hitaki didn't feel tired at all. Anyway, he had the role-playing degree, and his strength could be improved. He wished for more of this kind of good thing. Only by strengthening himself can he gain a better foothold in the future and protect the people around him. The opponent is the Tianwei clan. It's really a headache. At the current stage, only he can break it. He can't pin his hopes on the future of the second pillar and Naruto's plug-in. Strong. They only believe in themselves. Besides, there is more than one alien in this ninja world. Brother, let's take a shower. You look so dusty, I'll help you rub your back. Hanabi looked at her sister's actions and was not to be outdone. She raised her little head and said to Hitaki Kusuo. Hitaki Kusuo looked down at her and gently stroked her soft hair with his hands. Okay. Then. The two walked into another room with a bathtub. Hinata, come in too. After a while. Hitaki Kusuo's voice came from there. I'd better forget it. Hinata was startled outside and spoke incoherently. Nothing, let's go together, come in. Hitaki Kusuo ignored Hinata's shyness and ordered forcefully. Hinata hesitated for a long time. Finally, she said, in a mosquito-like voice. The next day. The sun was shining. A breeze was blowing. Hitaki Kusuo stood in the corridor of his house and stretched with satisfaction. There was a faint smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the performance of Hinata and Hanabi last night. This was already a historic breakthrough. Such a day. It was what Hitaki Kusuo really needed to wait for. For this reason, no matter who dared to break this peace, he would never let them go. Brother. You woke up so early. Hanabi jumped on her clean feet and came to him playfully. Early in the morning I just want to hug her. No choice. Hitaki Kusuo had to hold her in his arms. Brother, do you look good? Hanabi threw herself into Hitaki Kusuo's arms, raised her head, and revealed the lavender earrings on her ears. All made of silver. Well, our Hanabi looks good in anything. Hitaki Kusuo praised her with a smile after touching Hanabi's little nose with his hand. Hanabi immediately smiled happily. Then. She pouted again. Why? I think my sister's is better than mine. She pointed to her sister Hinata who had just woken up with her little hand. She also had the same earring on her ear. But. It was pure white. Actually, they look the same. This is a gift I made for you. The reason why I came back so long is because I was waiting for the completion of these 2 earrings. I chose the colors specifically according to your characteristics. Facing the little lowly Hitaki Kusuo said that he had many ways to coax her. Sure enough, Hanabi smiled brightly again when she heard this. Hinata, who was pretending to sort out her clothes and eavesdropping, blushed slightly and felt sweet in her heart. Hitaki Kusuo picked up his sword and prepared to go out after teasing the competitive Hanabi again. According to the agreement, he is now Tsunade's personal bodyguard. However, as soon as he walked out of the door, Hitaki Kusuo saw ragged people like refugees on the road. After asking, he found out that they were people from the demon country. Strange. Why would people from the demon country come to Konoha? Chapter 115. Hitaki Kusuo thought so in his heart. At the same time, on the streets and rooftops, everywhere were Konoha ninjas whizzing by and flying up and down. Everyone was in a hurry, and many people's faces were full of anxiety. Hitaki Kusuo frowned. He roughly felt the air around him. He suddenly found that almost all the ninjas in Konoha, including people from all the major families, had already rushed to the square in front of the Hokage building. What happened? With deep doubts, Hitaki Kusuo held his sword and strode forward to Tsunade. Not long after, in front of the square, a large number of ninjas had gathered here. After seeing Hitaki Kusuo coming, many people made way, nodded and greeted him respectfully. Hitaki Kusuo nodded and quickly went upstairs, heading straight to the Hokage's office. As soon as the door opened, what happened? So many ninjas gathered here, and I have only been back for such a short time. Did something else happen in the village? Hitaki Kusuo got straight to the point and asked Tsunade directly. As soon as he looked up, Hitaki Kusuo naturally discovered that Tsunade was wearing the red gem silver earrings he bought on her ears. Felt Hitaki Kusuo's gaze. Tsunade's face flashed a little awkward, but it was quickly covered by deep worry. She changed the subject. There is a problem in the land of demons. Tsunade frowned, her face full of worry. After listening, 747. Hitaki Kusuo was stunned. The land of demons. Is it the country controlled by the Shrine Maiden? Hitaki Kusuo suddenly understood. If there is any place in the ninja world that can have the strength comparable to the 5 major countries, then the land of demons is one of them. The ghosts and the Shrine Maiden. These 2 super-realistic powerful existences, once the restrictions are lifted, are even much stronger than the tailed beasts to some extent. But, if I remember correctly, this should have happened 2.5 years later. At that time, Ningji became a Jonin. Many other 12 strong men of the same period were also promoted to Chunin one after another, and only then were they eligible to participate in the mission. Now it broke out in advance. All of this is really a bit surprising. Think about it. This butterfly of hers could even affect the division of classes, temporarily severing the bond between the 2 children of destiny. Adding to the gossip heard in the Wind Country, it was not so surprising that the demons of the Demon Country rioted in advance. I know. He responded in a deep voice. Hitaki Kusuo was already prepared. Take a deep breath. Tsunade's face was a little embarrassed. After all, no matter what, she always troubled Hitaki Kusuo so much. To be honest, she felt a little sorry. But there was nothing she could do. The current situation in the village is like this, and Hitaki Kusuo is needed too much. I was going to notify you, but since you have come in advance, I will say it directly. Jiraiya, Kakashi and others are currently in the Wind Country to carry out the handover mission. Konoha does not have many people now, so this time the support still depends on you to lead the team. During this time, I have been running around all the time. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, Tsunade actually bowed slightly to Hitaki Kusuo. This move, it surprised Kusuo Hitaki. But his expression remained calm, not much changed. Looking at the beautiful scenery when Tsunade bowed, he turned his head away. No one took advantage of others. You don't need to thank me for this kind of thing. I said we both get what we need. Kusuo Hitaki said calmly. In his For More Novels 115,245 join, in his heart. He had long guessed Tsunade's series of actions, and he knew everything in his heart. Haha. Without the influence of the will of fire. Hitaki Kusuo never had much dependence and sense of responsibility for the village from beginning to end. Tsunade and others naturally wanted to tie his heart. After all, there is such a ridiculously strong swordsmanship monster. If he stays in Konoha, it will be enough to shock all countries, and everyone will be happy. But if he betrays, even becomes an accomplice of the enemy. With the strength of Hitaki Kusuo, no one in the entire Konoha or even the ninja world will be able to stop him. She can't do it, and Jiraiya can't do it. After all, the former cage represented the top combat power of a village. But the existence of Hitaki Kusuo is completely beyond the standard, just like the former Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, who are ridiculously strong and have combat power that makes people despair and fear. Now, the strength of the cage level seems not so impressive. I'll go back and clean up and make some simple preparations. Hitaki Kusuo stood up. Since he had decided to solve the mess in the land of demons, he had to think of a strategy in advance. Back home, Hina and Hanabi saw the thoughtful look on Hitaki Kusuo's face. Hanabi was about to get close to him when she was stopped by her sister, who put her white fingers to her mouth and kept silent. Kusuo is thinking, let's not disturb him. Hanabi stopped her strong thoughts and reluctantly followed Hinata to the kitchen to make something. At the dining table, Hitaki Kusuo calmly told the village's next mission while eating the food given by the sisters. Ah. You have to go out again so soon. Hanabi was obviously disappointed. She had to go out to perform a mission not long after she came back. My brother is too busy. He has no time to accompany us properly. Hinata placed her hand on Kusuo Hitaki's hand with a considerate smile to show her support. Seeing this, Hanabi also put away her willful temper and said seriously, Brother, you must pay attention to safety. She did not say to come back early this time. Because, just from the movement in the village, it can be felt. It seems that this mission is much more difficult. Kusuo Hitaki felt a warm current in his heart when he saw the two sisters carrying performance. Stretching out his arms and hugging them, he felt a little emotional. With such a beautiful woman's understanding and company, what reason do I have not to work hard? Wangliang. This creature raised by human negative emotions. Solving him should bring me a lot of acting, right? After all, its strength is not inferior to the powerful existence of the tailed beast level. Farewell to Hinata and Hanabi. Kusuo Hitaki picked up the sword and rushed to the land of demons at the fastest speed. Currently, the timeline is completely messed up. Because the 12 young warriors who have not been promoted to the level of Chunin and Jonin are all staying in the village. Not to mention Naruto. They haven't developed many Rasengan moves. Therefore, this time, he is the only one to act on the mission. Other Jonin and Anbu ninjas. For example, Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai need to deal with the vast army of terracotta warriors. Hitaki Kusuo has another idea in his mind. Hitaki Kusuo, who is familiar with all the plots, understands. The core of the creature of the monster is the evil and other negative emotions in people's hearts. Even his own red sword cannot completely cut it off. Unless he can completely cut off the evil thoughts of all the people in the ninja world. But that is impossible. If he really did it, then Obito and Madara would not need to carry out the Moon Eye plan. After all, everyone is kind. The world has long been united. The only way is to rely on the nemesis of the monster. The Witch of the Land of Demons. Shion. Traveling through mountains and rivers. Hitaki Kusuo headed straight for the center of the Land of Demons. There, he had his goal. Report to Lord Raikage. The Land of Demons has sent a letter for help. Report to Lord Tsuchikage. The Land of Demons has sent a letter for help. In the Shogun's mansion of the Land of Iron. The third Tsuchikage Onoki, the fourth Raikage I, and the Mizukage controlled by Obito were sitting together at this time. They were under the orders of their respective daimyo, and with their tacit understanding of each other's purpose, they gathered together for the first time. At this critical moment of the negotiation, the sudden urgent news made them frown. The evil creatures of the land of demons have revived. Request for military support. The third Tsuchikage Onoki flew in the air and quickly read the letter for help 0. On the other side, the fourth Reikage also read the message. This. Looking at the letter, the two of them were obviously a little hesitant. The request for help from the land of demons had happened once before in history. It was at that time. After experiencing the painful price of the first neglect, most of the ninja villages realized the horror of the monster Wuliang sealed there. However, the last shrine maiden, Moroku, had just sealed the body of Wuliang again at the cost of his life and suppressed it in the volcano. Now there is a problem again. The most important thing is that they are in secret negotiations, and the three countries are in the plan to attack Konoha. For a moment, both cages were caught in a dilemma. Only the Mizukage controlled by Obito had no expression. The Mizukage's indifferent performance made Onoki and I feel unhappy. It was also the Mizukage's opinion to propose cooperation with the Akatsuki organization. It was also the Mizukage's opinion to ensure the action. But now his attitude of not caring about it is very annoying. What do you think, Mr. Reikage? Onoki finally turned his eyes to the Reikage of the Hidden Cloud Village. Ai's face flashed with struggle. We can't ignore the crisis of the demon country. Our predecessors have learned a bloody lesson. If we send troops now, we will definitely encounter people from Konoha, and it will be difficult to deal with it at that time. After all, just now, they were teammates fighting side by side. The next second, they were announced as enemies and launched a large-scale attack. If it gets out, it will be unacceptable to the entire ninja world. That's exactly what I meant. Onoki nodded in agreement, obviously in deep turmoil. The Mizukage sitting opposite them, who was controlled by Obito, smiled disdainfully. The two cages may have forgotten why we are sitting together. The harm of a mere golem, can it be compared with that man? He is a strong man who can chop down Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, and kill the Akatsuki members who are acting in pairs. If we continue to drag it out, I am afraid that we will face another figure like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who will dominate the world. Do you want to see this situation? To see someone standing on your head? In other words, it is just a golem. If left alone, it is just an unrestrained tailed beast, perhaps a stronger existence. Could it be that dealing with the demon country is a higher priority than the plan against Konoha? The Mizukage Kurutagi Suya said this with a sneer, and the third Tsuchikage Onoki and the fourth Reikage were silent instantly. Hitaki Kusuo. Indeed. This man brought too much pressure to them. After a long silence, Onoki took a deep breath and finally made a difficult decision. Then let's continue the meeting. Hitaki Kusuo looked at the building in front of him. It was the palace where the shrine maidens of the demon country lived for generations. At this moment, there was a panic and anxious sound of fighting inside. Protect the shrine maiden. We must not let the enemy pass through here. Quick! People on the front line, take over. The flames inside were raging. 4 people in white coats performed a strange combination of ninjutsu, which was so powerful that they instantly harvested the lives of the defending samurai. The arrows shot in the face. They were also blown away by his wind-escape ninjutsu. With a grim smile, 3 men and 1 woman had already killed their way into the palace. A beautiful girl with long light golden hair was lying on her side in the main seat, standing still as if she had no soul. Hurry up and protect the shrine maiden. Take the shrine maiden and escape through the secret passage. Inside the palace, loyal guards still used their lives to stop the enemy from approaching. What a pity. All this is just a drop in the bucket. Haha. It's so easy to complete the task, it's simply a piece of cake. 4 people in white clothes killed the guards of the ghost country who blocked them, and looked at the girl in the main seat with a wild smile. Fire escape. Air floating dead lotus. One of them spit out a hot spiral flame from his mouth, and it spun towards the shrine maiden in the air. Chapter 116. Sister Shrine Maiden. The roaring flames came with an extremely hot and intense high temperature. It was like being in a furnace. As a shrine maiden, Xian was still lying on the ground motionless at this time. This scene. The guards who were protecting her were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. The guards fought desperately to protect her, leapt out, and blocked the fatal attack with their bodies. However, the fire escape ninjutsu, which was still powerful, was too powerful and continued to move forward, about to devour the girl's body. Buzz. A sword rang. It sounded earth-shaking. As if it cut through the sky and earth, the sword with moonlight fell from the sky and shattered the flame. Swish. The sharp sword stood on the floor, trembling slightly. Then came. A fiery and elegant figure jumped down from the sky like a god descending from heaven and stood in front of Xian. Who is it? A sudden scene. The four men in white had doubts in their eyes. They were so busy killing Xian's guards that they didn't even notice when this man arrived. Who is he? This thought came to the minds of the four men. Have you seen him? Asked Kusuna, one of the four men in white. Beside him, Banner, Shizuku, and Setsuna all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know him. Did something happen to Yitai? Looking at Kusuo Hitaki, the four of them talked one after another, looking at each other, with unspeakable pressure in their tone. On the other side, Kusuo Hitaki pulled out the sword in front of Xian and lifted her chin with his hand. Why didn't you run away just now? Xian was lifted up by Kusuo Hitaki and saw a very good-looking face. That kind of handsomeness and calmness. Suddenly, she lost her mind for a few seconds. Looking at Xian, Yuan didn't say anything. Kusuo Hitaki knew what was going on and didn't ask any more questions. He swung his sword with his backhand. Swish. Like a crescent moon. The red sword energy shone out, like a gust of wind and lightning. Brilliant 06. Dazzling. Overshadowed everything, as if the whole world was only colored by this sword energy. Fast. Too fast. In the blink of an eye. The four ninjas with the chakra of the demons in their bodies stared blankly at the sword energy that Kusuo Hitaki was swinging closer and closer in their pupils. And they were killed by a single sword before they could even react. Puff, puff. In an instant. Just an instant. The sword energy swept across, and everyone's limbs were broken into two pieces, and blood was all over the ground. Xian's pupils were enlarged by this bloody scene. She looked at the boy in front of her who looked about the same age as herself with some surprise. It turned out that in addition to being so good-looking, he was also very powerful. In an instant, Xian, who was originally dejected, had a new motivation for escaping. Hitaki Kusuo reached out and hugged the girl's waist at the right time. One sword. Another sword. Swept out lightly. Bang. The door leading to the tunnel was directly cut open, revealing a gap as smooth as a mirror. Then, Hitaki Kusuo led his men to jump in. After passing through a long tunnel, they finally saw the light of day again. Hitaki Kusuo let go of the girl's waist, took out a water bottle from his arms, drank 2 gulps and handed it to Xian. Xian was a little dumbfounded. She looked at the water bottle handed to her by Hitaki Kusuo in astonishment. She wanted to refuse but felt thirsty. Xian hesitated for a long time and finally said thank you, and took it. After drinking a few gulps, she wiped her mouth. Xian asked curiously. Are you a ninja sent by the land of fire? What's your name? Hitaki Kusuo. After she said her name concisely. Hitaki Kusuo didn't plan to talk to her. After all. Based on her impression. Although this girl is beautiful, she looks very much like Hinata, and her figure is also very attractive. But like Naruto, they all grew up in a distorted environment. Therefore, she is a bit yandere in her personality. She is stubborn and willful on the outside. As for getting to know her better and exploring the girl's kind heart. Sorry. I don't have the time for that for the time being. Xian was a little angry. After saving her, this mysterious and powerful Konoha ninja didn't seem to want to talk to her. What's the plan? Hey, why did you save me? You might as well let me die. Hitaki Kusuo just glanced at her calmly after saying his signature willful words. He turned his head away immediately without saying anything. This action. Is Shion completely angry? It has always been the guards who have been around her alone, and are willing to sacrifice their lives. Although this is not her intention, and she is suffering for it. But in the final analysis, she is still treated like a real princess. When and where has she ever encountered such a thing, being saved by a mysterious stranger, and then ignoring her? Is her charm reduced? HMPH. If you ignore me, I will leave by myself. Shion's little girl personality is hard to suppress once it comes up. At that moment, she was about to get up and leave. A pair of hands held Shion's arm, preventing her from breaking free. You. Shion's delicate eyebrows frowned together, and she looked more like Hinata when she was angry. Hitaki Kusuo pulled her into his arms. He tied her hands behind her back with a rope and threw her on the ground. Huh. This series of overbearing actions completely confused Shion. She was confused from beginning to end. My head was buzzing. Who am I? Where am I? Why did this mysterious ninja treat me like this? Hitaki Kusuo knew what the girl was thinking. But he was not going to explain, and it was useless to explain. It would be difficult to change the stubborn character that had been cultivated for more than 10 years. Rather than being angry, it would be easier to tie her up directly. As for sealing the monsters, Hitaki Kusuo also had his own ideas. First, the monsters and the Miko are one body. As long as the negative emotions in the world do not disappear, the monsters will always exist. No matter how you kill them, it will be useless. Every once in a while, there will be ambitious people who make trouble. Secondly, the power of the Miko is very strong. It is strong enough to fight against the tailed beast level. If it is well developed, it is equivalent to having an extra perfect Jinchuriki. After all, the monsters are sealed in the Miko's body and can be summoned. As long as the Miko is strong enough, it will be fine. Thinking of this, Hitaki Kusuo suddenly asked, "You always carry the bell, right? Let me see it." Shion was very angry. I didn't want to pay attention to him. Hitaki Kusuo shrugged his shoulders, without the awareness of coaxing a girl if she was angry. After seeing the bell on her chest, he reached out and picked it up. The moment they touched each other, Shion's face immediately became hot. Her delicate eyebrows stood upside down, looking at him angrily. And Hitaki Kusuo, but he put all his heart and soul on this stone. A stone can seal such a powerful force, it is worthy of being a product of another dimension. Shion's power. But it is more powerful than her mother, and her talent is even better. As the last generation of Shrine Maiden, he can suppress and seal the monsters by himself, not to mention Shion. This stone can seal most of Shion's power as a Shrine Maiden, which has to be said to be magical. After seeing that the girl's emotions were more stable, Hitaki Kusuo helped her untie the rope behind her. The process was very gentle and did not hurt her. Shion was also stunned by this rough and gentle hand. When they first met, Hitaki Kusuo's swordsmanship that fell from the sky echoed in her mind again. Shion was very curious. This mysterious boy looked about the same age as her. Why was he so calm and powerful? It seemed that there was a magical power attracting her to understand and explore. Have you ever encountered any death scene? Hitaki Kusuo began to ask this question after releasing her restraints. The ability of the Shrine Maiden to predict death by the function of the bell in her hand is still well known. Speaking of this, Shion's face darkened, and her lips pursed gently. Have you foreseen my death? Hitaki Kusuo asked again. Her previous appearance must have reminded her of many death scenes in the prophecy. No, the picture I saw of you was a fog, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Speaking of this, Shion became more curious, and she could see the future of the people around her. Except the boy in front of her. From beginning to end, it was as if it was a fog, covering the entire eyes and unable to see anything. So that's it. Hitaki Kusuo suddenly realized. As a butterfly that stirs the world, he will not be suppressed by the Shrine Maiden's ability. Before, I stayed and didn't escape. Was it because I foresaw the death of the guards around me, and I was too sad to make up my mind to die? Hitaki Kusuo said again. This sentence. It touched Shion's heart. The guards around her had accompanied her since she was a child. She saw their death scenes one by one, but she couldn't change anything. This feeling of powerlessness made her desperate. Therefore, she didn't even dodge the enemy's attack. At this moment, it seemed like she had found a confidant. Xian didn't know why this boy seemed to be able to see through everything and speak her mind. There was a kind of unfathomable magic. Then, she threw herself on Hitaki Kusuo's shoulder and sobbed slightly. Hitaki Kusuo smelled the fragrance of Xian's light golden hair, and his face remained calm. He patted her shoulders gently with both hands, which was comforting. This set of procedures. When cultivating Hinata's courage, he was familiar with it, and his heart was as steady as an old dog, without any fluctuations. For a long time, Xian seemed to have vented her emotions, and looked at Hitaki Kusuo with red eyes. She had only met this person for such a short time. She experienced a series of emotions such as despair, sadness, curiosity, anger, warmth, and confidant. Being led by someone. This feeling made her a little fascinated. Hitaki Kusuo held Xian's slightly red face and said gently, "Now, let's go." Yes. The girl hummed softly, and was pulled by Hitaki Kusuo's wrist to embark on the journey. Looking at the obedient girl, Hitaki Kusuo was thinking about what to do next. According to Tsunade, this time, something happened in the demon country. Except for Konoha and some small countries and villages around it, which provided emergency and all-round assistance. No ninjas from other villages and countries were seen. It stands to reason. It would never be a case of standing idly by and watching such a scene. It can be seen from Tsunade's anxious face. The big country is still very worried about the demon riots in the demon country. It is definitely not just because Konoha suffered the Nine Tails Rebellion. It is more likely. There have been more than one disasters caused by the birth of a demon in history. This disaster must be deep enough to make the entire ninja village of Konoha so anxious. In this case, other major countries should not stand idly by. Unless there is one reason. That is, they are now uniting to discuss how to deal with Konoha. To be precise, how to deal with themselves. They are afraid that they will grow up and become the next figure like Hashirama Senju, sweeping across the entire ninja world, and like the first generation, they will seal the tailed beasts and establish order. The thought came to him instantly. A sneer rose at the corner of Hitaki Kusuo's mouth. The game between major countries seems so profound and complicated. In fact, it's just that. Wait until you unlock the template for the next stage. Even if you are the enemy of the entire ninja world, you are sure to survive. After all, Super Shadow and Six Paths level combat power has not yet appeared. Whether it's an ordinary cage or a cage of a village, with the strength of the peak cage, none of them can match him. What are you thinking about? Xian asked curiously as he held her hand. Hitaki Kusuo turned around and asked her. If I can help you subdue the monster, will you choose to use this power or seal it? This. Subdue the demon. How is this possible? How can such a terrifying power be controlled by humans? Xian shook her head. It felt incredible. Just as she was about to refute, she saw Kusuo Hitaki speaking again. Let's not talk about whether it can be subdued or not. If I can really help you, are you willing to control its power and protect the people around you, or seal it like the previous Shrine Maiden? The words hit Xian's heart like a heavy hammer. Control. The power of the monster. Protect the people around you. Chapter 117. This question. The past generations of Shrine Maidens have never thought about it. After all, is that terrifying, powerful force like the tailed beasts really something that human power can control? If Hitaki Kusuo didn't mention it, Xian's mind has never even thought that one day she could subdue a terrifying creature like the monster to solve the problem. Generally, the final solution is to seal it. The mission of generations of Shrine Maidens. It's like a shackle on them, cursing them for generations. Now, someone told her that she could break through the cage of fate, and even control this power to protect the people around her. This way. Is it really possible? I will choose to control this power and protect the people around me from harm. Faced with the choice given by Hitaki Kusuo, Shion did not hesitate for long. Her words were firm and resolute. Yes, only by controlling it can this absurd and heavy tragedy end and solve the mission of generations of shrine maidens. Very good. Hitaki Kusuo got the answer he wanted, and he was relieved to hear this. Before, he was worried that, even if he tried his best to cut the monster into a weak state, Shion would not have the courage to recover it. After all, the only people who can control this monster caused by pure negative emotions are the shrine maidens of the demon kingdom. They have huge energy that has never been developed, and amazing potential. These are what Hitaki Kusuo cannot ignore. Follow me, I will take you to recover it. With a whisper, Kusuo Hitaki's words made Shion subconsciously grasp his arm. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a little force on his feet. Their figures were like agile swallows, flying very fast in the forest. Half a day later. Finally arrived outside the volcanic cave. Now, in the basin outside the cave, there are a large number of terracotta warriors. These huge numbers of terracotta warriors are all controlled by the power of the monsters, and they are immortal. Even if they are destroyed in an instant. As long as there is a constant supply of chakra, they can be regenerated at any time. It can be said that it is an absolute weapon of war. To some extent, it is more terrible than the tailed beasts. Why are there so many? What should we do? Shion looked at the thousands of terracotta warriors densely packed on the basin, and looked at this scene in horror. She had never seen such a spectacular scene, and her nervous body was a little weak. Scary. It looked extremely scary. The situation was very unfavorable to our side. A deep worry and hesitation appeared on Shion's face. An enemy of this scale. Can we get through? Hitaki Kusuo saw the expression on Shion's face and gave her a confident smile. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. After gently pinching the girl's palm, Kusuo Hitaki looked at everything in front of him calmly. Even in this situation, he was still so calm and fearless. The thumb of his right hand popped out. Buzz. A sword sounded. It was like a thunder explosion in the flat ground. It resounded through the heaven and earth. Gripping the hilt tightly, Kusuo Hitaki slashed out with a sword with such ease on his face. Swish. One sword. The action was simple and neat. The amazing slash, wrapped in the flashing sword energy like a meteor, was dazzling and suddenly slashed out. Zitsa. Crackling. Sparks flew, with golden thunderbolts, instantly covering all the terracotta warriors. One strike. Just one strike. Destroyed all the terracotta warriors in front of him, and the sword energy devoured them. Powerful. How powerful. Hitaki Kusuo was simply in a mess. The lightning flashed on the gravel, and everything was done in a flash. Shion couldn't even see the action of Hitaki Kusuo drawing his sword with his naked eyes. There was a flash of lightning in front of her. It was so bright that she could look straight. When she opened her eyes again, the terracotta warriors that were full of eyes just now, under that domineering sword, had completely turned into gravel on the ground, and fell into the terrible sea of thunder with crackling. Okay, let's go in diaresis. Looking at Shion's dazed, shocked and admiring eyes, Hitaki Kusuo smiled. Shion was stunned for a few seconds before she came back to her senses and looked at Hitaki Kusuo and said, The two stepped on the gravel together and ran straight into the cave. The winding and folded path like a dragon and snake led to the top of the cave. Below, there was bubbling magma with flames, scorching waves blowing, so hot that it was impossible to look directly at. At the end, on the main seat sat a middle-aged man with a faint confident smile, Huang Quan. His chest was open. There was a sutured chakra surgical line. Dark medical ninjutsu, the soul of Wuliang, resides in his body. And through Wangquan's body, Wuliang can survive for a short time. But if he really wants to be completely liberated, he must reunite with his own body. Huahuo. It's far worse than I expected. You guys are really slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Huaquan, who was controlled by Wuliang, laughed. He stared at Shion, with only her in his eyes. As for Kusuo Hitaki standing beside the Miko, Wuliang didn't take him seriously. He simply thought that he was just a guard. At most. He was just a boring ninja sent by another hidden village. How strong could he be? Who is he? He is the omnipotent Wu Liang. Would he be afraid of a mere ninja? So from the bottom of his heart, the ghost looked down on those ninjas and didn't care at all. However. Swish. Fast. Very fast. Too fast. In an instant. A sharp white sword light cut through the space. With the amazing crescent-shaped sword energy, flashing with a sharp and cold breath, it cut everything. Puff. In an instant. Huang Quan's smile froze. Before he could react, his head was cut to the ground by Hitaki Kusuo's sword. The purple-black ghost soul body had no host and was forced to drill out of its body. Noisy. Hitaki Kusuo calmly put the sword back into the sheath and said to Xian, who was still in a daze. Why are you still standing there? It's your turn. Xian was obviously still in shock. If the sword outside the cave just now was too dazzling and she didn't see it clearly, she felt the power of this sword herself. Strong. Too strong. Although it was not aimed at her. But the approaching aftermath, the suffocating coldness of the sharp edge, still shocked Xian's mind. Ah. Okay. Xian just reacted after being reminded by Hitaki Kusuo. Looking at the ghosts whose souls had emerged, composed of negative emotions such as generations of priestesses and evil thoughts in the world. She walked over without hesitation. Amber eyes. Revealing determination and courage. Xian took a deep breath. She wanted to be the first priestess in history to control the power of ghosts. Hitaki Kusuo's sword brought her immense hope. Buzz. Bright rays of light shone from Xian's body, as if the ritual of sealing thousands of spells was completely unveiled. The extremely holy magic circle slowly floated Xian's body. Like a holy angel. Powerful beam of light, her light golden hair was blown up by the sky-high light, and the surging chakra surged out, fully entangled with the soul of the ghost. Howl. A low roar exploded. The pure sealing power of the witch made the ghost soul excited. Give up. I am an immortal existence, and I will eventually build a strong 1,000-year kingdom. You will be as useless as your mother. The ferocious roar came out of the mouth of the ghost, and the evil power was released all the time. Gradually. Xian was suppressed by this power and was about to lose resistance. Hitaki Kusuo saw this scene. He secretly said that it was fortunate that he came. As in the original work, Xian's power alone could not completely suppress and seal the soul of the ghost. After all, she has not grown up completely, and is not familiar with her own power. The power of Kusuo Hitaki's right hand holding the hilt suddenly became magical, and the huge grip made the sword body turn red instantly. He walked forward step by step. The two chakras of the Miko and the ghost were comparable to the level of the tailed beasts, which made Kusuo Hitaki's red clothes rustle. But it still couldn't stop his steps. Looking at Xian's painful appearance, Kusuo Hitaki gently pulled her with his left hand. Xian, who was struggling and weak, suddenly felt a warmth coming from the palm of her hand. Xian opened her eyes with force. Zhao Li's. I saw Kusuo Hitaki's smiling eyes. Hold my right hand tightly, and then feel this power, and use this power to cut the soul of the ghost. Suo Hitaki's words seemed to carry the power of persuasion, making Xian unconsciously follow suit. Instantly. It's so hot. She felt the burning of the hilt of Kusuo Hitaki's right hand, as if it was carrying an impact that could burn all soul power, causing Xian's spirit to begin to hurt. Take advantage of this moment, cut off the soul of the ghost. Kusuo Hitaki shouted, as if it was the sound of thunder from the heavens, awakening the confused Xian. Cut it off. Cut off the ghost. At this moment, Kusuo Hitaki brought her an extremely strong belief. As a shrine maiden for many years, she could only watch the fate shackles of people around her die one by one, which made her explode completely. Ah! A scream. Xian held the sword in Kusuo Hitaki's right hand and cut it out with force. The red knife. It was like cutting through tofu. It easily cut through the soul body of the ghost. Sizzle. White smoke came out like crazy. The ghost was cut to the ground by this sword, twisting and rolling, screaming in pain. Hitaki Kusuo saw this and raised his lips slightly. Sure enough. My own red sword knowledge can help the Miko weaken the soul of the ghost. Chapter 118. After being chopped, the ghost was angry. Swish. 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 Like a burst of dragon breath. The purple-black tentacles suddenly attacked. The speed was so fast that it was frightening, carrying evil and violent chakra, which was heart-pounding. This attack was enough to penetrate the entire volcano, and Xian's heart was lifted again. It was the first time she faced such a terrible existence. In a sense, it was even better than the tailed beast. Her instinctive reaction was to close her eyes. But, at this time, the warmth of her right hand came again. The familiar burning. After long accustomed to this temperature, Xian felt it was very warm. She opened her eyes with a slight tremor. What she saw was still that reassuring handsome face. Don't worry, it won't hurt you with me here. Hitaki Kusuo's words were like a spring breeze, with enough power to soothe all fears, which made Xian feel at ease and her confidence rose again. Xian came to her senses. Her hand was gently held in the palm of Hitaki Kusuo's hand, and he raised the red knife in his hand. Then he slashed. Puff! Like a bright sun. The dazzling light was intertwined with Xian's unique and holy chakra. Powerful slash. It tore the void apart. He slashed head-on at the tentacles of the monster struggling to death. Sizzle. Sizzle. The sound of burning white smoke sounded. This time, the monster was like being slashed in the depths of its soul by a sword, and it was in agony. Ah! You will not die well. I am immortal. I will build a kingdom that will last for 1,000 years. Die! 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 Roared 3 times in a row. When the sword fell, the soul of the ghost was already confused, and his mind completely collapsed. It seemed to be the last resistance, repeating the action of shooting out purple-black tentacles before. However, it was useless. With Xian hugged by Hitaki Kusuo from behind, she had infinite confidence and no longer had any fear. Her eyes were firm. No need to be reminded. She could use the power of Hitaki Kusuo's red sword. With clumsy but firm movements, she cut through all the oncoming tentacles one by one. Every cut eliminated a huge amount of the ghost's soul. Every cut made the ghost scream in pain and struggle madly. Gradually, as the red sword slashed the soul more and more times, the struggle of the ghost began to slow down. The ferocious roar also subsided. Seeing this scene, Hitaki Kusuo's eyes flashed. He whispered to Xian. It's time. The ghost's body is immortal. My sword can't cut off the negative emotions of the whole world, nor can it cut off the evil energy of the successive generations of priestesses. But now the ghost has reached the extreme of weakness. Summon its body and absorb it. Hitaki Kusuo approached, with a masculine breath, lingering in Xian's heart. For a while, her heart was surging. Her body softened, and she almost completely softened in Hitaki Kusuo's arms. Yeah. There was determination in her trance. The fate of generations of priestesses, this heavy shackle, the evil curse. I will break it today. Xian wants to be the first shrine maiden who can perfectly control the monsters. Become the controller. Instead of the opponent. Snap. Clear applause. Xian put her hands together, and more complex and exquisite patterns appeared around the space. Boom. Surging. Amazing. Shaking the world. This shocking amount of chakra surged out. Even Hitaki Kusuo, who was holding her in the air from behind, was shocked by all this. He had fought with the one tail and the 9 tail. He had personally experienced the terrifying power of the chakra of these 2-tailed beasts. Now, the energy that Xian is exploding now. It is almost the same as those tailed beasts. This is just a shrine maiden in the growth stage, and she has not even recovered the power of the monsters. If she grows up and completely controls the monsters and becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, to what extent will Xian's strength soar? I dare not imagine. At this moment, Hitaki Kusuo smiled knowingly. I didn't expect that a bold attempt of his could create a strong man with such terrifying strength. Or, thanks to the power of the red sword. According to the legend of the land of demons, Both the ghosts and the witches came from the rumored other dimensional space. Coincidentally, the red sword is also a product from the demon world. There is a plan in the dark. On the other side, Shion, who cast the summoning seal, has devoted herself to the underground and communicated with the ghost's body with her heart. And Hitaki Kusuo. He was responsible for watching the soul consciousness of the ghost on the ground. Once there were traces and signs of counterattack. He was merciless and struck with a sword. Cut at the soul. Burn its thoughts. One sword after another, cut off the ghost's thoughts to eliminate future worries. At this moment, the ghost is like a baby with an IQ less than 3 years old, and has basically lost its intelligence. Shiyuan at the same time, the huge and evil body of the Wuliang was summoned. Looking at the purple-black body of the Wuliang, surrounded by evil and violent chakra. The dark power filled and swept. Shion subconsciously felt disgust at the first moment. This is the memory from the generations of the Miko. An instinctive reaction. Okay, we are now one step away. Hitaki Kusuo's words sounded at the right time. Shion said, and the hand seals changed from summoning to sealing. But this time, Shion's sealing location was not deep underground, and he did not feed himself. Instead, he actively absorbed the body of the Wuliang. Roar. The Wuliang, which had the last bit of consciousness left, let out a last unwilling roar. The terrible tentacles wanted to resist, but were cut off by Hitaki Kusuo, who had been staring at it for a long time. It twisted and rolled in the powerful sealed space. Countless chakras burst out with amazing fluctuations, but they can only be compressed at one point. Until a surging and mighty chakra torrent was formed, pouring into Shion's body. This process was very long. The holy chakra radiance on Shion's body became more dazzling as she gradually absorbed the monsters. It has already rushed out of the volcano and reached the sky. A white holy light, like a beam of light, pierced through the sky under the moonlight. Far away, Might Guy has opened 7 gates, and Kakashi's hand is shining with the lightning of Reikiri. Shikaku, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma. Many senior ninjas and Anbu are trying their best to fight against the thousands of troops composed of terracotta warriors. No matter how they are destroyed, it will be useless. Because, as long as a period of time passes, the terracotta warriors will recover. But they can only repeat this process and delay the pace of the terracotta warriors as much as possible. Suddenly, they stopped. The terracotta army, wielding sharp stone swords and wearing thick and solid stone armor, stopped. Everyone was in doubt and gathered together. They looked at the terracotta army standing still in the river, with fatigue and confusion on their faces. What's going on? Why aren't these damn guys moving? Did something happen? Kai was stepping on a blue aura, and the huge impact caused the ground under his feet to crack automatically. Kakashi shook his head. His eyes flashed with thoughts. These things are controlled by the caster through chakra. As long as the spell does not stop, the terracotta army can be reborn indefinitely. I guess there is something wrong with the caster. This guess was recognized by Shikaku at the same time. Everyone understood. So, who stopped the caster's conspiracy? Everyone looked at each other at the same time, their eyes lit up. It was that man. Hitaki Kusuo. At the same time. Buzz. A white beam of light suddenly rose up from the far end, supporting the sky. It went straight into the sky. The holy and mighty fluctuations made people's scalps numb. It was enough to be on par with the moon. Vast. Powerful. Chapter 119. Inside the volcano. The extremely prosperous and exquisite seal formation has only shown signs of shrinking now. The ghosts completely turned into pure chakra, pouring into Shion's body continuously. At the same time, Shion's aura became stronger and stronger. Her amber pupils glowed with a blue-purple glow. It added a touch of mystery and charm to the original holy image of the priestess. Compared with before, it was completely different. The volcano that lost its seal suddenly began to tremble violently, and rocks fell down. Hitaki Kusuo was calm and composed. He waved a sharp sword with his right hand. Countless whooshes, it turned into a solid barrier blocking the two people's heads. The power of the ghost is naturally extraordinary. Just so, it will take a long time to absorb chakra of this level. Although in the process, the ghost was chopped into a fool by the red sword of Hitaki Kusuo, and there was no resistance. But the transition of life level is still difficult. However, the situation has stabilized. Hitaki Kusuo estimated that he no longer needed to help, so he let go of the hand holding Shion. Watching her aura rising steadily, it was as if she had shed her mortal body and evolved into a higher level of life. This, Hitaki Kusuo had guessed it in his heart. There is no doubt. In the Naruto world, the strongest level, apart from the Tianwai clan, is the bloodline of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The second is the six-path level of the six-path sage and the Hamura brothers. Let's count down. Whether it is blood elimination or blood limit, there is a big difference. As long as it is a ninja at the level of Jonin, basically, he can use two or more attributes. For example, Kakashi's lightning escape and earth escape, Sasuke's lightning escape and fire escape. It is not difficult to change chakra with multiple attributes, and the same is true for flexible use. The real power. It is fusion. The storm escape produced by the combination of water escape and lightning escape, the melting escape produced by the combination of fire escape and earth escape, and other dissolution escape, crystal escape, etc., can make people's strength soar. Even if you are not a top-level strongman, you can touch the threshold of the shadow level. Not to mention 3 attributes fusion of bloodstain elimination. The third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki, who is currently recognized as a strong man standing at the top of the cage level and is not looked down upon because of his age, stands proudly in the entire ninja world because he has mastered the bloodstain elimination dust escape. Although he often has back pain. But Onoki's chakra amount is not a joke. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength has declined with his age is that he can only use chakra of 5 attributes, but cannot integrate them. Theoretically speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen is theoretically the only one who has the opportunity to be promoted from a mortal body to the bloodstain net level. However, the complexity and difficulty of the process are unimaginable to ordinary people. Otsutsuki Kagaya collected the chakra of the entire planet before she had enough energy to become eternal and immortal. The success rate of a single force trying to break through is infinitely close to 0%. And now, Shion. She is undergoing the baptism of chakra. Transitioning to the level of life. Her aura was strong, and the subtle fluctuations revealed inadvertently were enough to make the Jonin palpitate. Time passed little by little. Until the light was washed away, the complex and exquisite patterns on Shion's body gradually disappeared. She completely controlled the power of the monsters. Became the most special and perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world. As soon as she fell, Shion was delighted and wanted to tell Hitaki Kusuo the good news. But just as her smooth feet touched the ground, she suddenly found that she had forgotten Hitaki Kusuo's name due to nervousness. So she choked. The joy on her face could not be hidden, and she wanted to share it with Hitaki Kusuo. Shion rushed up and buried herself in Hitaki Kusuo's arms, with tears of excitement in the corners of her eyes. It's been so many years. The mission of the successive Miko ended in her hands. Hitaki Kusuo didn't say anything, but gently patted Shion's back and comforted her quietly. For a long time, Shion looked up, tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. I don't know your name yet. Shion looked at Kusuo Hitaki seriously, wanting to remember him forever in her heart. The latter smiled slightly and whispered, Kusuo Hitaki. Kusuo Hitaki. After repeating it in her mind several times, Shion nodded heavily and said, Okay, since we have successfully recovered the Wuliang, let's go out and get rid of all the other things. Kusuo Hitaki touched Shion's hair, which was soft and shiny. I don't know if it's because she absorbed the Wuliang chakra comparable to the level of the tailed beasts, it's more delicate. The two walked together. Shion was full of excitement. As the first shrine maiden in history to completely conquer Wuliang, she had a lot to say to her dead mother. Mother was the person Xian had been closest to, but she died because of sealing Wuliang. Now, with the help of this man, the Miko who had been cursed by fate for generations could finally be free. Hitaki Kusuo. Xian looked at his profile again, her eyes flickering, and she didn't know what she was thinking. After leaving the volcano, Xian sensed the location of the nearest terracotta warriors. The two of them flexibly traveled through the mountains and rivers. In a short while, they saw Kakashi, Asuma and other senior ninjas. Hitaki Kusuo. Kusuo. 0 Please give me flowers. Lord Kusuo. A group of people were surprised to see him and called him in different ways. Without exception, they all gave him enough respect and face. The flicker in Xian's eyes became more dazzling. Did you do it? Kakashi walked up and pointed at the terracotta warriors that were mostly broken into stones. Because the terracotta warriors could not be restored, the group of Jonin did not waste chakra to destroy them again. Yeah. Hitaki Kusuo nodded calmly, admitting the matter. Then, he winked at Xian. Xian understood and raised her hand gently. Boom. The rocks in the river shook again, although the speed was much slower, but they still began to condense into the bodies of the terracotta warriors again. A few minutes later, a new army of terracotta warriors appeared. Beware. Everyone pay attention. 0. Might Guy and Asuma were shocked when they saw this scene. Immediately, they had to command the ninja troops and the Anbu to deal with the resurrected terracotta warriors together. Kakashi and Shikaku keenly noticed the faint smile on the corners of Hitaki Kusuo's mouth and did not move. Sure enough, after the terracotta warriors were restored, they just stood still and did not attack them. This. Asuma and Kai were dumbfounded, and Kurenai Yuhi also covered her mouth in surprise. Is it because of this girl? As expected of the top think tank of Konoha and even the entire ninja world, Nara Shikaku saw something wrong at a glance. He pointed at Xian and asked. Hitaki Kusuo nodded with a smile. Hiss. It's actually true. Although Shikaku was prepared in his heart. But when he heard the news in person, he couldn't help but gasp. The performances of other Jonin were similar. Such a large number of troops were enough to resist the Jonin coalition of a ninja village and delay their pace. Surprisingly, being a little girl controlled. If this gets out, it will definitely shock everyone. Shock the entire ninja world. Her name is Xian, the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons. We have successfully recaptured the demon, and it will never come out to cause trouble again. Silence. Silence. The whole place is silent. This time, everyone heard what Kusuo Hitaki said very clearly. Recaptured the demon. Not sealed the demon. Thinking of Xian's ability to control the terracotta warriors just now. Suddenly, everyone's breathing became heavy, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Xian was full of surprise. Kusuo Hitaki saw what they were thinking. Step forward. Standing in front of Xian. Chapter 120. Xian is still the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons, and this has not changed. The plain words came out of Kusuo Hitaki's mouth and told everyone. As soon as these words came out, Xian's eyes lit up. Although, with her current strength, she didn't need to be afraid of these Jonin of Konoha. She could even summon the monsters alone. And Xian was even better with her ability to control the undead puppets such as the terracotta warriors, and was almost invincible. But the feeling of being protected. That was what made her most intoxicated. Thank you, Kusuo. Unconsciously, Xian had completely trusted the boy in front of her from the bottom of her heart. Kusuo Hitaki said, lightly, looked around the room, and explained to the people of Konoha. Xian relied on her own ability to break through the curse and shackles of the Wuliang on the success of Miko. She can now fully control this power, and it will take some time to hone it. But there is no doubt that she is still her, and this has not changed at all. Xian has no obligation or responsibility to do anything for Konoha. These words were spoken. It makes sense, but cold. He did not consider the problem from Konoha's perspective. On the contrary, it was like a promise from a man to protect his girlfriend. Kakashi was expressionless, his expression did not change much, and he said in a deep voice, "We know. Konoha has never had any extra thoughts, and the Fire Country and the Demon Country are still allies. Now. With Kakashi's guarantee. Shikaku and the captains of the Anbu looked at each other, and they all stood up to speak. Control the Wuliang. Although they longed for Shien's powerful strength, they gave up the idea because they had Kusuo Hatake standing in front to protect them. Unlike the Uzumaki clan in the past, even if they owned the entire Uzumaki kingdom, the final result would be useless. Regarding this, Shien, who knew it clearly, was filled with emotion and had a special feeling. A simple wave of his hand. Tap, tap, tap tilde the gathered terracotta warriors and horses immediately marched in neat steps, with an iron-blooded temperament, towards the original sealing location. There, it was located at the junction of the human world and the underworld. Except for a few people and generations of priestesses, no one could approach it. After a whole night of fierce fighting, everyone was a little tired. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the sky was already a faint golden glow. The morning sun began to get angry. Kusuo Hatake placed the sword on the ground and meditated cross-legged. Shien came over and sat down with him, clinging to Kusuo Hatake's shoulder. Watching the sun slowly rising, Shien even felt that it meant the rebirth of a new generation of shrine maidens. And all of this was brought to her by Kusuo Hatake. Kusuo-kun. Shien called softly. Suo Hatake opened his meditative eyes. I feel the power in my body, and I want to pass it on to the next generation of shrine maidens. Shien stared at Kusuo Hatake with burning eyes and said, "Can you lend me power?" Suo Hatake was slightly stunned by the tender words coming out of the girl's mouth. Such a bold confession. The result was really unexpected. However, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he gently touched her light golden hair, and then pinched Shien's small and delicate ears. I live in Konoha, and I have 2 girls at home who need to be taken care of. So, it is still a bit difficult to lend you power to produce the next generation of shrine maidens. Hatake Kusuo didn't help Shien because of her beauty at the beginning. It was to verify his guess about the level of life and to use the power in her body in the future. The power exceeds the power of the perfect Jinchuriki. Shien's power does not belong to Konoha, but to herself and to Hatake Kusuo. I thought. I said these words. Shien would give up this plan. What I didn't expect was that the girl's eyes were more serious and persistent than ever before. I don't care, everything I have now is given by you, and you helped me break the fate of our shrine maidens. I just want to use your power to pass on the ghosts to the next generation of shrine maidens. There were stars in Shien's eyes. Hatake Kusuo saw her heart from her amber eyes. A moment. I live in Konoha. After saying this, Hatake Kusuo stood up, clapped his hands and left. He naturally received Shien's kindness. But he couldn't stay in the land of demons forever. Kusuo Hatake needs to become stronger and have more power to protect everything around him. Besides, Konoha still has a warm home. Because of this, he gave the choice to Shien. The demon country no longer has the chaos of the monsters, so naturally there is no need for the shrine maiden. Whether Shien chooses to continue to rule the demon country as a shrine maiden or chooses to follow him depends on her own wishes. And behind, Asuma and Kakashi, who have been secretly observing the young couple, are already in a mess. As old drivers, they are quite clear about how explicit and bold Shien's words just now were. But when did this guy Kusuo Hatake become so self-disciplined? He is self-restrained with a beautiful jade in his arms. This kind of composure is not like the person who took the 2 sisters of the Hyuga family to live in his home. Kusuo, what does this mean? Asuma was a little confused. Kakashi pondered for a while, and had a vague guess in his heart. But he could only give a rough idea of Asuma, and Kakashi himself didn't know the rest. My cousin Kusuo is a kid with a bigger heart than we can imagine. I've never been able to tell where his eyes are looking. It's rumored in the village that if he continues to grow, he will definitely be the god of ninjas like the first generation in the future. However, I can feel that Kusuo is not limited to one country or one village, and his eyes are on the entire ninja world. Maybe. Here. Kakashi's words stopped abruptly. Asuma was left confused. What did Kakashi mean just now? He scratched his head in confusion. Behind him, Kurenai stamped her feet in anger at Asuma's clumsiness. What else can it mean? Kusuo won't stay in the land of demons with only a woman. If that girl wants to follow him, she just needs to give up her identity as a Miko and live with him. I can see this. As for what Kakashi said later, I don't really understand it. The senior ninjas were fighting over Kusuo Hatake. And he himself has already taken his sword and set foot on the road back to the village. The Konoha party did not stop and followed. The mission in the land of demons is now completely over. After returning to the village, perhaps Tsunade saw that Kusuo Hatake had been running around for several months, protecting the village and solving the problem of Sand Village. Now he has dealt with the chaos in the land of demons on his own. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, his shaking body rose and fell amazingly. During this time, you can go back and take a good vacation and relax. The position of the Hokage's guard has always been reserved for you. I didn't say I would let you go. Kusuo Hatake rolled his eyes in his heart. What Tsunade meant was, she also planned to let me be her bodyguard. Anyway, I finally had a leisurely vacation. He returned home leisurely. He was surprised to find that there was no one to greet him at the door. Usually at this time, Hinata and Hanabi were waiting eagerly. With a puzzled look, Kusuo Hatake pushed the door open. A beautiful girl with long light golden hair and amber eyes sat opposite Hinata and Hanabi. The moment she saw him coming back, the girl smiled like a flower. Hello, Kusuo. Chapter 121. Shion. Why did you come? This scene. Kusuo Hatake was a little surprised, and his eyes flickered slightly when he looked at the blonde girl. Isn't this what you meant? After saying that, Shion's tone was a little resentful, and her eyes looking at Kusuo Hatake were full of tenderness. The first time. That was his first time. After she had confessed her feelings, she had to put on a shameless attitude and take the initiative to pay for him. Oh my god. I am so embarrassed. There is no girl in the world who would take the initiative to offer herself to someone, as if she was afraid that he would not want her. However, Shion was secretly happy again. If it was Hatake Kusuo, what would it matter if she put on a shameless attitude and took the initiative? Hinata and Hanabi sat opposite Shion, with different expressions. Sister was a little confused. She didn't know how to face this girl who suddenly came to her. Hanabi pouted her lips, obviously feeling aggrieved. Hokage always snatches her brother away, and she often doesn't see him for 10 days or half a month. Another girl came today. And same as sister. If it's there, I'm still growing. I can do it too. Good fellow. Sister-in-law's expression is a little dangerous. Hatake Kusuo touched his nose and pretended awkwardly that he didn't see the resentful expressions of the three girls. I'll help you change your clothes. Shion had just arrived, and her previous willful personality made her adapt quickly. She immediately became familiar with the environment here. I'll help my brother change his clothes too. Hanabi was not to be outdone. She jumped up on the spot and rushed to Hatake Kusuo in front of Shion. One of the two girls helped change her outer clothes, and the other helped put on pure cotton white home clothes. Shion's peaceful face. Facing Hatake Kusuo's face. Suddenly, Shion raised her head playfully and quickly tapped Hatake Kusuo's cheek. This scene. Hinata helped while making tea, he didn't notice. And Hanabi. A little angry. My sister and I are in danger. She clenched her fists and thought fiercely. Hatake Kusuo was also a little surprised. This Shion is too bold, isn't she? They only had 1 day together, but she was so devoted to him. To be honest, he didn't expect it. I have fully handled the government affairs of the Demon Kingdom in the past few days. From now on, I will no longer be a shrine maiden. Shion said at this time. Her eyes were full of boldness and expectation. She gave up her traditional identity and status as a shrine maiden and traveled thousands of miles to join this boy who had only met her once. Why? The sense of security brought by the power of sword after sword. The handsome appearance and outstanding temperament. Or, when the Jonin of Konoha coveted her ability, he took the initiative to stand in front of her. Shion didn't know. Now, she just wanted a promise. The next second, a warm embrace embraced Shion into a solid chest. The girl gave up everything on her own initiative. How could Kusuo Hatake not respond? The whisper in his ear gave him the answer. Don't worry, my home will be your home from now on. You are a princess-like shrine maiden in the land of demons, and you will be the same here. After hearing this, Shion's heart was about to melt. Happily, tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, yeah. But, the atmosphere next to her seemed a little wrong. Ahem. Kusuo Hatake pretended to cough inadvertently, waved his hand, holding Hinata and Hanabi in his arms. Of course you are also my princesses, princesses for life. The children in this world are certainly precocious, but where have they heard such cheesy love words? Everyone blushed, buried herself deeply in Kusuo Hatake's arms. On the other side, Kakashi came back after completing his mission, an unexpected discovery, that night. The lights in my cousin's house were turned off very early. Only the innermost room seemed. The next day, Hatake Kusuo got up early with nothing to do. There were two things he had to do today. The first was to check Hinata and Hanabi's progress in breathing techniques. The second was to teach Shion breathing techniques. After a series of experiments, the grounds of Hinata and Hanabi were covered with red gourd fragments. The results were amazing. Hatake Kusuo looked at them with satisfaction, and was also surprised. This speed was too fast. Hinata was fine. Over a year, with his personal guidance, she made rapid progress. She had already mastered the trick of full concentration breathing. What he didn't expect was that Hanabi came from behind and also mastered the full concentration breathing technique. Shion, you try it too. Turning around, he handed Shion a small red gourd the size of a palm. Hinata and Hanabi no longer need to be taught. The next step is for them to understand on their own. The Hyuga clan does not practice attribute attacks, so the various breathing sword techniques are just told to them. Specifically, combined with the Hyuga clan's soft fist style. Hatake Kusuo can help, but in the end it still depends on personal effort. Looking at the small gourd handed over by Hatake Kusuo, Shion was very curious. What is this? Should I blow it up like them? Just now, two delicate girls, Hinata and Hanabi, could actually blow up an adult-sized gourd in one breath, which really scared her. Yeah. It's the first time to try, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Shion obediently put the gourd to her mouth. Puffed up her cheeks. Then blew. Boom. With a loud bang. The small gourd in her hand was blown up directly. Hinata and Hanabi were shocked. They also blew a lot, but they were all just blown into pieces. How strong must someone like Shion be to be blown into powder? Hatake Kusuo's eyes were shining. As expected. The perfect Wuliang Jinchuriki brought Shion a leap in life level, which directly improved her physical strength. At least, she will not decline with the passage of time. On the contrary, she will become stronger due to the accumulation of chakra. Of course, if you want to be immortal, you still need the power of the six paths. That is, you need to master yin-yang escape techniques. The bloodline net of Kagaya, in addition to yin-yang escape techniques, also needs to integrate the five elements escape techniques. At that time, it would not be difficult to break the space with a casual blow. It seems that your body has been fed back by the Wuliang, and you need more intensive training. Just use the gourd that Hinata and the others used for training. Hatake Kusuo clapped his hands, and Hinata obediently brought an adult-sized red gourd. Oh. Shion didn't understand, but since Kusuo Hatake said so, she just did it. However, boom. There was another loud noise. The large gourd that had just been brought over was blown up again. It was blown up. It wasn't blown up. This is too amazing. Hanabi, who was very competitive, was convinced. If she hadn't known that it was the first time for Shion to enter the house, she would have thought that Kusuo had secretly given her some special treatment, for the first time. Hanabi lost her competitive spirit. Because he was the one who could blow up the gourds that they could only blow up now. His talent was too terrible. There was no comparison. Hanabi's young heart said. It seemed that her and her sister's status was really in danger. What does this sister-in-law think about all day? Hitaki Kusuo glanced and saw the deflated Hanabi, twisting her ears. Okay, your sister Shion is different from you. Her starting conditions are much better, even catching up with me. You don't have to compete with her, and don't be discouraged. Train more, you will catch up sooner or later. This sentence made Shion's eyes light up. Can her conditions even match Kusuo? Doesn't that mean I can be as strong as Kusuo in the future? That's great. When Shion thought about being able to help her beloved in the future, her heart was sweet. Chapter 122. On the top of the mountain in Konoha. Two men wearing bamboo hats and akatsuki robes stood there in silence. The vitality of this village is always so vigorous. He commented indifferently. Obito looked at Itachi's figure, and there was a different kind of fluctuation in his eyes. The village will never lack vitality. Even if the old leaves wither, they will eventually become nutrients for new leaves. Itachi pressed down the bamboo hat on his head with his hand, looked deeply ahead, and turned away. Hee. Obito sneered. The will of fire. Even if the two clan joined the Akatsuki organization and was regarded as an S-level rebel by Konoha, they had to stick to it. This kind of thing. Really? It's ridiculous. Since Kisame died. As a fly, Obito was temporarily organized with Itachi. As a former member of Konoha, he was arranged to monitor the situation here, however. They both kept a tacit understanding and didn't get too close. Hitaki Kusuo's sword had already brought them both a lesson that they would never forget. Itachi's body was getting weaker and weaker, and Obito's left heart area. The half of his body that was not injured when he was young also had a wound from right to left. He did not choose to recover. But he kept it deliberately, keeping it as a lesson. Looking at Itachi's back. Obito's eyes hidden in the vortex mask flashed with a strange brilliance. The plan to capture the tailed beasts of the Jinchuriki has not yet begun. Now, the Akatsuki organization has lost too many people, so many that it is unacceptable. And the big move is about to break out, who knows what kind of battle will happen. He is considering whether to share Hashirama cells with Itachi to make up for his weak body. Hashirama cells. It can almost infinitely prolong the pupil power, and can activate and use pupil techniques at will without any side effects. The body functions can naturally be improved. Let's investigate. Itachi, you are really making things difficult for me, the man who still believes in the will of fire. He sneered. Obito also turned and left, following Itachi's footsteps. Before leaving, he looked back at the direction of Konoha again. There was something of Obito. He would get it back. Kakashi, hee. With a low murmur, Obito and Itachi turned and disappeared. Under the noisy waterfall. 4 people were training hard. Here. It is a great place to train chakra. The huge impact of the water flow is extremely powerful, which can well hone one's control of chakra. Therefore, Hitaki Kusuo brought Hinata Hanabi and Shion to train here. Hinata, Hanabi, although you two did not start from a very high point, you have a solid foundation. The tricks of the breathing method have been completely taught to you, and you have almost mastered it. The most important thing now is to completely integrate the breathing sword technique into the soft fist. Once the new ninjutsu is successfully developed, the future Hyuga clan will not be as restricted as before in terms of attack distance and power. Remember, this is also the first and most important step for you to get rid of the middle and low-level ninjas. Hitaki Kusuo said to the two sisters very solemnly. Hinata and Hanabi also listened carefully and nodded like pounding garlic. Father has already told them. The future of the Hyuga clan has been weighed on Kusuo. No matter whether there is a chance to find or evolve the rumored reincarnation I in the future, the breathing method currently given by Hitaki Kusuo will be the most important reliance of the Hyuga clan. They are on a mission. They are both pioneers and founders, and the future of the Hyuga clan. After giving some training emphasis and development direction again, Kusuo Hitaki turned around and took Shien's hand. You have a high starting point. As a Miko, you have sealed the chakra of the tailed beast level. After recaptured the demon, your chakra and strength have been greatly improved. What you need to do now is to hone this power well, starting from climbing trees and stepping on water, and slowly train your ability to accurately control chakra. If you have spare energy, try the breathing method I taught you and stand in the waterfall. Hold on as long as you can. Remember. Shien opened her big amber eyes and nodded seriously. She said in a tender voice, I know. Very good. Kusuo Hitaki clapped his hands. Now that you all understand your future path, let's start practicing. After saying that, the three girls each found a suitable place and tried to train. Kusuo Hitaki himself was guarding the periphery of the waterfall. Responsible for surveillance. I had already informed Tsunade in advance that no one was allowed to approach the waterfall in the past few months. It was a privilege for me to make so many contributions to Konoha, and I was strong for once. Tsunade had no objection, but she was a little curious about why he did this. It was actually very simple. Kusuo Hitaki turned his head and saw the clothes of the three girls soaked in the water of the waterfall. Such a beautiful and moving scenery, he couldn't let outsiders see it. Not even women. Holding the sword. Looking at Hinata and Hanabi gritting their teeth and resisting the water on the waterfall bridge, Kusuo Hitaki was reminded of the scene in the original book where Naruto practiced the Rasengan Shuriken. For the path of the two sisters, or the future breakthrough of the entire Hyuga clan, he has two directions. The first is the Thunder Call method. It can be regarded as the same nature as the Thunder Attribute Body Forging secret method of the Hidden Cloud Village. But it is more comprehensive and has a higher level. After all, everything that the system blesses is very abnormal. Imagine that every move and every style carries the power of thunder, and the body shape, speed, and power are all blessed by thunder and lightning. The 8 diagrams 64 palms can shoot out 64. Thunder and lightning palm winds, which can kill people from a distance. How desperate the enemy will be. The second is the wind call method. Needless to say, the sharpness of the wind attribute has the strongest attack power. Especially after mastering the cutting attribute, Hinata's acupoint pressing is not just to seal your meridians and chakra, but it directly punches a blood hole alive. Every acupoint pressing carries the cutting of the wind attribute, which is extremely sharp. Other aspects such as sun call, moon call, water call. It's not that it's not possible, you can only see who is more suitable. It is really unclear to Hitaki Kusuo which style Hinata is suitable for. Hanabi can definitely try the fusion of thunder calling method. A loli with lightning all over her body coming and going on the battlefield like the wind, it is amazing to think about it. It's Shien, it's really a headache. He tapped his head gently. Hitaki Kusuo felt sorry for this passionate, arrogant and willful girl. It's a pity that she was trained as a Miko since she was a child, and her sealing technique is pure, not inferior to the Uzumaki clan. However, as for the control of chakra and the use of power, she really knows nothing. It can be seen from her control of the terracotta warriors that day. Compared with the self-aware ghosts, there is a huge difference. The latter instantly summoned 1,000,000 troops. Shien needs a long time to cast spells. The two are completely incomparable. Alas. But it's still early. Anyway, this move is used to deal with the impure world army or the coalition forces of many countries. It is not a life and death battle on the battlefield. It is enough to be able to perform the spell. At present, the undercurrent of the ninja world is surging, and all the wind and grass in the dark seem to foreshadow the arrival of something big. Haha, come on, I've been waiting for you. Hitaki Kusuo looked into the distance, looking at an unknown place, and the power of his thumb was slightly revealed. Sonderous words. The sound of the sword is sharp. A piece of snow-white sword light is brilliant, and under the refraction of the sun, it is dazzling and colorful, revealing coldness. Chapter 123. Since the crisis of the demon country has passed, these few months have been so calm. The people live and work in peace, thinking that they have returned to a peaceful era, happy and stable. But under this false peace, there is an undercurrent. Tsunade stood on the roof of the Hokage building, leaning on the railing to look at the scenery of the entire village. Jiraiya stood beside her, and the two were silent at the same time. Have the things in the wind country been settled? Tsunade was referring to the sand village, specifically the wind country daimyo, and she was just a village, so she naturally had no right to arrange it. She had no intention of arranging it. It's almost done. There are still some Jonins on the other side who are on missions outside, and they have basically been recalled. The one-tailed Jinchuriki has also been temporarily sealed, and it will not change within 10 years unless something unexpected happens. This time, the sand village surrendered. The wind country surrendered completely. It was only the interests at the national level that were divided. The entire fire country benefited and fed back to the hidden village. And the sand village was completely restricted, and even the ninja school was forcibly closed. A large number of talented children were taken to Konoha for training. Older children over the age of 6 were left to fend for themselves. Be an ordinary person or go into exile and become a rebel ninja. Konoha will never allow them to grow up to prevent them from causing more losses to Konoha. This is the cruelty of war and politics. When the first Hokage Senju Hashirama founded Konoha, he could have done it, but he did not choose to do so. Now, there is a monster-level combat power like Hitaki Kusuo. Without Senju Hashirama's kindness, the destruction of the village happened. It is actually very realistic. If it were other villages, if they encountered this, they would definitely add insult to injury, trampling to death. So, in this situation, we have been completely targeted by the other 3 major countries. Tsunade took a deep breath and hammered the iron railing in front of her unwillingly. The land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of water. These 3 countries will never allow the birth of another Hashirama Senju. That level. As strong as a god. No one can guarantee what kind of actions Hitaki Kusuo will take after he grows up completely. The daimyo of each country and the shadow of each village will not pin their hopes on the mercy of the enemy. They are not so stupid and naive. This is to be expected. Kusuo is growing too fast. Jiraiya sighed. The situation in Konoha is no longer optimistic. There are many perception ninjas and stationed ninjas outside who have sent back news. The 3 major countries have joined forces and are moving frequently. Various war supplies are also being prepared in full swing, and their purpose is obvious. This is to start a war. Take advantage of the fact that Kusuo Hitaki has not grown to the level of Senju Hashirama, and join forces to suppress him. With the current strength of the village, it is too difficult to fight against the 3-party attack alone. Is there any room for easing? Tsunade frowned, with unspeakable melancholy. Do you think it's possible? Jiraiya smiled bitterly. They won't let Kusuo grow up. But we are not without the strength to fight, if we can find that guy back. Tsunade was instantly angry. Impossible. I will never allow the people who harmed the village and killed the teacher to come back. Even a temporary compromise will never be allowed. Jiraiya was talking about Orochimaru. As a former Sannin, unless he met the Uchiha clan who could restrain him extremely, he was an absolute veteran cage-level strongman. However, Tsunade refused without thinking. Is a moment of humiliation more important than the safety of the entire village? Or, the last solution? Jiraiya's face was grim. Although Tsunade's reaction was within his expectations, it was for the sake of the village after all. Unless, hand over the child Kusuo. As soon as these words came out, the 2 of them were silent. Hitaki Kusuo. The source of everything. Other big countries are afraid of him, and many brilliant achievements were also created by him. Indeed. As long as Konoha hands over Hitaki Kusuo, everything will be solved. The other 3 major countries will never risk losing their national strength and fight Konoha, which has just won a great victory. Without the future threat looming over their heads. The strength of the ninja world has once again reached a balance. Even if Konoha is full of talents and is known as the first ninja village, it is not worth fearing. No need to say more. Tsunade gnashed her teeth and said gloomily. Don't mention this matter again. I'm not a teacher, let alone a second grandfather. I have my own way. I, Tsunade, absolutely do not agree with selling out compatriots in exchange for peace. With Tsunade's words, Jiraiya grinned and patted her shoulder heavily. Ha. I told you, you're not that kind of person, Tsunade. I believe that Kusuo is the child of prophecy, and I won't let him go easily. If those guys insist on touching him, I, Jiraiya, don't mind letting them know the power of the Toad Sage. Bang! With a loud noise, Jiraiya was knocked back by Tsunade and fell to the wall with a bruised face. You want to take advantage of me? Get out. HMPH. Tsunade retracted her fist and said viciously. And at the wall, Jiraiya, who was so depressed that he vomited blood after being punched, felt stars spinning in his head. He was in a mess. That's not right. Kusuo has hugged me so many times, and Suna didn't get angry. Why did he react so strongly when I didn't even touch him? Damn it. Is this the so-called double standard? At this moment, Jiraiya was doubting his life alone. In the suburbs of Konoha, under the waterfall, Hitaki Kusuo, who had been guiding the three girls in their training, had no idea. The entire ninja world was already undercurrent because of him. Tsunade and Jiraiya were deeply worried about Hitaki Kusuo. He was holding Hinata's waist and helping her to keep breathing under the higher water level of the waterfall. Nothing else. Although the little lowly Hanabi was young, the children in this world generally had good conditions and had long surpassed her sister in terms of water level. And Xian. Due to her profound attainments in sealing techniques, her accuracy in controlling chakra has also made a qualitative leap. On the other hand, Hinata. Due to her well-known body shape, it is very difficult to control the center of gravity in the water. The power of the lower body is always unstable due to the weight of the upper body. There is no other way. Hitaki Kusuo had to hold her back with both hands to help her stabilize her body. Although the effect of polishing the body is a little worse. But the waterfall water flow is still in place for the training of breathing. It's just that after Hitaki Kusuo went back with the three girls every night, both arms were a little sore. After all, it's nothing to lift super heavy equipment during exercise. All physical ninjas can do it. But if you have to lift small weights all day long, weight training requires a bit too much endurance. On the way home, Hinata blushed and said to him, Kusuo-kun, how about we don't train like this anymore in the future? I. Hearing Hinata's words of retreat, Hitaki Kusuo spoke righteously. Don't you want to prove yourself like your father? Don't you want to keep up with me? After a big stick went down, Hinata whispered in a mosquito-like voice, yes. That's right. Hitaki Kusuo smiled and touched her head. Besides, all our training can not only increase tacit understanding all day long, but also exercise my endurance. This will be more helpful for me to raise and hold the sword in the future. Listening to Hitaki Kusuo's solemn words, although Hinata blushed and felt something was wrong, but she still nodded ignorantly. Chapter 124. Kusuo Hitaki's words fell into Xian's ears without missing a word. The girl's mouth corners slightly raised. How bad? She looked down at herself. She felt a little melancholy in her heart. Although compared with girls of the same age, she was already very outstanding. But she was still far inferior to Hinata. I still remember when the three girls went to the village bathhouse to take a bath together. I was shocked. If there were no unexpected factors, I'm afraid it would be difficult to catch up. Therefore, I have to work harder. Kusuo-kun said that she has a good foundation and great potential in the future. I will definitely be able to help Kusuo-kun on the battlefield in the future. The girl had a complex and subtle mind. The four of them returned home together. Took a simple bath. Kusuo Hitaki teased Hinata for a while, then walked out wiping his wet hair. The familiar breath from next door came to my brain. He simply turned over. He jumped directly into Kakashi's yard. Cousin. After saying hello, Hitaki Kusuo came uninvited and found a place to sit casually. Kakashi was tired all day. Every day there were endless tasks to do. Now he really envied his cousin. Without a position, he could do whatever he wanted. However, it was precisely because of this. Kakashi lay on the tatami on the floor and looked at the intimate paradise without paying attention to him. Haven't decided whether to change your path. Hitaki Kusuo didn't care about his cousin's attitude at all. This expressionless man is always like this. Hitaki Tsukumo died and never recovered. If you want him to rekindle his fighting spirit and revitalize, you need to completely change your mentality. No. Kakashi replied to Hitaki Kusuo briefly. Looking at his attitude. Hitaki Kusuo, who had originally planned, shook his head and had to get up. He didn't have the habit of trying to please someone who didn't know him well. Even though this cousin had provided a lot of help when he was a child before he turned on the system. He had provided countless medicinal herbs and food supplements. Wait. Finally. When Kusuo Hitaki was about to leave, Kakashi called him. Suo Hitaki turned around and deliberately asked. Cousin, what's the matter? Kakashi's eyes twitched when he heard him pretending to be ignorant. This kid had to speak up himself. He really holds a grudge. What do you mean by the future path you just mentioned? After considering the language, Kakashi tried to make his tone less humble. It would be bad to make it seem like he had something to ask of this genius cousin. Haha, don't you understand what I mean, cousin? Sometimes pretending to be ignorant will make people hate you. Suo Hitaki didn't care whether Kakashi wanted to change or whether he could change. One indisputable fact is, the Sharingan that represents friendship has long been deteriorated. But the person involved knows nothing about it. And it seriously affected his path. There is a saying. The direction is wrong. Even if you stop, it is progress. Hitaki Kusuo knows it well. His parents who died early left him only a family house and enough money for him to grow up. When he was a child, those precious medicinal baths, food supplements, etc. were provided by this cousin who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He never said it. But he also remembered it in his heart. The system template was unlocked too low before. Hitaki Kusuo could feel that Kakashi's path was completely off track, but he didn't have the ability to correct it from a high-level perspective. Now, his talent is enough to stand at the highest level of the entire ninja world and overlook everyone's path. The scene was silent. Kakashi recalled the blood moon that night in his mind again. His chidori pierced Lin's chest. Lin's smile. It has appeared frequently in Kakashi's dreams for many years. Seeing him like this, Kusuo Hitaki knew that this foolish and stubborn person still hadn't changed his mind. He had to see with his own eyes how bad Obito was before he would repent. However, regarding Obito, Kusuo Hitaki suddenly said to Kakashi, "You'd better take good care of your eye. Someone wanted to give it to you as much as he wanted to take it back now." After saying that, Kusuo Hitaki walked out of the house and jumped back to his own house. Original place. Leaving behind Kakashi who was shocked. Kusuo, what did he say just now? How much someone wanted to give it to you, how much they want to take it back now. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Kakashi felt like he was hit on the head. Zero, please give me flowers. He was much more awake. He rushed into his bathroom and took off his mask in front of the mirror. He gently stroked the scarlet Sharingan with his right hand. The heavy and evil chakra coming from it was so real and so thrilling. Obito. Are you not dead? Kakashi's words made Kakashi doomed to sleep tonight. When he returned to the house, he saw the three girls had finished washing and were lying on the bed playing. This scene made Kusuo Hitaki a little puzzled, especially Hanabi and Shion. Are they so close now? Women are really amazing. However, there was a reason why he went to his cousin's house to say those words just now. 1 month ago. Hitaki Kusuo sensed a familiar breathing sound from around the village. This breathing rhythm instantly reminded him of Obito, who appeared last in the battle at sea. Although it was very weak. But he was sure. Obito sneaked into the village without knowing when. No need to think. Even with your toes, you can tell what Obito wants to do. Nagato is not dead. If Obito can't get the Samsara Eye back, Nagato will fight him to death, and he can't beat him. Now he is wandering around the village with nothing to do, relying on the space-traveling ability of Kamui. If it's not to get his other eye back, what else is it for? However, many times, words can't be said clearly. If I say too much, Kakashi will even take the initiative to find the village and deliver the goods to the door. It is better to give a few hints. As for the subsequent results, that is the arrangement of fate. Whether cousin Kakashi's Sharingan is there or not is his own luck. At most, Hitaki Kusuo is willing to use his ability to help Kakashi return to the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan. It is natural to repay the care of the childhood. It is better to make cousin stronger. If not, cousin Kakashi will not be weak. Kakashi's combat power. No one has an accurate concept. He fought back and forth with the demon Zabuza, and Susanoo fought Kagaya. Any time, any battlefield. With Kakashi, it is stable. At least a draw. People in the ninja world say, Hitaki is 50-50. She. Chapter 125. Time flies. It is almost the new year. The whole Konoha was in a festive mood. Many ninjas and members of the Anbu who were on missions outside had a short vacation. Except for a few people, most families could reunite. On the day when the whole village was celebrating. Suddenly, a bad news came from the village. That is, Kakashi, who was leading a team on a mission outside, was attacked. Not only were the 3 Chunins under his command killed, but even Kakashi himself was seriously injured and unconscious. Upon hearing the news, Kusuo Hitaki's eyes shone, and he thought it had happened. Everything seemed to be expected. When he arrived at the hospital, Kakashi was lying weakly on the bed with gauze tied around his right eye. Kakashi did not react to Kusuo Hitaki's arrival, and his only remaining left eye stared blankly at the snow-white ceiling of the ward. He winked at the other people in the ward. Everyone left tactfully. Met. Chiwuki. Kusuo Hitaki asked. Yeah. Kakashi replied weakly, turning his head to look at him with difficulty. I didn't expect that your prediction was so accurate. I guess you didn't expect Obito to be alive, and took the opportunity of the mission to go outside the village. Hitaki Kusuo mercilessly exposed Kakashi's thoughts. Being said so by his cousin. Kakashi was speechless and didn't know how to start. Well. Seeing his cousin like this. Hitaki Kusuo was also speechless. Say he asked for it, Kakashi is quite pitiful. Say he is pitiful, he had reminded him before, but he deliberately ran into the gun. I really thought Obito was still the last one in school. One Kamui could escape from the hands of the 4th Hokage, Idime. Now it's good. Gathered 2 Kamui. It's difficult. Rubbing his eyebrows with a headache. Hitaki Kusuo still planned to persuade him. After all. According to blood, Kakashi is his last relative in this world. The other clan members are too distant and basically have no contact. Cousin, you should take good care of your injuries during this period and try to recover as soon as possible. As for your eyes, I suggest you go to Tsunade to ask about Hashirama's cells. The route was basically wiped out by him. But the precious medical and experimental scrolls were all taken by the top leaders. Tsunade waved her hand and handed it to the Anbu. Restoration was led by Morino Ibiki and others. At present, it is not clear whether the technology in Konoha is more advanced or in Obito's. After all, Danzo is a foreigner, and there is no comparison with Obito, a pure-blooded Uchiha. However, since Danzo can use the ultimate eye technique of Izanagi without restrictions, his technology must not be much worse. Transplant an eye to Kakashi. It is not difficult at all. More importantly, without Obito's Sharingan absorbing Kakashi's chakra all the time. Perhaps, Kakashi can follow a similar path as himself under his own guidance. Hitaki Kusuo grinned, who knows these things? When he walked out of the room, Kakashi asked hurriedly, "Where are you going?" Hitaki Kusuo waved his hand behind his back. "What else can I do? I'll help you clean up the mess." Did it work? Itachi's face was hidden in the bamboo hat, with only a pair of scarlet Sharingan exposed. Haha, no effort. Obito felt the surging chakra coming out of his eyes, and he was fascinated by this power. That's it. It was this powerful feeling. His other Sharingan. Finally complete. I waited for so many days, afraid of alerting Hitaki Kusuo and others, and didn't find a suitable opportunity to take action. I didn't expect it. That idiot actually took the initiative to walk out of the village. Obito almost laughed to death. How could he not see such a golden opportunity? He took away the eyes he gave to Kakashi with just one move. Now, with 2 Kamui in hand, his strength is even stronger. A trace of gloom flashed across Obito's face. Hitaki Kusuo, I really want to know now, is my double Kamui faster, or your sword faster? Itachi listened to Obito's words, expressionless. Just about to leave. A clear throat came. Who is faster? We'll know after a try. Swish. A brilliant sword energy came slashing. With the amazing sword pressure and the lightning speed, it arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Puff. Itachi's body was directly cut in half. Obito turned into a ball of nothingness, disappeared in the twisted space, and then reappeared. Then, Itachi's cut body also turned into a fluttering crow, and his body was transformed again. Hitaki Kusuo, holding a sword, walked to the opposite side of them. In an instant, it seemed to freeze the air. The strong wind began to howl on the 3 people. It's you. I didn't expect you to come so soon. Obito's face was uncertain, and his heart was shaken a little. Looking at Obito's face emerging from the vortex mask, Kusuo Hitaki smiled faintly. I sensed your breath a few months ago, and I have locked your location for so long. 0. After all, this is the only place outside Konoha where you can hide, right, Uchiha? Obito. Hearing this, Obito's pupils suddenly shrank. This. How is it possible? This person knows his identity. Itachi Uchiha, who was hiding in the hat, also changed color slightly. He knew that Afe was not Madara. It was Obito who was thought to have died many years ago. It was Obito who told him personally not long ago. The purpose was to let himself take action to involve those small fish under Kakashi. He would fight Kakashi alone and take back the other eye. Kusuo Hitaki. How did this boy know? The hearts of the 2 were like waves, and the expressions on their faces were a little shocked. Hee. Although I don't understand what you are saying, I have to say that your move of coming here alone is really bold. Obito smiled coldly. He exerted force on his feet, and his right hand had already reached out to Hitaki Kusuo's body. Relying on his current ability of the double Kamui, as long as he can catch the opponent, he can immediately transfer to the Kamui space. At that time, it is up to him to kill or cut. Swish. Quick. Very fast. A cold light passed by. The white sword light cut through the void and directly cut through Obito's body. But the place where the blade passed turned into nothingness, and then reappeared again. Obito had a smug smile on his face. Swing. Cut out your sword. No matter how many times, no matter how fast the sword is, it can't hurt my body at all. This is the power of the double Kamui. However, the next second, Uchiha Obito's smug smile froze on his face. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword lights swept out from Hitaki Kusuo's hands. The speed was so fast that the shadow could not be seen clearly. One could only barely see the figure of the person in front of him moving, but the blade never stopped. Obito could not materialize his body at all. He could feel it. As long as he materialized his body from the Kamui space, he would be cut into blood foam by countless sword energies. Hitaki Kusuo. How could this kid swing his sword so fast? He had no choice. Obito reappeared and disappeared in the twisted vortex in the air. reappeared beside Itachi again. Just in his eyes. It was full of deeply fearful and terrified. This man is just like me. Becoming stronger. Ellipsis dot.